We're live, DJ.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Mhm.
Can you believe it?
Oh.
You've gotten so much taller than me. I don't think it that much, but yes, very tall. How are you doing this year?
Good, good.
And what are we doing today?
We're going live.
For
The 1 in 31 Connection Autism Summit 2026.
Yay! And who do we have on this banner back here? Are those our sponsors?
Yeah.
And we want to thank our sponsors so much for helping us get this thing off the ground. Woo! Are we ready for a whole new year of Summit?
Yeah.
Do you know how many speakers we have this year?
How many?
86.
That's like,
Yeah. Can you believe it? We had 100 speakers sign up.
100.
Can you tell everybody thank you?
Thank you.
Yes, this is so exciting. We have some amazing panels that we're going to bring for you today. 20 live panels, DJ.
20.
And what else are we going to do today?
What are we going to do?
Well, we have panels on research, family, education, AI and innovation. And we have the Advocates panel. Yay! Which one are you most excited about?
All of them.
I know, me too. Mm-hmm. So thank you so much for introducing us today and helping us get this started. Do you want to sit in here with me for a little while we get started, or do you want to head off?
Let's head off.
Okay, want to say goodbye to everybody?
Bye-bye.
Bye. Well, hello and welcome to the 1 in 31 Connection Autism Summit 2026. I have a puppy. If I seem like I get a little fidgety around me, it's because I have a puppy. He's keeping me busy. It's so wonderful to be here. I'm so grateful for, like we said, the multitude of people that came to join us in this journey. I was just overwhelmed and grateful. I wore no makeup today because I know I'm going to cry a lot of it. So bear with me. But I am so honored to host and just put my commitment and dedication into these summits. And this one is being streamed for free across hopefully all of the social medias and well as the website. Unfortunately, when I'm on here, I don't really get a chance to go and check everywhere else. So hopefully everything is working, and maybe somebody leave a comment for me so that I can see that things are happening out there in the world. That'd be great. And of course, let us know where you're watching from. If you have any questions, please leave them in the comment section so that I can share them with our speakers throughout the day. Today is going to be 9 a.m. to 2:30, 2:15-ish of panels, live panels. There'll be a lunch break from 12 to 12:30. I am in Mountain Time, so if the times are confusing you, it's because I am here in Salt Lake City, Utah. And I've learned a lot of lessons from the past summits over the years that if I use other people's time zones, I can't keep track of anything. So here we are. We're so grateful to be here, to have everyone joining us. Every summit, I like to take just a moment at the beginning to hold a moment of silence for those in the community who are no longer with us. And so I've made a special video up because there is someone special for me that I'll be missing today. And I want to definitely honor him. Good morning, Lisa from Pennsylvania. So wonderful to have you here. Thank you so much for joining us. Oh, I promise that everyone will leave just filled and hopefully buzzing with connections. Oh, it looks like we have a little kitty friend joining us as well there. Oh, the joys of my life. So excited. I'm so glad that you're here, Karen. What a beautiful, perfect time for you to come too. I love you so much, and I'm just so excited that you could jump on at the last second when I gave you the notice. So let me just go ahead and play this video that I've made up, and I'll be back on here in just a couple seconds. Good morning, everyone. I know I've just said hello, but I wanted to start out by taking a moment. Every summit, I like to take a moment for a moment of silence to honor those of our friends in the autistic community who we have lost along this way. And at the very beginning of this journey for me, I had a friend who I really was excited to celebrate on my first event, the 1 in 44 tour. But unfortunately, he passed away way before his time. And every summit, I've just needed to hold a space for him. So his name is David Sharif, and he has this book called The Empowerment of My Condition, Poems by David Sharif. And so in the past, as I'm going to do today, I'm going to read one of his poems so that everyone can take just a moment to not only enjoy David and his incredible sharing his life with us. And I am going to read his poem called Strike. Bowling is a game allowing individuals to perform individually and as a team. As a boy, I practiced my arm swing out of the bowling alley with a small rubber ball and Lincoln logs for pins set up at the end of a hall in my grandparents' apartment. Growing up, I celebrated 5 of my birthdays at a bowling alley in LA. As my love for bowling grew before I reached 2 digits, I began taking lessons with a coach. I begged my parents to take me bowling every weekend. My father bought me 2 bowling balls by Storm and bowling shoes by Dexter. During my adolescence, after my first tournament, I became a member of the U.S. Bowling Congress, improving my game physically and mentally, averaging a score above 170. I continued to practice my skills every Saturday afternoon. Spare shooting, angling an approach, to the pocket, managing my knee bend, and controlling ball speed. Going to Pace University in New York City, I found a bowling alley off the F train and Avenue X in Brooklyn, where I continued to practice every Saturday, except during finals. By the time I make my living, I plan to bowl in many leagues and tournaments. The game builds me in the ability to be patient and trust my instincts. It keeps me in the moment. I love you, David, and I wanted everyone to remember that the most important place we can be is in the moment. In the moment where we can make connections. In the moment where we can support one another. And especially here today at the very amazing beginning of the 1 in 31 Connection Autism Summit 2026. Thank you all for joining me. Thank you for taking the time to listen and to be here with us. And I hope that you enjoy the rest of the summit. Thank you guys so much. I'm already crying. Oh, I should have stepped away or muted that or something. It's such an honor to be able to have friends, remember them, and bring them with us along our journeys. In just 5 minutes, I can't believe it, our first panelist will be here, and we will start the day. want to take a moment to thank our sponsors why before the speakers have come today. So the most amazing people in our community show up, and especially when they see that your message, it has value, has purpose. And I wanted to take a moment to thank Russell Coaching for Students, Dr. Noreen Russell, who will also be on a panel in the summit, has just absolutely come to bat, if you will, and really uh, became a gold sponsor for this year's event. Um, the Waldman Way, our silver sponsor, Carol Waldman, she's going to be coming on actually as a co-host with us as well, and so excited to invite her and share her experiences and stories with you. Just incredible people that you're going to be able to learn from today. Amma AI, who has a beautiful video in our sponsor reel that will be playing during lunchtime. So stick around so that you can see and understand more about what they do. ABC Pathways and Dr. Diane Hudson, who is a long friend of mine that we've been able to see each other in person. It's incredible when you connect on that level, from online to in person. Wow, it's just such an amazing feeling. Catherine Hughes with the Caffeinated Advocate. Just kind of beginning my connection with Catherine, I see how just spunky and fun, oh, she's full of energy, and just what a beautiful, kind soul. I never had the pleasure of meeting David Lee, but he made a sponsorship through one of our speakers, Martin Slingstad, who will be on the Advocates panel this afternoon, who is an amazing friend and this year's 1 in 31 Connection Autism Summit Ambassador Honorarium. So excited to have him as well. KNL Speaks. We're so blessed to have Larita and Dr. Kelvin Smith come and join us on panels as well throughout the summit. And thank you all so much for your kindness, for generosity, and supporting this incredible summit. Well, I want to say hello to everyone who is here. Shri, she will be here later this morning, I believe. I believe my mind is a little bit jumbled, so bear with me if I don't remember what time everyone is at. Oh, good morning. Good morning to my mom. Hello. I'm so glad that you're being able to watch. And Jillian, I'm so excited to have you on today as well. She'll be a panelist. It's going to be just amazing. Thank you. This is a great friend from Facebook. Thank you so much. And what an amazing support system. We're just waiting for one more panelist to show up. But since it's already 8:59, I'm going to just go ahead and bring you up on the stage, Ben, if you're ready. Give me a thumbs up and get you up there. Ah, hello, Mr. Ben.
Hello, it's really good to be here. Thank you so much for having me and for discussing this important topic.
Oh, it's so great to have you here. And always connecting with you is always just inspiring. It like fills my cup. I feel like after our conversations and when we have our meetups, I'm always left with just more hope. And like this is what our future, executives and other people are going to be. And so excited to have you here today, Ben. And we have our other panelist, Dr. Wendy Edwards. Hi, Wendy.
Hi. Good morning, Ben and Sarah. How are you?
So good. How are you doing?
I'm doing well.
Ready?
Yes. I
Good.
just feel sad that Victoria is not going to be able to join us. I hope she's feeling better.
Me too. Me too. Yep. For those of you who I haven't announced that yet, our third panelist for the morning came down with something. And more than anything, we want our friends and family and panelists to feel good and be okay. So we send all our love and light to her, and hopefully that she feels better to hopefully join us in viewing it today when she can, putting in the background or something. Wendy, it's so nice to have you here.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And I know that you and Ben and Victoria had, even gone as far as like talking about how you were going to do the panel. And I just think I couldn't believe that original email thread. I was so overwhelmed and impressed with the number of people who kind of did like a reply all and started sharing their stories. And right away, the whole point of the Connection Autism Summit has begun, and connections are being made. And we know, especially as adults in the autistic community, how important those connections are for our kids, for our family members, for our clients that we serve, and being able to offer them all of the resources that we can. Obviously, we want to do our best to do that. So I'm excited to kind of let you two, I'll join in as much as possible, but let you two kind of discuss what we're going to talk about today and go further in that. And then, of course, if anyone has any comments, from the audience, and you please put your questions or comments into the comment section, and I'll help navigate those. So I'm sorry, Christy, that your captions are being tricky. I always hope that the accessibility part is the best part, but we never can count on technologies. So isn't that the truth?
I know.
Well, let's get started. Oh my heavens. I don't even have the questions up next to me or anything. So I hope you guys are ready to lead this and get it going. But yeah, Ben, good morning.
Yes, good morning to you too. Thank you so much for having us on.
It's going to be
And thoughts
fantastic.
and prayers for Victoria as well.
Yeah, thank you. Well, let's begin our discussion. This is the research and policy. You guys have the name of the panel, right? Gosh, blanking. Exciting. Really in touch with, what's going on today. So it's going to be probably a big discussion, a lot to talk about. Where would you guys like to begin? Where are we starting this conversation?
We could begin by introducing ourselves if that's okay.
Please.
With you, Wendy.
I love that idea. As a host, I think I would have gone there, but not today.
It's good. It's Friday.
Exactly. Okay, we'll call it that. Friday. Wendy, please introduce yourself, and then we'll.
Okay.
Spend.
Yes, my name is Wendy Edwards. I'm a master's prepared nurse practitioner. I have 2 specialties under my belt. I'm a family nurse practitioner, and I'm also a psychiatric mental health nurse practitioner. I'm the owner of Aniron Functional Medicine and Integrated Psychiatry. And basically what I do, or at least my approach in my practice, is that when I try to help a patient, I do it holistically. Treat the whole person. Don't just treat the symptoms. Don't just treat the numbers, the lab reports, but treat the person in front of you. And I use functional medicine as pretty much the foundation for everything I do in my practice, whether it's something physical, whether it's something mental. And something that I like emphasizing to everybody that comes to my office is that in order to help the person to kind of advocate and help in healing the body, is that you need to see the person from different angles. And you cannot say, well, let me treat your blood pressure, but let's disregard your depression or your anxiety, or to say, well, let me treat you bipolar, but no, let's leave your hormones and your thyroid alone. And that's not really how it works in my practice. And that's what I do, is treat the whole person, whether it's physical or mental, and treat it as a whole. So basically, that's what I'm about. And I'm happy for this opportunity. Thank you, Sarah, for inviting me. I'm really excited about this. Since autism is something that is closely related in my family. My husband is in the spectrum. He's highly functional, but I also have a grandson that has autism, and he does have issues, and he's level 2. So we have our challenges, but I'm very passionate about this as well. So thank
Love
you.
that. Yeah, thank you so much. When I first started following, Wendy and I are here in the same city, and it's so exciting when I started seeing her posts and following her through a local business group that we belong to. I immediately just was drawn to it, and everything she did resonated with all of my beliefs and values as well. So I just had to have her be a part of this. I'm so excited that she accepted and decided to come with us on this journey. And this is a really amazing time, I think, in society, and an era where autism is more widely heard than ever before. Not maybe known or understood, but at least heard. And then we can really build from those foundations to really give the understanding and structure that we understand that the world needs. Ben, it is always an honor and a pleasure to have you in my company and to bring you here live with all these amazing people as well. Please introduce yourself and let us know, about your, journeys right now as well.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Ben Van Hook. I'm an autistic master's student studying special education at George Mason University with a focus on autism. I currently work at the Organization for Autism Research, which is located in Arlington, Virginia, the courthouse area, and it's an organization dedicated to supporting autistic individuals through funding applied research studies. We also offer grants and scholarships for autistic individuals, and we develop a lot of different resources for educators, employers, self-advocates, parents, and different stakeholders within the autism community. I also do a lot of research with different universities, such as UMass Boston, UMass Lowell. I also work with George Mason University, Rutgers, Cornell, and UCLA Riverside in creating more neuro-inclusive practices in education and the workplace, as well as self-perception of autism. So it's really good to be here. Thank you so much, Sarah, for hosting us.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to this conversation.
I know. I just, when I saw the, I don't even, multitude of people, but not only that, oh my gosh, my mind, I'm so overwhelmed and excited right now. The type of people, all of the people there, that signed up. Wow. Just incredible advocates, incredible, just people who want to share their same passions. And the fact that, just so many, I felt like it was like a marathon, like everybody came running all at once. And I was like, this is so exciting. But I really am also looking forward to hearing, what is going on with research. What are we looking at in your opinion, Ben, in your scope, I guess we should say? What kind of types of focus do you have there at the Institute?
Yeah, a lot of the work I've been doing is related to CBPR, or community-based participatory research, which is basically when researchers use the community they're studying as collaborators, as focus groups, as consultants, advisors on the study. And it's where community members are seen as experts just as the researchers are. So right now I'm actually leading 2 focus groups. One of them is in creating safe spaces for LGBTQIA plus autistic individuals, and the other is how can we make educational experiences better for autistic individuals. And I'm also working on ways we can create more inclusive research featuring more autistic people of color as team members and as participants in our research. So those are the focuses I'm going after. I've also been a part of the American Psychological Association for about 5 or 6 years now. I'm currently in leadership at Division 33, which is Autism and Intellectual Disabilities. And since I've been involved in APA, I've focused my efforts in creating more opportunities for autistic and intellectually disabled individuals to get involved with research and create different pathways for community members to actively engage with researchers, for them to collaborate on different projects. We have our special interest group in mental health and autism and intellectual disabilities. So I'm always trying to find ways we can involve different communities in the research we do, because I strongly believe nothing about us without us also extends to research. And without autistic involvement in studies about ourselves, there's going to be a lot of ableism in the types of manuscripts that are being written. There's going to be ableism in the coding. There's going to be ableism in the interpretation of data. And there's going to be ableism in the policies that eventually come out of the research that we are creating years down the line. So autistic involvement in the research about our community is really important. And that's where I dedicate most of my efforts.
Wow. Incredible amount of work for the community. And I'm sure that you've also gotten so much out of it. You know, I love that about the connections, and when we provide resources, oftentimes we gain so much from learning about those resources and helping others, and maybe even learning what others need. And then that gives you a better perspective of what to direct your focus on in the future. What do you think about, what are you seeing most in your practice, and what people are needing most, I guess, here in Utah, where you can see it from? Wendy, what do you think about that?
I think that one of the things that actually between me and we had a conversation between me, Victoria, and Ben, and is the access of even not just the services but the starting point. Do we have a concern that a person might have autism? Do they have the access to be screened? Do they have the access to be diagnosed? And also the disparities between culture and races, because a lot of the tools that we have now have been somehow not standardized, across different cultures and races. And we can see some cracks in there where people might not be diagnosed properly or screened properly, rather, because the research has been on a specific, mostly white population, mostly males as well. And here we are not taking into account what the culture can affect a person, and definitely does. So those are some of the things that we were discussing. And I think in Utah, here where we are, it is the same. And I think it will be around the country and in other places. I have been in several groups for autism or neurodivergence, not just here local, but also I think they are kind of international based. And they also mention, for example, in the UK, how they have to have more than a year waiting period to be assessed, and that you are only able to do these assessments with certain professionals, and you cannot deviate from that. Here in our state, for example, you can have a screening diagnosis by a developmental pediatrician or a regular pediatrician, a psychiatrist, other professionals like myself as well, if they have received appropriate training. So there is a little bit more, but there is an issue when it comes to being able to afford the services or having insurance, being able to pay for the services. My husband, when he was assessed, we have to pay out of pocket, and it was almost like $3,000, and he was an adult. For my grandson, we have to pay like it wasn't covered by insurance as well. So that's where we, at least we see a lot of people, is the access to get the diagnosis, not much of the treatment, but the access to get the diagnosis, and also how the tools and that are available, the research hasn't been robust to cover across cultures, different cultures, races, to kind of make it a more available tool, more accurate tool for everybody, not just for some populations.
That's tricky, isn't it? We have a couple comments that I think are just really great. Joanne, so glad to be here. Advocate for better health outcomes by focusing at the cellular level. And I think you could agree on that, Wendy, with your practice. And Ben, I should have just let you say this. Yeah, many autism studies are based on Western educated, industrialized, rich, and democratic countries and participants. And hopefully, us bringing this in a public setting on so many different forums, we're going to help move the needle a little, even if we help just maybe one person hears and says, okay, wait, maybe we need to start taking a different approach with this.
Yeah. And I like what Ben does. Okay, so Ben works in research. Here is the starting point for making changes, making changes to legislation, making changes and including people. And that's what Ben does. And that is important. And that's what we want people to understand, that the research is always changing, because people, communities, we always change, and we also adapt to the times. I love the fact that Ben mentioned even the LGBTQ community. Are we leaving them aside? Are these tools have been standardized for them as well? Probably not. But by doing this research, we are including everybody, and we're making a change. The fact that you bring the community and the researchers together, you closing the gap, is very important, because no change is going to happen unless we find where we have the flaws in the system, where we need to change. And that's what you do. So it's very unique, Ben. I actually more curious about some of those research that you mentioned about. I think they're very important.
Yeah, thank you. I think it's a very important thing we need to focus on, creating intersectionality within the research. But unfortunately, the government's made that really hard through the defunding of DEI initiatives and of research around diversity, equity, and inclusion. I was a part of a study at Cornell about a year ago that got terminated. It was funded by, I think, the National Institute of Health or some organization, and they just pulled funding because the government didn't want to fund DEI programs. They didn't want to really fund autism programs. Last year, I think $35 million in autism research was defunded, meaning we're not really receiving the necessary information we need to really support autistic individuals in education, in the workplace, and society. And I think right now the government is probably the biggest barrier for many universities studying autism, because a lot of grants aren't being handed out for autism research. So it's definitely a big challenge, and I definitely see a disconnect between autistic individuals and researchers and the government, because there's not much being done.
Wow. I would kind of wish we had like a policy maker or something, that an advocate on our side we had, we could talk to, Well, and I mean, we do. There are several people out there, so maybe we just need to make sure that we're getting them all of this information too.
Yeah, we definitely have ASAN, but I've also done a lot of individual outreach, and I know a lot of other autistic people in the community have too, especially with what's happening with RFK Jr. and some of the statements he's made. But I've also done a lot of individual outreach to my senator. I've met with their office a few times and tried to amend the language of some bills or tried to introduce new amendments to some existing bills. So that's kind of what I've been doing on my end policy-wise.
How I have our questions and everything pulled up now, and I really like this because I think that there's something to be said about tangibility and how can families use research without feeling overwhelmed by it, and what does that mean? How do families use research? What do you think?
Ben, you want to answer that one because you might get a different answer from me from the medical side.
No, you're all good. I think families can use research through reading different journal articles. A lot of journal articles also have a lay summary, a lay abstract. And at Division 33, I've been creating a lot of initiatives where families, parents, caregivers, different stakeholders, educators, researchers, etc., can meet as a collaborative, work on different projects together. So they're working alongside autistic and intellectually disabled individuals on some of these projects. And I feel one of the best ways to get to know autism and what it is through working with and through constant contact or communication with the autistic community and having these discussions that we have in our special interest group. We talk about mental health, we talk about suicidality, we also talk about educational employment related experiences. We discuss loneliness of being autistic and how to navigate friendships. So there's a lot that families can learn just by talking about autism in their day-to-day lives or connecting with different organizations or different disability-related initiatives like our SIG at Division 33.
Yeah. I want to kind of hone in on something you said because I think that it's a really wise thing that people don't really take into account. And that is one word that you said, and that's constant. And if they are not making a constant effort, if you're not meeting with the person, being with the individuals, if you think that only one time, of being in a room with autistics, you'll learn so much, like you have a lot more to learn still. And so please, I just wanted to, you said it very casually, but it stood out for me because that is so true. And somebody had mentioned in the comments about seeing that the Salt Lake City police were doing a better job with autistic adults and kids, and everyone needs more knowledge on autism. And that is so much the case. There's just so many realms that need constant training, right? And constant updating and educating. And so
may I add a comment also to your question?
Please.
In my practice, I see a lot of parents bringing their children that hesitate. Okay, so the question is, how should parents handle research? As I mentioned before, research is always evolving because we are evolving living things, and we adapt to the circumstances. Our culture doesn't necessarily change, but we do change, and the times and things that we do also change. So, for example, I have a lot of parents coming very hesitant to my practice. Why? They approach me because I don't want medications. I don't want to put my child on stimulants. I don't want to put my child on antidepressants or antipsychotics. We know that there is a lot of research behind research saying, yes, we see improvement in this population when they have taken this medication. And what I want parents to understand is this. read, immerse yourself on what research is and how it was done, because I have hesitancy from females, for example, about hormones, right? There was the women's initiative study that said, oh, it gives cancer. And from there, what spiraled from that is that, oh, we cannot give women, and a lot of providers were denying women, including myself, of hormone replacement. And that's one example. The other one will be about vaccines and autism, which is, I'm not going to even go into that because it can be a very heated topic. But that's what I'm talking about reading, about immersing and understanding how did they come up with the findings in the study, how it was done, what population, who was included, and what did they use to do this study. And also look at your own situation. That's the other part, because my practice is evidence based. I use and make recommendations based on what the research has shown. But I will never dismiss somebody who will say to me, well, Wendy, I'm feeling like this, and the guideline just said that you need to give me this medication only and nothing else. I treat the person. This is where there is a little bit of deviance from a lot of being completely research evidence based. Because if I just go by the guidelines, and the guidelines say, well, this study was done in this population, but here I have this person, this individual that did not fall in that study. Let's say this study was mostly on males or females or white, and here I have a African American female or male. Or okay, how does this apply to them? So I need to treat the person. And I feel like we need to also empower parents, empower the communities, empower patients, clients, and everybody, that you have a right, where we as providers, those ones that work at the medical side, we are to empower you to exercise that right, that I cannot impose on you a treatment. Rather, I can share with you. I can share the resources for you to learn, and that way you can make an informed decision. And that's how I make it for my patients, for their families. Read the studies, see how it applies to you, see how it applies to your circumstances, and become intuitive, where you recognize what you need and also realize I do have a say, because we take an oath that we will not do any harm, and also that we are to respect our patients and our clients' wishes. And here we are to serve. So that's how I would approach at least that answer, is immerse yourselves on the studies. And now with AI, there is more like benefits versus risk as well, where we have to be also mindful where we're getting our information as well. Just because TikTok will not be a reliable source, hearing it from other, but nonetheless, is reading from where it's coming from, but also understanding that reading it from TikTok will not be the same if I'm opening something like Open Evidence. That's one of the websites that I refer a lot of the patients use, Open Evidence, to kind of find current research and studies.
It can definitely be really difficult to sift out like good evidence, good research from like, what the government's saying, because some people trust the government when it comes to health, when it comes to the well-being of people. And they're not aware that sometimes the government lies or creates false narratives about a community. Sometimes they stigmatize a type of person, and that's kind of where we're at now, where we can't really trust the government and what they're saying on like autism related research, especially when it comes to Tylenol, when it comes to the effectiveness of vaccines, when it comes to diets. So sometimes sifting out fact from fiction can be really difficult in an era where we can't really trust our health officials. And policies that are being created are being thought of, such as potentially institutionalizing more disabled people or dismantling sections of the ADA because of a memo that was sent to the DOJ. Those can have long-lasting impacts on disabled people. So I think we also need to, question the source, question who's saying these things, question why they might be saying these things as well, because some people might have an ulterior motive that we're not thinking about or we might not be aware of. So I would, and I would also say look at a variety of studies instead of just one or two, and see if they're saying the same thing as what you're hearing or what you're finding out, or if they say something different. So that's what I would add.
And I love this from Julia. She said, I spent many years reading the resource papers and talking with the groups who wrote the papers to let them know how it pertains to our family. It takes time, and it's important to learn from many views. Brilliant. Because, and she'll also be on a panel, and so much to learn from Julia. It's incredible. And Stephanie says, all schools should have knowledge of autism. It's hard for public schools. Every year I have to advocate for my kids. Every year having 4 autistic kids is hard. Definitely. Schools, that's a whole big discussion, isn't it? And Christy had just mentioned about that, saying, constant is such a difference. Abby is asking, is it better to read research that has diversity or that is similar to your situation?
I would say both.
Yeah, I'd say both too.
Both. You have to do both. There might be some things that might not, according to your situation, your background, but nonetheless, it's something that was researched and studied on. So it will be important to do both. And this is, I love what Julia said. They have a say. This is what part of my role as a provider is: empower people. You have a say. In my office, this is a safe space to tell me, yes, I want that. No, I don't want that. Yes, I agree with that. No, I agree with that. There is a sense of trust that it builds up when people are allowed to voice out their concerns and also what they want or don't want, especially when it comes, to treatment and things like that. But that is not often preached on, I'm afraid. That's why I have these nervous parents coming to me. I don't want anything. And I always remind them, you have to say, here I'm just providing the tools. I just provide the resources, but this is your choice. But I want you to make an informed decision, not a decision based on fear, but based on knowledge. And you take into account what matters to you, to your child. What we want ultimately for a person is quality of life. What does this person need to have quality of life? Does it match my standards, or does it match what this person needs? Does this person need medication? Does this person need therapy? Can this person use supplements and things, which is something I use in my practice, or no? Is what does this person need to have quality of life? And that's where I tell my patients to kind of base those decisions. Take the research, take the knowledge, empower yourself. This is your decision, but what is it that this person needs? And don't make it out of fear, because fear is what keeps people not treated or not diagnosed. I'm fearful of finding out if I have it, but I'm miserable in the meantime. So that's what I always tell them. Don't make decisions out of fear. Just don't.
I think it's also important to read every study and realize that they are focusing on a sample of the entire population, and not everyone is going to fit that sample. You will have outliers. You will have people who are fundamentally different. Like you might have people in the BIPOC community who might have different experiences from those in the white community. You might have people in the LGBTQIA plus community that might have different experiences. So recognizing that we're not a monolith, we don't have the same experiences, we don't all react the same way to different triggers or to different, I don't know what you call them, treatments or different, so we all react differently. And I think it's also important to realize that as Wendy said, research is always growing. There's always more studies coming out. So it's important to keep an open mind. It's important to recognize that research isn't like one and done. Nothing's for certain. We're always learning more. So it's important to also keep an open mind that what you know or what you thought you know could be subject to change at any time.
And I'm gonna kind of bend on this question a little bit, but how should professionals be involving themselves in research? I know it said, what do they, understand about autistic people? I think we kind of discussing that, but what should they be doing? What can other professionals and businesses, how can they help in this research process? Like, what do we need to do?
Ben, you want to answer that one?
Yeah, I can answer that one. So one of the biggest things that I've noticed, and from what the studies I've been researching with UMass Boston have shown, is that there is a lot of erasure that happens of autistic people. Companies or people might reject accommodation requests, not believe that autistic people actually need X, Y, and Z. They might also not even talk about autism or discuss autism, and in a way, not talking about who we are and not getting our needs met is erasing us as a person. So one of the best things we can do is begin that conversation, start that ERG, start different special interest groups, talking about neurodiversity or disability as a whole, and being more open about it. I feel the more open people are, especially at the higher levels of an organization, about disability, the more widely accepted it becomes, and the more it becomes ingrained in the culture. I also believe utilizing universal design can be a really good way to support neurodivergent people in the workplace, providing accommodations in advance. I mean, not in advance, but from the outset, asking people what they might need. I think it's also important to realize that non-autistic people also use accommodations on a daily basis. Like non-autistic people drive cars. I mean, autistic people can too, but a lot of non-autistic people can. Non-autistic people also use elevators, use escalators. They also use air conditioning. They wear sunglasses. So I think it's important to recognize that everyone uses accommodations to some extent, and that we should begin to accept neurodivergent people asking for reasonable accommodations in the workplace, realizing that we all, regardless of neurotype, use accommodations on a daily basis. So I think we need to destigmatize asking for support. And I also think we need to provide pathways to leadership for autistic people as well, and create like clear opportunities for promotion and for them to succeed in the workplace. Help them by asking them like how they best communicate, what do they need to thrive in this environment. So I guess those are 2 or 3 ways organizations can begin supporting autistic people. When it comes to research, again, communication, working alongside autistic individuals, supporting autism-related organizations, engaging in focus groups, engaging in special interest groups when it comes to research such as that in the APA. So there are a few ways organizations can become more involved.
Yeah. I wanted to second what Ben just said. We need to start conversations. We need to give the opportunity to people to express themselves. The other thing that brings change is association. When you find somebody else that is going through the same situation as you, very likely you're gonna be heard. One voice alone might not do it, but put 5, 10 people, 20 people together saying the same thing, somebody's gonna hear them, and that can bring change. It's very disheartening. So from the medical side where I work, it's very disheartening, and I'm involved in a lot of groups and social media, and it's very disheartening to hear them say, for example, not just related to autism, but ADHD, which sadly is also even a comorbidity for those that have autism. Very likely they can have ADHD, and the thing is, they say, "Oh, I was told I was seeking a stimulant. Oh, I was told at work that I'm making this up so that way they can give me accommodations," which is what Ben was explaining. And it's sad to hear. Are we really denying people a say of, this is how I'm feeling? This, I'm not making this up. And something that even in my practice, in order to solidify this diagnosis so that way nobody has to question you. Wait, did you come up on your own that you think you have ADHD because you cannot sit still and stuff like that? There is this huge prejudice and stigmatism. It's horrible. And here that they've been deprived of what Ben said. We make accommodations for people that don't have autism as well. We ask for accommodations. You have a handicap parking. It's not just if you're in a wheelchair, that's what the sign says, but my mother-in-law has one because she only has one lung. She cannot walk very far away, but she has been criticized nonetheless because she still walks. She uses a cane, but she's not in a wheelchair because the sign is showing a wheelchair. You see? So we are very narrow minded, but starting that conversation and advocating. Sarah, this is how you started this thing. You advocated, you say something, and the more people say something, the more likelihood somebody's gonna hear and make a change.
Yeah.
And in the workplace and in whatever situation it might be, I preach on this to everybody that comes to my office. You do have a say. It is your power. This is not something that is going to be taken away from you. Say something. In my practice, it is a safe space. You are welcome to say it. And if you go somewhere else, because I have patients that will say that, well, I didn't know. I don't know if I was supposed to say something. Yes, you are supposed to say something. You advocate for yourself. And I think we need to apply that attitude in the workplace, like just Ben explained. We make accommodations for who needs it. This is the more awareness we bring, and now autism is not something that I did not know about it. Yes, I did not know about it. It's something that life just threw in there, and I'm like, okay, I'm learning about it. But we need to express ourselves a little bit more. We need to be more open and saying it out loud for people to hear us and to advocate. So bravo, Sarah, you did that. And this is why we're here. Imagine that.
I love it. I love it.
This also gets to Stephanie's comment earlier before about all schools should have knowledge of autism. And I think it's the same for employment, where all organizations should have training in disability, neurodiversity, autism, or anything related, so they know how to work with neurodivergent employees or employees who think differently from them, and how to create a sensitive space, how to create a safe space for everyone of all neurotypes. I also want to point out that a lot of autistic people are afraid of disclosure. They're afraid of the stigma, the stereotyping. They're afraid of the infantilization. They're afraid of judgments and assumptions over their competency or capabilities. They're afraid of being seen as inferior, being seen as not being able to do certain tasks without this resource. So I think a lot of organizations should realize that it's not easy to disclose, and very seldomly do autistic people willingly disclose or go through HR. And when we do disclose, we've oftentimes exhausted all other options for completing a task. So it can be very scary. It can be, I mean, you're literally telling a complete stranger your deepest, most personal secrets and parts of your life. That can be really scary. So before employers assume that we're just making I think they should begin to realize that, it's not easy disclosing. There's many challenges that come with disclosing. And we might not even get the accommodation after disclosure. So we share all of this personal information for nothing. So I just wanted to bring those up.
Absolutely. And I wanted to read Kaylee's message. Good morning. She said, I'm glad to be here. I'm very new to attending webinars and advocacy. I'm a self-advocate and just finished a volunteer project with an autism organization, and it was suggested that I join. And we're so glad to have you here, Kaylee. The more, and thank you. I wanted to bring this up because it was exactly what you were talking about, Ben. She's literally disclosing and telling us she's a self-advocate, and we're just so proud and glad to have you here, because all of us together, we can create such a bigger change. Thank you. They are wonderful panelists, aren't they? I can't believe. I'm just so excited. The amazing group of people that I get to hang out with all day. It's like, I've just kind of joked in the last couple podcasts I have that I feel like a little bit selfish. Like I'm throwing parties and inviting my friends, and everybody just gets to watch. So, but before we finish up in the next 10 to 12 minutes, what gives you hope about the future of autism research? Ben, you want to go on that one?
Yeah, I can respond. What gives me hope is that more and more universities, more and more research teams are using and implementing CBPR in their studies. There's been a lot of teams from Rutgers and from George Mason University that I've been a part of that have utilized autistic people, whether it's in focus groups or whether it's as advisors, and sometimes even on the research team itself. Another thing that gives me hope is that my background isn't really even in research. It's in public policy, but I reached out to Division 33 one day. This was during my college years in 2021, and asked, hey, how can I get involved in research? Can I get involved with some of your activities or initiatives? And despite me only being having a bachelor's at the time and not having any background in research, they invited me to help out as a student representative at the division. And throughout that period, I met more and more researchers. I engaged in more projects. I was part of the leadership team on the executive council, and eventually made my way up to the membership committee and the DEI committee. But I think those opportunities for people who don't have backgrounds in research are really important and are a really positive step forwards. And I think what we need to do now is promote these opportunities, share with the autistic community that there are ways they can get involved in research without even having an advanced degree. So I think the more people are aware of these opportunities, the more accurate and the more better studies that we can accomplish and we can create together. So I think the involvement of the autistic community is one huge positive step in the right direction.
I love that. And thank you. Thank you for your comment, Ben. This is my heart's passion, is that everybody always feels like I am a safe place for them to be. So I'm glad that I can provide that in such a global environment.
Yes. And on my end, just to kind of answer your question, for me, is the awareness. If there are studies done, it's because there is awareness, because somebody heard, because somebody listened, and because somebody decided to take action. Awareness, that's how it starts. Any movement, any change, it starts with that awareness, with that say, with the voice. So where research is going is where people takes it. So join communities, join groups, talk to your neighbors, tell your your spaces, whether with friendships or anywhere. If your child is behaving this way, tell them, I'm sorry, perhaps my son is a little bit moving a little bit too much, but guess what, might have ADHD. He has autism. I love him. I love her. You know, do you have any questions? Would you like us to share what it feels like, or what it's like to have this person with us, and how we deeply love this person? Do you know about autism? Can I share with you, what I have learned in my experience? Is that awareness is amazing. I saw those posts from the police here in Utah implementing toys and things like that for autistic kids. And I'm like, well, how did they come up with that? Did it take a research, or did it take that somebody listened, that somebody cared? And that's where I'm optimistic, because back in the day when we didn't know much about it, when there was a taboo where we're not allowed to say, disclose, or speak up, now we are. So join groups, advocate for yourself, advocate for others, educate, because many of us do not understand what it's like. So tell me what it's like to be in your shoes, show me, and I'll understand you, and I'll behave better. I'll help you, and you're not going to feel isolated, alienated, because I didn't know that. So talk, speak up. That's for me what the future has on hold, what we are willing to talk about now, and what we are willing to talk in the future as well.
Yeah. And I love that you said that, because that's been a resonating value, if you will, for me throughout this whole thing. Is that I remember in the very beginning, I'm going to read Christy's comment really quickly. She said, I'd like to see more resources for adults with autism. Autism doesn't end at 18, as we know, and none of us are 18 on this panel. So, but I wanted to say that since the beginning, there's always been this resonating. Now I'm going to lose my train of thought. Oh my gosh.
It's Friday.
Right? It's Friday. We're calling it a Friday thing. That's okay. It'll come back to me. I thought I would do something. Julia, are you okay if I bring you up really fast? Because I kind of want to just have you answer how you talk to people. I'm bringing you up. Julia's in the backstage because she's on the next panel, and she's the one who commented on also, reading so much research, but not only that, taking it one step further and talking to them about their experience. Tell us a little bit about that.
So I had many opportunities over the years. I've been in the disability community for more than 30 years. Our son would be 35 at this point, and he had an educational diagnosis of autism when he was in young elementary age. And I had opportunities to speak with the researchers and look very detailed into the research about autism and brain health and so much more, and say, I've looked at your research. Tell me about this piece of it. This is how it's affected us in our world. And sitting with them and going over it during conferences and panel discussions. And they were very open, incredibly open to saying, tell me more about your day-to-day world, because they're looking at snippets of information, beginning, middle, and a little bit of the end, And so having that opportunity to read details and then talking with the researchers and those who wrote it, those reports, was not only enlightening for me, but it brought me to another level of I need to go deeper into this, along with the comprehensive life we were living, this complex, ever-changing world. That's what it looked like for us in our home.
Thank you. I just thought, what a perfect, person to bring up, since that was, something you had commented on it, and I love that. Larita says, what research question is the most important for improving the lives of autistic individuals right now? And I don't know if she got the questions that we're going to ask, but I think that was the last question. So thank you, Miss Larita, for being the hostess with the mostest on the question. Julia, you want to stay here? You okay with that? You want me to
Sure.
The back?
Yeah, you bet.
I didn't want to just leave you in the wind. What do you guys say is the most important for improving the lives of autistic individuals right now?
There are
Resources.
so many
For
different
me, in my case, would be resources. What do they need? What do parents need? What do the individuals need? What do the families need? What does the society need in order for you to have quality of life and be happy? What do you need? So I guess that will be very broad, but that will be me.
I love that.
Yeah, there are so many things we need. Like, it's hard to answer that with just like one. This is an overarching need, because we need better access to diagnoses. We also need more affordable ways to get diagnosed. We need better teacher training when it comes to autism and different disabilities, better employment training. We also need to create more accommodating cities, especially in places that don't really have an extensive network of train systems or bus systems. So it can be really difficult to answer that question with like one pressing need.
That is true. It is pretty complex, and
Mhm.
there are so many areas that it needs to be looked at. So I do agree. And Karen says, thank you for this panel. It's been enlightening. I do agree, and I'm really glad that we got to forge through these questions and this topic for today. And it came back to me. Woohoo! Friday thoughts came back. You were talking about a voice, and that is what has resonated throughout this whole thing. Is I remember day one of telling my husband, I need a louder voice. How can I do this? How do I get big? How do I make myself into this voice that people will listen to? And that was years ago. And here we are today on this amazing stage together. And this is the 8th Autism Summit that I've held. And I couldn't be more proud and honored, and just
pat in the back.
Yes, thank you. And it's just been so, I can't believe how many connections that I've made along the way. And that is the theme of overall of this summit, is connection. The connections we make with each other, the connections we make with our children, our clients that we serve, our community that we're in. Just thank you all for coming to this first panel of the day. Any closing thoughts, Ben and Wendy, that you'd like to give our viewers and listeners to take with them?
I just said something in the chat.
Go ahead, please. Sorry. Go ahead.
I'm going to call on you guys.
I just said something in the chat that I was really similar to you, where I was just a 21-year-old grad student about 4 or 5 years ago, and I asked myself, like, who will listen to me? What expertise do I have? What credentials do I have? And I realized, even though I didn't have those at the time, I still had my voice, I still had my story, I still had my thoughts and perspective. And I began sharing that on LinkedIn, I began sharing that on TikTok, I began sharing that on Instagram, and more people wanted to connect with me, more and more people resonated, and I've created a lot of good, long-lasting friendships through being more open about my autism and other disabilities as well, like ADHD and bipolar. So I think voice is a really good way to end this panel on, that we all have our voice, we all have our story, and we all have power in having that.
I love that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Ben. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. There is hope. You're not alone. That's what I want people to know. There is hope, and things are changing. We have a voice, and you're not alone. If you talk, you'll find out that you're not the only one going through it. And there is power with more of us talking and speaking about it. So,
Yeah,
mhm.
absolutely. Thank you guys so much for joining us for this amazing panel this morning. We missed you, Victoria. We're so sorry that you couldn't be with us, but we, had you in our thoughts and made comments for you. So hopefully she'll be able to watch this back and enjoy anyways. Thank you two so much for being here this morning and honoring us with your time and your amazing expertise and experiences. I know that Ben will be staying in touch, and I want to see more of that brilliant writing and thing that you're doing that I love so much. So I hope you keep sharing it with the world. And Wendy, I'm so lucky that we're in the same place, because we've been doing these amazing autism provider meetups here in Utah that I just had this great idea to put together. And now we've had 2 meetups here with autism providers that have just came together, collaborated, got to know one another, shared each other's referrals and everything. And I just, what a pleasure and what an incredible kind of gift for our community to have all of these providers collaborate and join together to provide more opportunities for the clients they serve. So we're so happy to have you guys. So I hope you go on and join in the comments still throughout the day and watch our other panels. And yeah, we'll definitely be chatting with you guys later and staying in touch. Thank you, Ben and Wendy.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
What an amazing panel, and just incredible folks. I'll tell you, I'm so honored, and thank you for coming in. And that was perfect timing for you. Now you get a chance to introduce yourself here in a second. And we have our other beautiful panelists joining us too. Is it Sherry or Cherie or Cherry? Like, I realized, I'm like, I didn't ask her. I'm just shooting her name out.
No. Everybody calls it something different. That's how I know who's calling me. So it's Cherie.
Okay, Cherie, perfect. It's so great to have you guys here today. This is a really special and important topic. This is our spellers and communication panel that we have, and we had another individual on the panel. However, I have never heard back from the person, so I don't think they're going to be joining us. I think it's just going to be us 3. Just like our last panel, we had one of the individuals who got sick this morning and she couldn't join us. So that's okay. We'll roll with the punches. Like, the reason we put all of this together is because we have experience in all of these areas. So this is great. Why don't we start with introduction? And, there's a tiny bit of echo, Cherie, so I'm going to just mute you while Julia is introducing herself, and then we'll just switch you back if that's okay.
Okay.
Julia, please introduce yourself. I mean, everybody got to see you join into that other panel without an introduction. So let us know more about you, and then we'll start this amazing discussion.
Yeah, that was lovely. My name is Julia Pierce. I live here in the Mountain West in Utah. I have been in the disability world for about more than 30 years. Let's keep it at that. We had a son with multiple disabilities, including an autism diagnosis that came through the educational system for a variety of reasons. He survived a comprehensive illness when he was just before his 2nd birthday that included him losing all of his skills when he was just before 2 years old. So that left him with epilepsy and intractable epilepsy and encephalopathy. And then he included that was a lifetime of disability. So he had some blood disorders and some osteoporosis and depression and anxiety and wasting and that kind of stuff. But he lived this really cool life that included needing to have communication supports, and that's why we're here. I get to talk about him today. I also work in the world of disability and have for, I don't know, a gazillion years. That's why I get to speak about that. But today I'm going to be Dallyn's mom, that's our son's name, and speak about his experience with communication. That's me.
Oh, I love that. Thank you. And somebody put in the comment, I'm not hearing anything, so I really hope that I didn't just mute the I mean, I didn't mute myself. I'm not quite sure. I'm so sorry, Jody. I hope that that it replayed. If we might have to go back and listen and see if we might have to, we'll just or the
hopefully
throw it on.
Yeah, my mic shows that I'm on, so
yeah. No, I don't know. That's interesting. Cherie, tell us about yourself and what brings you here with us today. I'm excited to meet you and get to know you more.
Hi, I'm Cherie Sanderson. A year ago, I actually got diagnosed with autism level 1 and ADHD. So that's been fun year now of realizing some things that are like, okay, well, that makes sense. I'm married to my husband for over 20 years now, and we have 2 kids that are level 3, both severely and profound autistic, with also IDD, which is intellectual developmental disability. For anybody that doesn't know the acronyms, I know a lot of us do. There's a lot of acronyms in autism. So yeah, I joined because I saw through one of the organizations that I've started with that we actually went to Washington a couple weeks ago with the National NCSA, and I'm also a part of the Faith Inclusion Network to have all the kids kind of communicate together and be able to go to church on their own. So, but I'm also studying for communications at SNHU right now for my bachelor's. So, but I'm a mom of 2 severely autistic kiddos with communication needs. So that's why I'm here.
Thank you so much. And it takes so much for our families when we have to use different styles of communication, especially when we are going kind of into a situation as parents and we really don't know what we're going into. There isn't a lot of, at least for me and probably for you too, Julia, the early 2000s and late 90s, there just wasn't a lot of information. There weren't resources. I felt like so much of the time of DJ's 0 to 5-ish non-speaking was me creating my own resources, creating my own, PEC systems and label systems and all of these things to try to help understand. And then, but there's just so many pieces. There's so many pieces of communication. So I think that that's a really good place for us to start. I'm trying to bring up my notes, so bear with me, please. As I wish I would have been. Tomorrow I'm going to have everything printed out. Today I'm learning my faults from, or tomorrow I'll be better than today. Isn't that what they say? You guys know how you're starting this conversation. So Julia, you start out and then I will catch back up when I find the email.
So I think part of it for us in our house is because Dallyn had survived an illness. He was this typical little human when he was born, and then he survived what the doctors called a catastrophic illness, and it took all of his development. So we came into the disability world in a really massive way. And so when we came into this space, he lost all of his development and he needed a way to communicate again. He wanted to be able to tell us things. And so as we were looking at what we wish people knew about communication, for him, it was that communication grows, and for him, it grows with him. And it was a process about learning about language and how to operate a system. But his system was what he knew before. And so we were learning how to grow with him and learning the language and how to operate with sign language in the beginning. And then when he was 4, we learned how to get in touch through his educational team and assistive technology team. And they started learning with him how to use a device. And the device was to say, hey, come and look at this, because he wanted to connect with people. He was this voracious little dude. And we say dude because that's who he was. And it was looking for connection and space. So the communication grew with him, but he needed to learn how to use the device and when to use it and what happened when somebody didn't know what to do with him. So what we call that is a breakdown. But for him, it was, how do I still make myself known? When the person next to me doesn't know how to do it with me, he knew he needed to learn to go to the next person. It wasn't, how do we wait until he got frustrated? It was how to do it when the person doesn't know how to do it, and get the next device and go to the one that had more language for him. And so it was all of this. So for him, it was learning the gestures when his illness first started, and then adding sign language, and then adding the devices that he preferred. And we tried a bunch of them and kept going for his lifetime. And so that's what it was to support his communication. We followed him and went as fast as possible because he was just voracious and learned everything as quickly as possible because of the nature of who our child was. And it wasn't easy, and his life was not like puppy dogs and rainbows. It was complex. And that educational autism piece was one tiny piece as things became more complex in his life. That's what it looked like for us as we were learning and hoping that more people supported his communication. And they did. We found an extraordinary team, and he just pulled them in like, oh, you're coming to me because I'm the magnet and you're the other side, and I'm going to pull you to me. And that's what it looked like for him. We worked hard to learn about it all as well.
Yeah, thank you so much for sharing that with us. And what an honor to learn from somebody who just doesn't exist on the same plane of existence as some of us do. And I think that there's sometimes like a complexity that we don't even understand, even though we're, in the room with them and in the space with them. There's still this level of complexity that is just such a difficult space to fill and to build that connection. What about you, Cherie? What is that like for you? That what do you wish more people understood about supported communication?
That even though, like, my children, especially my daughter Evelyn, who is almost completely nonverbal, with uses gestures or what they call the gestalt language, which is where kiddos will watch a show or like on their iPad, and it'll be like 42 wallaby way, Sydney, and she'll be upset. That's her actually saying she's upset. So it's like learning and figuring out, like, oh, like you can't say upset, but you can repeat 42 wallaby waves. So, but that's her way of interpreting I'm upset. So it's for others to kind of understand, like, this is how she communicates. Like, it's going to be different, and that's okay. Sometimes, autism's kind of that broad spectrum where it's like not every child, like me, where I'm verbally communicating, whereas my children a lot of times will use sign, or my son will use echolalia, and that's where anything that you had said will get repeated. A lot of times, sometimes we'll be funny and being like, oh, like, what's like chicken butt, and he'll just repeat it. And it's just like, no, Sam, like, we want you to use your own language. And it's just like, okay, well, and just keep going and keep continuing. That it's like, just because it's not like what were her saying, like, oh, I don't feel good, or I'm sad, or I'm upset, and using that just adult language, it's still a language. And I'm hoping that as communication develops further into the future, that people are understanding, like, oh, this is what she means, and that it's just not such a big stigma of like, well, she didn't exactly say it this way, so that answer's wrong. Where it's like, no, it's kind of no wrong answers. You got the point across. Like, we've moved on from the tapping. I know a lot of autistic families will know, where the pointing, or it's, or they'll take your hand and it's guided of like, this is what I want. Like, I really want this goldfish, but I can't use my words yet. And it's like, okay, when that slowly builds up and gives confidence, like, I understand you guys were creating your own pack system. When we did that as well, we cut up the little goldfish packets, and we put them in a little photo album book. And then when it was snack time, our kids would sit down and be able to point to exactly what they wanted. So, and that left a lot of the frustration away, because they were able to communicate, even though it was pictures. But it's still a communication.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And no, I remember so many of those times of both of my children. And I remember always, kind of joking with my mom or husband about being the puzzle master, because I figured out what that phrase meant, and it took months sometimes of hearing, or in DJ's sense, he started reading at 1 and writing at 2. So he was writing and communicating with writing before he was ever speaking.
Yep.
But he was also, some of the phrasing that he used, the just all as well, and a lot of echolalia. But I remember when he first heard the word canal, because we live right on a canal, and he kept saying to us, canoe, and he would write KINNOW. And we were like, what's canoe? What does that mean? Like, I don't understand. It just was like, and then finally it just clicked one day, canal. And I was like, canal. And he said, canoe. And I was like, okay. And so, yeah, there's so much that people that don't live in this life every single day don't understand about the difficulty in helping navigate your child's needs in those times.
If I can add something to that. So Dallin was non-speaking because of what was happening with his medical body. And we found that he had an ongoing set of seizures in his expressive language part of his brain. And yet he was a Gestalt learner and a Gestalt processor. And he would use movies the same way as you're describing with your children. And he would go back and back. So the first movie he ever found meaning with was The Lion King. And he would watch that movie probably hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of times, and he would act it out. So he wasn't saying the words, but he was acting out the movie. And we would find him throughout his day acting out the movie with the actions. So he was a non-speaking, acting out the movie Gestalt processing child who was using AAC. And so this world that we're now 30 years past that point of trying to figure out what is this. Gestalt is only a chunk of language, right? We give it this fancy pants word. And so what is it that we're hoping people understand more about these barriers? We have to go beyond these words and saying our child is only this, because a Gestalt is a natural form of how a child learns language. It's how every child learns. And sometimes a child stays there a little bit longer. We quote movie lines in our house. Those are Gestalts. They are chunks of language that have a meaning to us because it's tied to emotion. It's tied to something. It's the same that our son was doing with Lion King, because that was the first movie. By the way, he was brand new when he was first watching it. That's how old he would be now. And we're old too, because we pull up movies that are from the 1950s, but they were meaningful to us. It's all the same. It's language that is meaningful to us, that gives us a point in time. Yeah. Our son did it. Your children are doing it. It's all how we find meaning and connection in space and time. We do it with a device. We do it with gestures. We do it with everything that is available to us. And that is powerful and connection. And it is how we can look at one another and say, oh, I see you.
Yeah.
I see you being voracious and tenacious and joyful. Or, man, that sounds so much more. And that's how it goes, with or without expressive language. And we can give it to them.
Absolutely. Oh, that's really powerful. There's just so much in a person's life that comes down to that connection and how we can make that with somebody, and valuing their form of processing, their form of being just in that moment. It is just so, it's such a special gift that we can not only give them but ourselves, and make that connection with them. How do you feel about access? How does access to communication change a person's life? What an interesting question. Cherie, what do you think about that?
Sorry, my kiddo just came in. That's why I muted
No,
myself.
kiddos, life is always
I
lifing.
was like, "Excuse
My
me."
dog just did something over here, so I'm gonna actually go and get this and take it out so I don't. Yeah.
Okay, so what was the question? I'm sorry.
So how does access to communication change a person's life?
Oh, the frustration completely starts to go away. That was the biggest thing of just learning and figuring out that uh my daughter like that she would speak in movies, so it was just like, "Oh, this is you're hungry. Okay." Like this is like okay, it was just all of a sudden just the complete frustration and the meltdowns just slowly went away, and it was just like, I've been trying to tell you guys like the whole time, but it was just like we just didn't understand the communication methods until one day I just sat down and was like, okay, well, in this movie they're eating, and she's showing me on her tablet like they're eating, and it's like, oh, you're hungry, like I mean, of all the things that we go through in the constant daily day basis, it was just like, wow, okay, well, this will eliminate huge frustrations to where it was like, okay, well, you can point to exactly what icon of what you're actually hungry for. And then now they're eating vegetables because she's just like, yeah, we'll try something new. And it's like not a big deal anymore. So actually having access to a communication that is understood has been a huge game changer in our lives. So I'm really excited about that. And then when we got the Pro Local to go, and they were starting to use that, and now we have just the PEX board that we keep in the back pocket of like if she's getting too loud while stimming because one of her stims is screaming. So that's fun sometimes when we're in public. But we have a little diagram that's like too loud or just way too much, and then she'll just like, oh yes, quiet. So those simple reminders of, and then she can hand me the PEX board herself as well. So I'm really excited that that's a form of communication that she can use, and it's helpful. So how about you, Julia?
Yeah. So when our son was learning about what he could tell us again, he had so much to say. His world was grand, and he wanted to tell us he was excited for grandparents to come over for his birthday. He also wanted to let us know that it was time to read the Sunday paper and look for his favorite things in the ads, and then tell us it was time to go shopping for those favorite things in the Sunday paper. And then he would schedule on his calendar, okay, this is when I want to go shopping. And it was, of course, 7 times a month, which was great. And we would say, okay, we see that you want to go shopping. This is when we can do that. So the power of being able to say, this is what I want to talk about. Here's where I want to go. This is who I want to do it with. Here's who I don't want to do it with. And have all this powerful conversation with. It was also being able to tell the doctors when he's not feeling well. He had a really complex medical world, and being able to say, I don't like that doctor, and we would find a new doctor. We didn't know why he didn't jive with some doctors, and it's okay. But he was able to tell us some of those things. And sometimes it was after a doctor appointment, and he'd be like, yeah, I'm finished with them, and would sign it. And it was wonderful that he could advocate for himself, and he was this self-determined, wonderful creature. And then we taught him how to do that, and then he became a self-determined advocate And we were like, man, why did we give him that? Oh, that's right. Everyone has the right to be self-determined and an advocate. And so those were the things where we also included ways for him to have joy and tell jokes, because he was a joyful jokester. And all of that brought us to giving him access to the communication that was important to him. And also the stuff that was important for him, being able to keep himself as healthy as possible.
Absolutely. Wow. Those are amazing too. And it's incredible when we see that access, when we see somebody gain access to something, especially when you see your own child has been struggling and then they like have a key that they can finally use to open something, you know, they've been long wanting and needing. And I think that there's a bit of also for me in my experience and parenting a wonderful DJ is the seeing the different kind of maturity levels that you when you're in, you know, the younger ages, sometimes it can feel like, oh, this is what it's going to be like all the time, like forever. And then you start getting a little bit older and puberty and these things start happening. And you see these things of maturity that start happening that you really didn't take into account could be happening in the case. And I remember watching Autism Live just a couple weeks ago. And they were talking about presumed competence and also the skill of, I can't remember what it's called, of course, now, but basically hearing that somebody else is needing something and being empathetic about that. And it was so incredible. I heard, I thought, gosh, does DJ have that skill? Does he think of others and what's, you know, what's happening for them? Is that something that his brain accesses? And in that same kind of 2 days, came in my room and I tripped or coughed or did something, and I heard him say, "Mom, are you okay?" And I went, "Oh, yes, that's it. That was that piece I was questioning about. Like, did he have this piece, this empathy, this like how do we teach sometimes, you know, semi-verbal or you know, communicate? How do we teach that skill or those pieces?" It's so difficult sometimes. Values and things like that are hard to teach and to know like how to bring those things to the table as a parent some days. Yeah, but it was incredible. What do you I just went off my screen, dang it, to oh, and that's great. It's kind of I just mentioned this. What does presumed competence look like in practice? And let's just talk about presumed competence in general. Like, Julia, give us your like definition of presumed competence. It doesn't have to be Google's definition.
Yeah, I'm actually fascinated with this. We started talking about this many years ago. In our world, I knew that when Dallin was born, he could do anything. I knew it because he was born and he exists and he's a human and he can. And when he came through his illness that nobody knew he was going to survive, and then he did, I knew that he could do it again because I knew it. He told us when he survived his illness that he could do it again. And so we believed it. And this wording of presumed competence, there's also a secondary thought with it, presumed potential. That we presume that children have the ability to think, learn, and understand. And it's this rolling off the tongue. We presume that they can. And then we go into this, there's no prerequisites. We don't have to have them go through any trials to prove that they can learn. And we have to prove this when children have a disability. We have to say, a child with a disability, we're going to presume that they're competent to learn. And it makes me go into this. Why are we having children with disabilities prove to us that they are competent. They're here, they're alive, they're wonderful. And I go into this Dallin's mom mode of course they can. Of course they can. I knew it when he was born. I knew it when he survived an illness. I know it now for every kid that is around me. I see it in every 1 month old, 20-month old, 20-year-old that is around me. And so when I hear this, I just smile, and people are like, why are you so smiley with this? And I guess because they can. Of course they can, because every person doesn't have to prove to us that they have a right to think, learn, and understand, because we know they can. Of course we know they can. Why are we having them go through this gobbledygook? That's an official term of the world, gobbledygook. I knew it. Dallin knew it. He did it. Yeah. Was it his essence? Was it his tenacity? Was it his drive? Was it his personality? Or was it because every one of the people around him said, of course you can. Of course you can communicate with 7 different devices that you chose where to go and put in the house. Of course you can learn how to walk again. Of course you can choose when to use the wheelchair later in life. Of course you choose, because you are the one. We presume that. Of course, no, we know it. And so this term, presumed competence, can you tell that I'm sitting on the front of my chair and I am totally 100% biased as Dallin's mom? 1000%. But I'm also the auntie to every human that I meet. I am also 1000% behind this. Of course, we are going to give every person literacy and vocabulary that is just abounding in joy and ridiculousness and going for it. Of course we're going to, because we would do it for every child who is born. We're going to give them access to the alphabet and literacy and go for it, because that's what we do for every child. Yeah. We did it for Dallin. We're doing it for everyone. And now I will. No, I know. I will always have this passion because I believe it.
Yeah.
Thanks for letting me do that. I know Sarah's like, oh, I'm having her on the panel.
No, like you're one of my favorite. Let me tell you this. Julia has been someone I've looked up to for so many years. I'm sorry. Now you're going to make me cry. Just, I love your family. I love that, being around Julia and Julia's family, you always feel a part of it. They don't make you feel like you don't belong. And I'm an only child. And there was a lot of times where I wished that I had that big, loving, connected family, but they always made me feel that way. Always. They always made DJ feel that way. They always made Anna feel that way. They never let anyone in our family feel left out. And we always had a place at their table, and just love you guys all so much for that. So no, please bring all of your soapboxes and please, share with us all, because that's where it all began. It all literally began with our connections. And that's what this is all about today. 100%. Thanks, Cherie, for letting us have that little
No, it was beautiful. I'm just like, keep going. I'm like, really,
it's amazing,
like,
right?
I love this.
I know it these summits turn out to be such an incredible place where we learn how we all be together. How are we all doing? What can we do to help one another, to support one another? I'm going to bring up this comment. She said, what's a good starting point in supporting and gaining access to communication? Pediatrician, speech language pathologist, or at home? Cherie, what do you think about that?
The first thing always is to get that referral, because the speech waiting list here is like months to almost like 6 months to a year sometimes to get in with a speech pathologist. So always go get that referral. Like we went, I don't know how many different pediatricians for our son, where they were like, no, he's not. There's no autism, and I'm like, no, I'm seeing a regression in speech and things. I'm like, I really think something's going on. And finally, we went to a third pediatrician because we just kept switching. It was like, well, I'll find someone who takes me seriously, and he was like, you know what? Like, let's just, it can't hurt to just try and do an actual speech evaluation. And I was like, thank you. Finally, someone who's listening. Like,
Yeah.
let's do the evaluation. And then we did the evaluation, we got the referral, and then obviously we've done speech therapy for a really long time now. He's going on, he just turned 17. So it's been quite a few years since he was 2. But yeah, getting that referral and getting on the wait list. But at home, we have labels on everything. Everything has a label on it. So, and especially even the stop sign at the door, because our youngest
Yeah.
was a little would like to go on an adventure sometimes. So we have a million locks, but I'm sure a lot of autism families understand the ones that like go over the door and then the chain, and it's like you could probably break into my house easier than trying to get out.
Yeah.
Sometimes it feels like, with the window locks and everything. But we have stop signs on the door, and a lot of times she would randomly just stop because she knew that was stop, and it was like, hey, that took me the second from running out of the laundry room to been like, hey, I hear you jingling the door. So just random things like that, of just having a label on the door, to where it's like they see it, and eventually at some point in time they might just read it out loud. Like my son, for his being completely nonverbal as he is, can read on like a first grade level, and people are just amazed by it, and I'm just like, no, we read all the time. But as far as having a communication, like speaking back and forth, I'm like, no, he can say hello, and that's it. But if you hand him a pamphlet and have him read all the information off of it, he can. But we would have never known that if we didn't give him some access to communication. And books are, I love books. I give them out for everybody's birthday too. So, but
Love
it's like
that.
if we didn't have that opportunity, so having the labels on everything, having pictures of things to where they can actually like go and find it and be like, hey, like this is what this is. But definitely referrals, because
I agree with that so much. And I love the stop signs too. We did that. We did stops. We have stop signs. And if anybody needs a good resource to get them, National Autism Association has a thing called the big red safety box. Yeah, big red safety box. You can get door locks, alarms, stop signs. I got 3 stop signs in my house right now. Yes, and so, and oh, I love this. There's a space where you can learn about AAC where you are now at utaac.org. So thank you. That's incredible to have these resources available. But I did want to remind Abby, and kind of pick up on something you were saying, Sheree, and that is, don't stop. Do not stop at one therapist. Do not stop at one doctor. Do not stop it. Mm-mm. And it was on the other panel. They were saying the same thing. Dr. Bendy was saying the same thing. You have a voice. You have a say. You advocate for yourself, for your child. If you don't agree with the doctor or the thing, get a second opinion. Go find another thing. And I mean, I understand that some people, and especially like maybe rural areas, might have a little bit more trouble with the options maybe that are available to them. But if you do have the access to options, take them, and ask support groups. Where is a good doctor that you found in our community that's a good referral? Really lean on the community, because especially for those of us who have older teenagers or adults, we've been navigating this space for so long, and we do have kind of a glimpse at more resources that we could help share.
I think another point in this arena is to, access your schools. And schools sometimes can be difficult, but sometimes they can be magical as well. Sometimes it's being able to say, hey, this is what I need in support. And again, asking again and again. This is where our son found the people who were as joyful as him. and they wanted to get jivey with him. And that's where we found the 7 different devices that he agreed to. They tried probably 30 of them, and he was like, yeah, as if. And then he found a couple that we then were able to place in the home and find ways to add them. And they also tried a couple things with literacy, and then we were the ones who went down the road of learning phonics for somebody who was non-speaking, and how do we do that? And so how is it that we're going to keep giving more and more and more to somebody? We follow them, and then we keep reading and saying, oh, I wonder if this could be what our child is doing. But tap into every resource. There is a way to look at communication and know what the tilt of the head means, and also what people are doing. We can call it many things, but how are they communicating with you might be different than how they're communicating with their friends or the people who are their peers in different settings. And that's legit, because how our son communicated with me was different than how he communicated with his best uncles, or the uncles that drove him bonkers, right? Like the ones he didn't want to have anything to do with was different than the ones who he loved. That was different, the same as us.
Yeah.
Access all of your points.
I love that so much. And, it reminds me of 2 things. One, I'm always telling my own real life stories. That's what I do. So my 2 real life stories. DJ has been running his own YouTube channel for a few years now, and he's got 13,000 subscribers, and he just monetized like 4 or 5 months ago. And what a beautiful thing for, when he was 8 and we went and had his, last evaluation, they said, he'll never, all of the nevers. And look, he has his own first job. He's making money. He's doing it in the way he wants to, the way he loves. He doesn't access money or have, he doesn't spend money yet. Maybe that comes in next, as now that he's made it and has this a little bit more of an air of like, I have a job. When I first, got it all set up, and I went and told him, this is your first job. I am so proud of you. What? This is crazy. You're 16, you have your first job, like you're making money. I'm so proud of you. And it really reminded me of the way we see people communicating, the way we understand it. And there's 2 things that I just want to say out of these things. Number one, there's a Netflix documentary called The Life of Imbolin. Oh, I'm gonna say it wrong. Anyways, it is the most incredible documentary about a individual who goes through their life with something that takes away their motor skills throughout their maturity. And in this, I don't want to give the whole thing away, but they basically after his life has ended, the parents come to find out that he has this community and friends and even like a love that they had never known, because he was on his computer all the time, and he was in World of Warcraft, and he had a whole life that he was living as an avatar. But when you tell your kids, get off the internet, get off the video games, get off the thing, like that opened my eyes to DJ. He needs this. This is his community. And when you go onto his community tab, I see him talking to people and responding to these things in a way that he's never talked to me, in a way that I never knew he could talk to people. It was shocking. It's shocking, but it just goes right back to that. He can, and Dr. Future Teller cannot say he can't. It's not the truth. That's my soapbox.
So I love that. I love that, because when people said that Dallin wouldn't survive, and he would never walk and he would never do the things. He looked at them, and the next day he got up and survived.
Yeah.
And then it was all about, well, of course we're going to go. Of course we're going to have adventures, and of course he will lead. And of course. And so what if the communication that we add to is just as bold as we would give to every single person? Of course. Of course it is. And then we do it with all of the options available, and the person within us and the person within them is how we get to do it, with all of the choices available to them, because of course that is how it goes. And I just love that. What if we just lived so boldly?
Yeah,
and what if we
right?
do live boldly? That would be joyful.
Yeah.
And then here we go.
Love that so much. Abby says, thank you for the space and opportunity to learn. I'm going to take everything I've gained from the seminar and hit the ground running. We love that.
Love it.
Absolutely. And Christy said, it goes to show that every individual has their own way to communicate and access the world. And she would know better than most since she uses ASL. So I'm sure that you can understand that. So yeah, it's wonderful to have such beautiful panelists and viewers and everybody making these amazing connections, what it's all about. We're in about our last 14-ish minutes. So let's see here. How can families, educators, and providers better support communication access? Ooh. What you think? Cherie, we haven't heard from you for a minute.
I think having that text board, I noticed in my mom, she teaches middle school. One of her fellow classmates had a board that had pictures on it, and I've noticed that a few playgrounds that they're starting to have that as well. So it was like, well, why can't we have a small board at like the doctor's office, the pediatrician's office? Like this would be easy. Like it's just a little laminated sheet. Like that's not a problem. And then I just got thinking where it was like, yeah, we could have these at a lot of places. Like this is easier. Like this could, like, then now everybody could have a little bit more access to communication. I was like, I love this. So when I saw her board, I was like, this is great. Only she had a huge one because it was like she's got all the kiddos come in. But having a small communication board for simple things of just like, hey, we're gonna have a procedure, like do the blood cuff and things like that, to where it's a little less scary, and even verbalizing that to children and adults as it's happening. That's one of the new things that I've noticed at my son's pediatrician office when we just went into. They verbalized before they were going to do something. They didn't just try to stick the blood pressure cuff on him, and it was just like, wow, that's new, that's great. Like, yes, communicate. He can understand. Like, they can see you're holding the blood pressure cuff. They know what you're going to do, but let's not just stick them and then run.
Yeah.
So that's been like the newest thing that I've noticed, is a lot more people being a little bit more open with communication in like physicians' offices and things like that. That's been new.
Love that. And I love the playground boards too. I totally agree with that. They should be everywhere. Why can't they be at restaurants and shopping centers and other places where we visit, daily, grocery stores, so let's get on it. Let's get on these folks. And Jody says, Julia is so great at finding ways for people to communicate. UCAT is such a great resource. Thank you so much for joining us today, Jody. And I'm glad that the audio got figured out for you so that you weren't missing out. Julia, what are your thoughts on that question?
So what I would love to have folks looking at is just experiencing life. Because if we're experiencing life, we're experiencing all of the language that comes with it. And I keep using that word, but the more we're talking, the more we're experiencing. I love the, reading books. And Cherie, you were talking about that you have labels on everything. We're giving language everywhere. But if we're experiencing life, then we have things to talk about. And then we are just going down this jaunty road. Our son never went to school on Fridays because we went on adventures every Friday.
I love it.
I know. We were Like we were ridiculous with experiencing life. And this was probably because he loved to go and do things. So experiencing life, do language in all the ways. If it's a gesture, like when you're done, you know, and you're gesturing with your head and you're like, let's get out of here. And it's doing all the things. Be curious with how people are communicating now and make sure people know this. When our son was done, he had a way that he would start going around in a circle. And if he went around something 3 times, he was out. And it was like, I am done with you folk. Let's get out of here. Does everybody know when somebody is finished or excited or joyful or ready to get the heck out of there? Make sure people know that with their body language. Be tenacious with your folks. Dallin taught us that we had to be as brave as an 8-year-old. 8-year-olds are, by the way, they are saucy. Be as brave as those 8-year-olds. And then when you've got tinsel in your hair like I do, like be as brave and then let folks learn. Don't get in their way. Like we had to step to the side so many times and just be, let Dallin do this. Like, do not put him in the bubble wrap that I wanted to, even as his life was changing with such ferocity. And I wanted to just keep him safe. And he was like, not a chance. Life is here to be done. Do not put me in bubble wrap. Get out of my way, mother, and go over there. Put yourself in bubble wrap, but don't do it to me. And so we have to do these things, and that's how we can do this to support communication. We have to let people live big to be able to bring it to them. And I still tremble with it because he looked at me square in the eyes for a long, long time and was like, are you going to do it? Do it right now. And then we did it. So do all of these things and then follow up.
Yeah.
If people don't hear you, follow up. And then they will. Let your kid do it. Or whoever you're with.
Yeah.
Go into auntie mode. Keep your passion.
I love that.
Yeah, don't be afraid. Bring them out. We bring our kids out all of these events, and people are like, are you serious? And I'm just like, yeah, like take pictures of it. We take video. We might only be here for 15 minutes, but we're still going. Go experience stuff. I love it.
Yes.
Exactly.
I know.
Fridays, Julia. That's amazing.
I kind of love this finishing or closing prompt. What's one thing people can immediately do to honor communication differences? Wow, it left us speechless.
So I am going to say honor it. Like simply honor it. Our son had 7 devices and 4 ways of communicating with his body. And that was with gesture and sign and massive daggers that he could send across a room and boisterous laughter and 7 devices that he placed in the house. And use all of it. And use all of it. Do not say you've got one device that you have to use everywhere, because we don't, and neither do people need to live in this box that we put them in for some reason. And that is what we can do. Let them lead. Let them lead. And when I say let, it is not in air quotes. It is with trueness and joy.
Yes.
Absolutely. I love that.
Yeah.
What do you think, Cherie?
Yeah, that's exactly right. Like, yeah, don't be afraid. Let them experience everything, and how they communicate. Try and do active listening as much as possible. Like, I figured out with my daughter through the videos that this is what she meant. Like, I'm sad. And it was just like, if I wasn't listening or paying attention, I would have completely missed it. And it's like, be sometimes really present, especially with autistic kids, because and adults, because it's like, hey, they might communicate differently, but they are communicating something. I'll tell you what, the special needs kiddos, they can do a side eye like no other, though. Like, like you were saying about your son when he can glance across the room. I'm like, I'm telling you, these kiddos with their side eyes, man.
Absolutely. And I agree. And the audience agrees as much. Honor and respect everyone's mode of communication. And Jillian says, great discussion. We're so grateful for the just abundance of information, incredible experiences, vulnerability. Thank you so much, both of you. I think this is one of the most vulnerable panels. So I appreciate you just being here, expressing yourselves and letting us really learn from you and your life and how you're living it. And so we appreciate you and we honor you, and we're just thank you for making this connection possible.
No, thank you for having the summit. This is amazing. And
It's
thank
so
you.
much
And great
fun.
to meet you, Julia and Sarah, finally in like real time.
I know, right? I agree. No, this is a promise to definitely stay in touch and catch up later and make sure that we are just always coming together, because these collaborations are so important and they make such a movement, and we're seeing that. So bravo to us all. Thank you guys so much. Any last thoughts or anything you'd like to leave with our viewers today?
It's always wonderful, Sarah. Thank you so much.
Oh, absolutely. So glad you guys are here. And please, if you have time to watch you could go to the website on streamable.live and it should be streaming live. Yay! So we'd love to have you there. So great to finish this panel off with such amazing women, and thank you again for your stories. Jillian said the daggers across the room. And Jody said it was fantastic. Such good ideas. So thank you so much, ladies. And our other panelists are in the back already. I'm so impressed. Everybody is right on time today and bringing their best.
Nice.
So yeah.
Nice.
Yay. Thank you, ladies, so much. And
Thank you so much.
Yeah, we'll definitely catch up with you guys later.
Have a great one.
Thanks,
Okay,
everybody.
bye. Wow. This is such an honor for me. I know it seems like I should, everybody's thanking me for holding this, but I swear, I feel like the fact that people come to join me in this is just, it's magical. It really is truly magical. So I'm gonna stop crying here for just a second. Maybe. Carol, I'm gonna bring you up for a second.
Okay.
Hi, Carol.
Hi, so good to be here.
Oh, I'm so glad you're here. I know some other folks in the background, they're like, wait, this Carol lady's not on our panel. No, I'm just joking. She is the co-host for this panel. She's here to co-host with me. I'm so thrilled to have her because not only is she a beautiful and amazing friend, but she is one of our wonderful sponsors of the Waldman Way. Tell us a little bit about the Waldman Way and yourself and thank you for supporting us.
Yeah. I'm a mom of 3 now young adults. My oldest, Andrew, is 24, who is neurodivergent. He was diagnosed with autism when he was younger. Our journey continued with everything and got him up to high school, through college. And along the way, I was wondering, like, what's he going to do after college? And when he finished and was looking for work, I wanted to know, are there what supports are out there, particularly neurodiversity in the workplace? And so I decided to start this web page of the resources as I researched, what could help neurodivergent individuals once they finished high school or college. So so here I am, and that's my focus, is that transition from, after you're 18 to adulthood.
Yeah. Oh, such an important, all of the transitions are so big. Let's just say that. But it's so tricky sometimes, at least in my community. I have found that there's this very strange gap for like 12 to 18. And then there seems to be a little bit of like some resources for 18, but this weird like teenager gap that I am having trouble finding places. luckily, you know, this summer has been incredible. I've found like every free resource available. Like, here's a free gym membership. Here's a free, you know, you can go all these pools for free for the summer. Like all of these things I've been finding for activities for my teenagers, but it's tricky. It is a tricky one. So we need to, you know, honor everybody's experiences on all of their transition paths. And that is for sure. Well, I'm so excited that you joined us for the family and community panel. And two of our panelists are in the back. I'm going to bring them up now if you guys are ready to go. I'm so excited. We have beautiful Shalise Lopez and Paul Voss with us. So happy to have you guys here. Thank you so much.
Hi, Sarah. Hi, Carol. How are you both?
Hi.
So
Good. It's so nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. I'm very excited to meet you because I need your website page for my about to be 19-year-old. I am a lost parent that is on here, hoping that I can join other lost parents.
Definitely. Definitely.
Oh, love that. And
Hi,
Paul,
Paul.
thank you. Can you hear us okay, Paul? Maybe it's frozen.
Thank you so
there
much
he is.
for having me today. Excited to be here.
Oh, so happy to have you guys.
I can. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can now. It was just a little bit of a delay, so we'll just give you a couple seconds every time. That's okay.
Okay.
That's what we do for our kids at home. We need that processing time. We'll call it internet processing time. Isn't that the truth?
I apologize.
Oh, no,
Yes.
no, not at all. Paul, it's great to have you here.
Can you hear
Paul
me okay
is-
now?
Yeah. I think it's just probably a little, but I don't know. The delay just, it looks like it's over now. You look like you're in real time. So yeah, you're good. You want to introduce yourself, Paul? Let us know a little about you.
Sure. I'm a dad of 8, and 4 years ago, my youngest was diagnosed with autism. So I've just been on this journey and trying to learn and share as much as I can.
Absolutely. And you have a book. So we'll definitely want to hear about that so that you can share it with everyone. And Shalise, introduce yourself. And I'm going to quickly bring up Jillian onto the stage too. Hello, Jillian.
Hello. So sorry about that.
No, you're great.
Nice to see you off of Facebook. We're friends now.
Yes.
Hello.
I love this. Yes, Shalise, tell us about
Okay, so I'm Shalise Lopez. I live in Connecticut. I am a mother of 8, but I have one child that is autistic. I've always known that there's something a little bit different with my baby, but it did take us to have the high school to help us get an actual diagnosis for him last year when he was 17. He's since graduated. He just graduated in June. So yay, my Evan. I also helped my cousin with, she started a nonprofit called Empowered Autism, where we really just want to create like safety tips and a spot kind of like Carol, where you can go and get resources around your town and around different states, and you can see exactly kind of what's going on. We host events for all of the babies. She has my nephew who's younger. I would say he's nonverbal, but he speaks. He is talking. He is working on his full sentences right now. So we absolutely adore him. But I met Sarah because we host podcasts, and we're just trying to be a connector to everyone because it seems like autism now is in the forefront. But what does it exactly mean is where we become lost.
Yeah, isn't that the truth? Or connected, as we are.
Or
today.
connected, yes.
Love that. Jillian, please introduce yourself and let everyone know a little bit about you.
Sure. I'm Jillian. I'm from the Hudson Valley, New York. I am the founder of Bobby's World. Bob is an 11-year-old nonverbal profound autism. So we're 1 in 31 here. Our family is the 1 in 4. Which is the severe, profound side of the spectrum. I've written a couple, I call them programs, if you will. One is a devotional, and the other one is a resource guide for families, just a little snippet. So that way, the revolving door of caregivers that we have, or teachers, whatever it looks like, It's literally, it's meant to be a binder, if you will, that's like, here's your little snippet. Here's everything you need to know about my child, from regulation to things that bring him, them joy, their emergency information. So, just little projects I work on here and there. I also sit on the council, I'm the vice chair for New York State on the National Council on Severe Autism. And then of course, I'm a mom of 4, 2 stepchildren. One is on the one side of the spectrum and the other is Bob, that's on the other end of the spectrum. So we are well versed in both sides here. So that's about me.
Love that. Thank you, Jillian. And Carol, I'm just going to copy and paste your thing over into the comments over here so you can have that.
Oh, yeah. I can.
Love that. And please feel free to share your links in the comment section to share with all. I should have prefaced that at the beginning. Sorry, other panelists. We'll get your links over there, we swear. But yeah, this is a place to share. So please don't feel like you can't do that, because it's all about you guys. It's literally all about you. I'm just bringing friends to my own personal parties. Selfish, but it's okay. That's what we're calling this. Yeah, this is amazing. Carol, what are your ideas kind of about the panel and what we're going to learn about today?
Well, I'm just thrilled that, people are speaking out and advocating for their neurodivergent children. Yeah, I'd like to learn a little bit more about your stories and what, a little bit more about your backgrounds.
Yeah, love that. And we
where
have
your kids are. Yeah.
No, I was just gonna say we have another panelist. I'm gonna double check my email really quick because she's not here yet. So hopefully she's has an okay way finding her way to us and she's not having any trouble. I don't.
I'm just going to jump in then and say, Carol, when someone says your stories, my question immediately in my head is like, well, which one? Because I have 10,000 stories. It's like, well, what part would you like to know?
I know, right? I know. It's interesting because I'm at the part where I'm in that transition from, having he actually went to college, which I'm thrilled, but that transition to the workplace. And so I just think that all along, everyone's journey all along is just so important. I guess just a little bit about, just sort of any story you want to share.
No. And I didn't mean to put you on the spot there, but it's like, I know we're talking a very wide spectrum here, so it's like, well, where are you at? And I'm very solution based. So when I find out that there's a problem, I need to know, how am I going to fix it? So where you're at in your life, what are you finding are the big gaps? Because this really comes down to an ecosystem and an infrastructure that society is not built for. So I'm at an 11-year-old with such needs, and here you have a child that is graduating, and I mean that's such a beautiful thing. But then what? Right. Are you looking at housing? Like, is that also in your future too? So it's like, well, what part of it, where are we going?
Oh, there is. It's so complex. There's so many stories. There's so many levels of all of these things, isn't there? And I really think that this conversation is so important. And what I'm just kind of reading our notes and stuff, and what families really need to know to go beyond the diagnosis and how our life really looks. And each of us are living such different types of lives. Each of us live different lives, whether we have an autistic child or not. But that adds this level of complexity. It adds this level of societal lack of access. And we really, really need to figure out, how do we bridge these gaps for these families 100%. I don't hear from Monica yet, so I'll just kind of keep things open in case that she's trying to reach out to get in. But let's just start off. And now I lost my place. We're calling it Fridays. It's just a Friday thing. Okay. Compose myself here. what is one major need that you see families are facing right now? And I really love, Jillian, how you really preface that we're all in different stages and tiers of things right now. And one of my very favorite things that someone said to me years ago on when I first started podcasting was, if we could only have this 3-tiered approach, everything would be okay. The first tier is looking up to the people who are going through what we're going to be going through someday. How can we learn from them? Carol, what can I know about when my son gets into that age? What type of employment struggles, success? You're seeing all of that firsthand right now. Or someone who has a 16-year-old like me right now, so that I can just reach out and say, oh my heavens, puberty. And they say, yep, get it. And you have that one-on-one with that somebody just on that same level. And then that third tier is the person that is still at a place where you were, but they're at this, younger version of you or whatever. And you can reach and hold their hand and say, this is what we've learned. And here's what we can help you on your journey. So I think that this is a beautiful kind of tree of all of these branches, and we're all on these different parts of this journey together right now. So how would you like to go ahead? Let's see, Paul, you're our only gentleman, so we're gonna say gentleman first. What is one major need you're seeing that families are facing right now? And you can talk on your own. It doesn't have to be other families if that's not what you know.
Great. Yeah, and this was a hard one to answer, just one major need, because I feel like there's so many. But I feel like collaboration and really real collaboration around the goals by the parents, navigating everything, right? School-based therapy, private therapies, specialists, trying to deal with insurance companies. And then we have daily life. The finances that come along with an autism diagnosis can be crippling. We're stuck holding all the pieces together. I think if providers can stay connected and really share information, working towards parent-led goals, it can take a huge weight off of families. The more professionals are communicating with each other, the less as parents we're going to have to act as the facilitator there. It's just one less thing we have to do.
Isn't that the truth? What are you finding, Shalise? Are you seeing in your area and community?
So I would probably go more personal with mine and say, for me, maybe it's grouped in with fears, but my son doesn't have like a giant group of friends. So I'm worried about like his outside support life, his need for a wife and children, I think for me, really those are probably one of the big, like, do I put him on an app? Is there a dating app that I put him on? Like, what do I, like, I know like those type of things, like school and things are more structured, but like, what do we do with the unstructured things that just come very easy for us? It's just not easy for him. And I watch his siblings and they're very sociable. And like I made a rule in the house. Everybody has to at least message him like at least once a day. So he has a bunch of text messages coming in so that he's not like, he was the only one with like the smallest phone bill. And I felt so bad. But I think for me, the gap is probably more personal. It's like, what happens to my man if I'm not here?
100%. Jillian. And just to preface, Paul just jumped off to see if he could fix his connection and he'll jump back on. So he didn't leave us. He loved what we were talking about. It wasn't personal. I'm kidding. But Jillian, I think that, like you said, everyone's needs are so very different. What are you seeing? Oh, good.
Well, what I'm seeing is I agree exactly with both what Shalise and Paul has said. So with Shalise, I think it's so important to have community and with that collaboration, like Paul had said. So there's this, and like I started to mention, there's this whole ecosystem of what community and collaboration looks like. And I really think that it's this webbing all together of like revamping what community is. I feel like we've lost that. So yes, Shalice, there are groups that you can join. I do have a friend that runs a social group virtually that I'll give you that information. But there are things, and it's exactly what you're doing, Sarah, which is connecting these people. I think where it misses is locally. I think tangibly, where we try to start groups in our area, but then they're fractured too. So I see the cracks in the infrastructure, and there's too many to name. But I think the more that we can bring community together, it's solving that problem. It is what Paul said: having the medical team collaborate together, or at least have its own ecosystem of networks, autism specialists. They have to be that are able to work together, think outside the box. One thing with my child is he is also medically complex. So he has a condition called PANS pandas. And for years we chased the diagnosis because no doctor wanted to. One doctor specifically said, we don't believe in that. But I knew that it was something else. I knew that he had a condition. And, but once you find those doctors that work with each other, it's easier to get the care that's needed. And yes, we should have a proper care manager, like that will handle the insurance for us. Like, why do we need to reapply every year to prove that our child has a diagnosis? Like, they're disabled. Like, at least in my case, I could say, you deemed him disabled. Okay, so why do I have to do this every year? So, I mean, there's multiple fractures in the system. But again, if we can collaborate and create community, that's where I see solutions.
I love that. Carol, what do you what are you viewing? And,
Well,
and you
yeah.
have such a perspective because you are also, I don't know if you even mentioned this, but work kind of in policy and things. And so what are you seeing as far as like the push?
Well, the first thing I wanted to address too is like the social group. Andrew just joined, and it's called My Best Social Life, and it's a virtual social group that's supposed to help with dating. We just went and social life with among young adults. We're just starting it. I haven't put it on my website yet, just because it's I want to see how it's going, but it seems great. And then the other thing, I think, with us and with anybody, I mean, I know there's different, I guess it's a spectrum of levels, that whatever they call with autism, the whole transition to some type of meaningful work, I think, has been tricky, because I think, for someone like Andrew, okay, so he did go to college, but he's interviewing for jobs, and it's hard because he's competing against people who have those social skills. And my question is, why are not companies like open to like, well, okay, this person may interview differently, but this person would definitely be capable. Maybe there'll be some things in the workplace they'll have to work with, but that's okay, right? But right now it is, I'd love to see more of acceptance of, with neurodiversity. And then I just started doing with Autism Speaks. They have a whole advocacy group, and I'm just started this cohort because I want to know what people want. Like, if I go to the legislature, I mean, they have a whole, agenda of what I need to follow, but I also am curious because my background is government and politics, and I want to be able to, make a difference for this community. That's my focus right now. So, yeah.
And I'm gonna share something. I just talked to Jillian about this the other day, so sorry to repeat myself, but it's exciting because I want to share with everybody, and I want to share with some way you can actually tangibly start changing your local community. I decided to just throw out a post on a local networking, like a business networking group, that I wanted to start bringing together autism providers to do a networking meetup. I had 31 autism providers in Utah sign up. That is such an amazing, amazing show of how much they want to get to know one another. We've had 2 meetups, and they were incredible. we've had, psychologists, ABA therapists, speech therapists, OTs, advocates themselves, and we met at different facilities. And the power of them sharing their resources with one another to share with all of the clients that they serve is unbounding. Like, it is the most amazing feeling to think that now these 20, 40 people can go to their next family and say, oh, well, I have this great list of these wonderful speech therapists that I met in person. Like, I know them personally. It's not just some professional referral that you're giving, but you've never met the person and you don't really know how to vet that kind of experience. These people are shaking hands and talking and communicating and making collaborations outside of this network. So just wanted to give you that little exciting thing that's happening here in Utah, is that I am really trying to glue this community together by understanding the more resources we can offer all of these families, the better outcome it's going to be for my kids and all the ones to follow. So yay. There's my soapbox.
That's powerful. That's what people need to do, Yeah,
exactly. And that kind of leads us into what does meaningful community support look like? Well, there you go. That's a good fit for that. And also where do families often fall through the cracks? That's a tricky one. How do you feel about that, Paul?
Yeah, for me, I think meaningful support is showing up without judgment. I feel like parents of autistic kids are really some of the most misunderstood parents out there. I still catch myself saying things to explain my choices or preface with, I never thought I'd do this, because I know people aren't always going to get it. Between removing screens, having to explain the health decisions we've made as a family, people just don't understand it. I think support can be just offering to watch kids, inviting the family over, even though they're going to say no, because they say no every time you invite them, making space for their child when they come over and not making it feel like they're an inconvenience because they may want to run into one room and sit there, and then really connecting them with other parents that you may know who understand the journey. So if there's, you're kind of the friend of a parent of an autistic child and friend of another parent of an autistic child, making those connections are so valuable. I've always found the greatest comfort is just talking to another parent who's been through something similar, even though it is a spectrum. And then, did you want me to go into the fall through the cracks as well? Okay.
Yeah, either way, absolutely. I kind of doubled up on you, I know.
From my perspective, it's really right after the diagnosis. I feel like we become case managers, juggling through therapists, insurance. Jillian, you talked about the insurance before, like how many times, I just had this question to Cigna this week, how many times do I have to prove to you my daughter has autism? Like, once should be enough. Schools, specialists, and then you have a family you're just trying to keep afloat as well. Yeah. Emotional strain, financial strain, and the parents are the ones coordinating everything. And I feel like it doesn't matter what route you go. So if you go more the traditional route, you're on insurance companies all the time. We've gone a more holistic route, and I'll tell you, like, we have to be an advocate just as fiercely there, right? Like, I don't want my kid on 20 supplements. So it's like just this constant fear of not doing what's best for your child. But it's that becoming the case manager overnight and just trying to do what's right for your child and family.
That is so real, isn't it? Shalise, tell us what your thoughts are.
I think Paul stole all the answers. There, first of all, because that's really what we're all missing. We just are missing the juggling act, where we're missing the gap in between there. But at the same time, we also have to realize, 10 years ago, autism wasn't at the forefront. 20 years ago, like when I was having my kid, there wasn't as much help. I definitely did not medicate him as hyper as he was. I decided not to, and wanted to do other things with him and just redirect him in a different way. So yeah, Paul, thanks for stealing my whole answer and everything. I appreciate you. Now I'm seeming like I'm not answering, but I definitely agree with everything that you had to say. And I really, in community is big, people showing up. I have an autistic nephew that comes to birthday parties and he wants to attack all the snacks. So I know the moldy candy that he wants is specifically for him. Just leave him off to the side and let him be. And that's if the world was more accepting, we wouldn't have to sit here and scream to the rest of the world, like, please let my kid in and be a person, because it's their first time too. Like, just,
Exactly.
Thanks, Paul. Sorry, guys.
No, I love that. And it just, I think it's almost like exactly what we're showing here is that, you've now already heard you can't even answer because what he said is so connecting and you resonate with that and you feel it. And it's like, yes, he can answer for me because that's exactly what's happening. It's not like, that's not my story. No way, kind of a thing. It's like, no, we really get one another. Jillian,
well, I was going to say that as much as I do, I mean, Paul absolutely could have just told my whole story, but then it's even more layered and complex where, another way that you're falling through the cracks is connecting the education system with the medical system when you're dealing with medical complexities or even just the complexities that come along with, having a child on the spectrum. With Bob, he missed so much school. One year, he missed 86 days of school. Okay, and that's because I wasn't sending, he's self-injurious. We're talking open wounds on the head. I mean, if you follow our story, I'm very open about everything that goes on. We deal with severe behaviors. I have paddings on the walls. Every corner has a pool noodle, so we deal with real extreme behaviors. How can I be a good mother and send my child to a place when they're not regulated in their safe space? And then send him to school and put him or other children or the staff at risk? I can't. Not only that, we drive him 45 minutes to school, back and forth, every day.
That's crazy.
Right. So I mean, you're dealing with a dysregulated, self-injurious behaviorist child where I'm not risking all the things. Like, what if I had to pull over? What if someone called the police on our 45-minute ride, right? But the problem is the school is seeing you have 80-something days of absence. Okay, but I'm telling you there's something wrong with my child, but now I'm fighting a medical system. I'm fighting 2 years on wait list. I'm fighting finding the right doctor. Or Paul, you want to talk about going the holistic route? Yeah, on a podcast that my friend and I started, she laughs because I'm like, yeah, $500 here, $500 there, $500 there, right? So, I mean, there's so many things falling through the cracks. You have the educational system that can't pair up with the health system because, well, what happens behind these four walls stay behind these four walls. And then here on the educational side, it's the same thing too, that the crossover, yeah, you can have a doctor's note, but do they really understand? Is it really excused? And then all the things along with that. So yes, even though Paul stole our original answers, there's still so many layers as to all the systems within the systems are broken and fractured. And that is, you will constantly, every answer, every question you have, you're going to hear that out of my mouth because it's the truth. So it's, that's where we're at.
Yeah. And this is why we're doing things like this, because people go throughout their lives not even knowing and not understanding. And thank you, Chrissy, for, definitely respite care is a big conversation on its own as well. And like you said, connecting all of the pieces, it's so important. Why is it such so hard to access? Why is it such a hard thing to understand? And maybe even just like Dr. Wendy on our first panel, looking at a person for their whole self. Why can't we be whole, like looking at a whole person? We don't need to, who cares about 80, same thing happened with us, Jillian. So many missed days, so many missed absences, so many this. Guess what? My kid's no longer in your school district because I'm not going to get looked into because I'm not putting my kid in a classroom where you just don't care and you don't make efforts to try to support what we need. But I thought that this was a free and public education, but I was wrong about that.
Well, then I'm going to tell you, here's another system, right? Then you have, in my case, right, just like you said, we just won't be in your school system. We'll be in another one. I had a case manager come to my house and tell me, now, she's watched me mid-crisis in my house. and said to me, I'm surprised CPS hasn't been called on you. Now, she felt comfortable enough to say that to me. Why CPS called? Not because my house, you look at my house, the first thing you see is a family that loves their child with the extreme measures that we take. But she meant because of school absences. So now I have someone that's with the state of New York walking into my house and just saying something very like aloof about it.
Prejudicely, yeah.
Right. And it's like, so now here's another, sorry, I'm just adding another layer to the systems that come in, that you don't feel safe enough.
Yeah.
How can we allow ourselves to really tell people what our story is if we don't feel safe? Or have workers come in and think that because you visited my home for 5 minutes, you know our story.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we had a similar issue with a medical exemption, and it was so pointed to one specific piece of vaccines. And I just had to explain even to the superintendent, you can make it about a vaccine, but it's so much broader than that. If you understand what we need to do to protect my daughter's body, it's to me, it's never about a vaccine. It's about what's surrounding her, what we put in our body. And I would say I was disappointed because that was my first time dealing with having to really over explain what I'm doing to protect my child. It was disheartening.
Right.
It just, I just don't even get that. I don't understand when we are literally at our wit's end with how do we protect this vulnerable individual, because let's just be honest, can anyone on this panel say that their child is not vulnerable? No, like it literally is the case. Why can't we start humanizing this experience for them, realizing that creating these safe environments for so many more people that will be coming into the future with the numbers have, so much increased. What's going to happen? What does it look like? And it's going to be out there. There's so much work to do. I just don't even, everything needs to burn down and be rebuilt. Oh, God.
I have something I wanted to share too. So, when we were living in Los Angeles at the time, and they did not diagnose Andrew. It was developmental delay, so we never had regional services, which many do get, because I said, no, it's not autism. But in the school, they said autism. But then they set up this whole behavioral plan as if he was gonna, tear the whole school down. They were just they hadn't even met him. And it's you have to go with how each kid is. And ultimately got him into a different elementary school. But even our pediatrician was there was no mention of regional center, no mention of, helping us. And I just felt like I was just randomly calling therapists. And I know it's different today. I mean, I think I think people are more aware, but autism, you didn't even talk about it in the IEPs. I mean, it was on record, but you just didn't talk about it. So people didn't know. So when we were excluded, I mean, we weren't even accepted to our Temple in LA, the elementary school, because they're well, we don't think we could handle Andrew, but he went to the preschool. And, it was so heartbreaking, so many steps along the way. And I think, why? I mean, they did not want to, they just had these assumptions, and they also didn't want to admit it. No one would, it's really tough, with even now, there was he never qualified for services, even though he would have, right? Because he has all the symptoms, and then here's this an adult, and now what, Yeah. So.
Disappointing. I'm so sorry that, but yeah, I wish
that with Carol. Can I jump in, Carol? Because I struggle that same. Evan was diagnosed with a learning disability and ADHD, and I was calling therapists and taking him and driving him over an hour to get him. And because he can speak so well and he can advocate for himself and he doesn't put everything in a line, or he's not focused on numbers, they were telling me, no, it's not autism. And then the school helped me. And now I'm finding out that I still need to get another diagnosis from
Right.
him. I still need another medical doctor to look at him. And I only found that out because the BRS program came and they were like, yeah, we can help him, you know, getting kind of associated into the workplace. And then they were like, well, the school's diagnosis doesn't actually count. So all the work that I thought that I had done, or now we're starting back at one, but I was never offered any actual additional help with Evan. It was whatever I could do with him to get him. And then, you know, being the mad, crazy mom at school that's yelling at everybody, I had no problem doing that, or, you know, calling an additional IEP meeting because something's not going correctly. But yeah, I had to just like, okay, it wasn't just me. And, you know,
Yeah.
he's 19, but I knew from when he was younger. I always knew. And it's just getting everybody else to know. So I was never the parent like, oh, please mind him. He has autism. I didn't have the diagnosis to be able to tell anybody, like, so it wasn't, where do I go? I just sit here with him and try to get him through the public school. And thankfully he did it, an immaculate job, and he likes to cook, but because he's not like Rain Man and you can't drop all the toothpicks and he can't count them in 2 seconds. It was a lot harder. It's a lot harder for me to get where I am with him right now.
Right. Well, it sounds like, I mean, with all of us, even though, like, you know, again, there's different degrees of it. As a parent, like, you couldn't just rely on any school system. I mean, I was at every IEP meeting, and it's still, I'm on, you know, this is my focus still. And I have 2 other kids who are younger, but oh my God, I was there. I mean, I'm not even sure he was on track to graduate until I majored, you know, like, you really had to push it and get a lot of outside help. And yeah, no, I mean, people are like, oh, it's great, he's graduated college, but they don't know all the backstory that goes into it, right? With all of you who have different levels of it. And I'm learning too for what people are going through, just being on this, you know, listening to this panel. Yeah,
it is. It's overwhelming. All of the amazing and challenging family, you know, experiences that are going on, and there's not enough conversations. We'd have to literally have every single person on every panel and that's just not possible. But by bringing, you know, some of us that want a louder voice, that want to share our stories, we hope that you other, you know, people who are listening and who are attending can really take that this is such a great show of the diversity of every single family and the levels of different challenges. But when it comes down to it, the most important thing that we can all agree with is that we all love and care for our you know, autistic individual that we care for so much, and that we want to see this world turn into a better place for them and for all of those who are coming in the future. What kind of systems are we going to have set up, you know, for all of these? We kind of talked about how providers and community organizations can collaborate. This is good. What helps families feel less isolated? What would you say? Jillian, let's start with you on that one.
I would definitely say, to make them feel less isolated, it is reaching out to the community, whatever it looks like, whether it's virtually or one of the things I tell people, you know, I think since COVID, we've all become accustomed to doing virtual, but there's something different about meeting the people in person. So join your local SEPSA, your special education PTA. If they don't have one, start one. You know, do something local, but the meeting in person is something different. There's just this human side to it, you know, this tangible, this real emotional connection that us as a society are missing, and our children and loved ones really need to. You know, so as much as we've become disconnected, we really need to learn how to reconnect and be in person. So that's what I think.
I love that. And yeah, I'm going to put your little comment up here, Shalise. Inclusion is key. Isn't that
I definitely agree.
Well,
and I agree with you, Jillian, because we used to meet our friends walking down the street. I don't know about you guys, but I had a house phone when I grew up, and you couldn't find me if I was outside, but I bet you I had a ginormous group of friends. And if I didn't, I would find one person that could be my friend. And I really do think that's what's missing. The virtual life has taken over so bad that the kids are kind of stuck, and we have to push them outside. And I know my kids think that I'm crazy. No, we have to go outside. Like, we have to do something. Just move around. They say, like, your bed has to be tired of you by now because you gotta get up. Like, so.
But I think another part to that is where I forget that I was at was the guilt and the shame and the fear that as the parent we're stuck in, and we don't want to leave our safe place. We don't want our child to be judged. So it's easier said than done, but it is so necessary. It is so necessary. I mean, the depression, I talk about that a lot. I'm very honest and candid about it, but our mental health, going back to our mental health is, key, that human connection, I think, and do it for us too, not just for our kid. Do
You need it, don't you?
That needs it. I mean, that's so fair, right? So.
Yeah, absolutely. Paul, what do
we leave for you, Paul?
Yeah.
Sure. I think everyone's got my answers this time, but I think going down this route now 4 years for me, and I think for anyone who's been on the journey a while, we need to be more intentional about reaching out, especially when we hear of someone getting a new diagnosis. I've noticed, like, they love hearing from you what works, what doesn't work. And I agree completely, like, be outside, be around people. I hesitate to even say this, but I do think social media has been helpful, especially when we first got the diagnosis, just because I had to learn a lot, and being able to see other people's stories there was valuable. And I also think, and Sarah, this is why I love your podcast, I think podcasts have been such a good resource because you can feel that connection even though it's virtual. But I agree, like, getting outside, getting around people, there's nothing better than that.
Yeah, I love that. Well, I think that eventually there's going to be a place for me to have an in-person summit. So we're building. That's for sure. I mean, I can feel the buzz. So Carol, what do you think about that?
I mean, it's interesting because Andrew has this group of friends, and they're now all over the country, but they were like once he grew up from the Temple, and that people get together, but when they take trips, they don't include Andrew. And I know, like, there's a degree where they include him in some things and then not, and these kids feel it. Like, it's heartbreaking. They're, because this is what happens, right? This is life. And I think, some of the finding, I'd love to see, young adults, meet up, because I think the mental health is so important. I mean, Andrew gets all these rejections, but he's such a cool kid, young man, and he's so capable. But how much, rejection or feeling like an outcast can one person handle, right? And there's just so many other people, that they can connect with. If one group's not right, then another group, or maybe that I told them that group is good. That's a great group of friends. Now they live all over the country because they're, they've graduated college, but maybe those are not the people you travel with. Maybe there's a different group you could travel with that are, but I've had to really spend this time, discussing like what life is and how it looks for him. And it can be very heartbreaking, but then I also feel like sharing I've been sharing my story a lot on podcasts, and I feel like, okay, then this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to continue to help this community. And it just makes me even stronger and more outspoken. So,
yeah, absolutely. And it's wonderful. I love that all of these resources are available because I'll say it again today, more than ever, the word autism has been heard by more people around the world than ever before. They might not know about it. They might not understand it, but the word itself is more concrete than ever before. And it's a wonderful place for us to start and to start building and to start helping, procure those guardrails of the ideas that we need society to have instead of all of the taboo or things that, have been played out in the past. One comment: mental health of young autistic adults is crucial. This is where inclusivity plays a huge role in providing a safe place for meetups. And that's so true. Look in your and when your child is of age, old enough, or if they're capable of even making these types of outings or relationships with people. DJ, we tried Special Olympics last year. It was great. The Special Olympics people, oh man, if anybody has a chance to join them, please do. They are literally like family. They make you feel like family. You show up, you're never questioned, you're included right away in everything. I mean, we couldn't follow through because DJ is he wants to move a little bit too quickly for the rest of the group members that were there. And so for us, it just wasn't a great fit, but it was a great fit for me to feel like I was finally somewhere where I was included, and he was too. Like the director's daughter, she's in her 30s. She would run up and hug DJ. Do you want to be my little brother today? Do you want to? And it's just like, thank you for making both of us feel so special to be here. So great organization if you have the chance to look into it in your communities, but also really reaching out to adult groups or maybe work groups, transition groups. There's a wonderful group here in Utah called the Next Work Autism Group. It is not only work and employment training, skill building, resume building, but it's also they have a residential part where they can have a place independently that's still within a confine of people who are organizationally watching over. And so if there's any problems, it's a small facility, but I love the idea of it. I wish that there were more. There needs to be more. There needs to be more places that you just go to practice grocery shopping, to practice the ATM, to practice, these things. Why can't we have buildings set up for life skill learning? We need more of these things. Maybe those are the OT offices. They're so fun if you haven't ever been to one. But yeah, sorry, I just went off on that. But yeah, it's interesting the ways we find the community for us to help us. What advice would you give to a parent or caregiver feeling overwhelmed? That's a tough one. Jillian, what would you say?
One thing at a time. Literally, that's there's many times we're overwhelmed. I think it's to pause, take a breath, realize that everyone's safe. I think we're so fast to just become overwhelmed and go into panic, and our bodies go into our own systems become dysregulated. So making sure our nervous systems are regulated, that way we can handle what's in front of us and what's coming next. So to slow down a bit.
Give yourself a little bit of grace, right, Jillian? We all need a little grace in our life. We need realize that we're human. Okay, we can only do so much. Like I tell my kids, I only have 2 hands. So how many things can I do right now? I only have 2 hands. Definitely.
And you and Paul have a lot in common, Shalise, with the both 8 kids. So, I mean, great conversations for you two to be having.
The struggle is real right now, right?
Yes.
Really. You're how quiet the house is. It's very nice.
Oh, man. Love that. What do you think about that, Paul?
First, I would say don't be afraid to ask for help. I've learned more than ever, people do really want to help. I think we could do a better job of really articulating how to help because people want to help. I just don't think they know how to help you. Second, I would agree, focus on the next right step for your family and for your child. I firmly believe as a parent, you know what's best, and don't worry and get caught up what's going to be happening in 10 years from now. We cannot predict the future. If we could, we would all be billionaires and living somewhere else. Celebrating those small victories though are so important. With my 7 kids, I really missed out on celebrating life as it is. I never cared if they would stay in the kitchen when a blender's running. But you know what? Last week, my daughter stayed in the kitchen while the blender was running instead of running in another room. Like, I make a big deal about all the small things now. And I think it's so important to just write it down. That way, when you are overwhelmed or having a bad day, like, go back and remind yourself of all those wins. I think that has helped me a ton.
That's cool. Well, Carol, what do you think?
I mean, definitely prioritizing, because you can get inundated with so much that you have to do and you think it all has to be done at once. And I get into that and I still have to watch myself. I think back, when I used to take Andrew to a doctor, and I was always like making the list of all the things he couldn't do and all the things that drove me crazy. And I realized, like, you would come out of there, I'm like, why are you always, talking about the negative stuff? And I thought, oh my gosh, I'm always focused on what you can't do. Let's, have to change that mindset. But it's so easy to, because we're trying to get them to whatever level we want to get them at. I was just trying to get them to average, right? And I think that those two I think about a lot, is that, prioritizing for sure.
And my heavens. I'll fix that in just a second. We only have a few minutes left. That's too bad. Hey, at least our paid sponsors are there. Sorry, community partners. Better pay next time. No, I'm just joking. No. But this, it's so important that we remind people that overwhelming feeling doesn't only happen for our families. It happens for so many families across so many different situations, and really just being honoring the space that your family needs, honoring your child or the individual that you're working with, what they need, and really being present in that moment. And this morning, the very first thing I shared, I don't know how many of you guys watched the very beginning, but in 2022, my very first summit was the 1 in 44 tour. And I had these incredible lineups like I do today. And about a week or two before, I got a call that one of them had passed away. And it was devastating. And ever since, I've just had this need and this feeling to always have a space for him included in these. And this morning I read one of his poems, because he wrote a book of poems that now we have to, share with the world forever. And so every year I've recorded a video and shared one of his poems. So I don't know when we'll get to I don't know how many summits we'll have to do to get to the end, but maybe that's our goal. But this morning, the one I read, one of the last line was the most important. And that was being present in the moment, being present now, be here today, be here to make the connection, be there with your child to make the connection, really present, show them that you are curious about them, that you want to learn about them, that you love and are kind around them and to them and in their processes that they have to go through, and just really honor that space for everyone. Christy had also said there needs to be more. I'm sorry that I didn't bring it up right then. Whatever she was referring to, just hopefully we can come together as a community to provide those spaces and to find sponsors to make it happen. Isn't that the truth? And we're so glad to have everyone joining us. Hello, Maurice. So nice to have you here. Oh, what a beautiful, beautiful way to start this summit today. And I'm just so honored to have you all here with the amazing journeys and experiences and, expertise that you have to share. So before we are heading out to our lunch, what gives you hope for families and communities moving forward? Shalise, let's start with you.
All of you guys, I will say that. People like you who have no problem taking your time advocating for your child, sharing your story, letting us, put in our little 1 or 2 cents, or maybe just be a shoulder for you guys to cry on. I believe this right here is going to save the world, because we do need to make sure that we ask for help. We do need to make sure that we give help. We just need to be a community and and be more accepting. So yeah, I appreciate all of you guys, because more people like you is why I keep going, and you guys, you know, keep my ADHD on high. Thank you.
What about you, Jillian?
I do agree. I do believe what gives me hope is seeing how families going through it have built solutions. They've built solutions for the problems that we have. You've created a summit. You've connected people. So yes, people like you, people like, you know, the people that we advocate with, and people like me, and people like you. It's everyone that shares their story and lets people know that they're not alone. You know, I do say that there are two types of people that there are, and there's one group you want to be a part of, and it's the doers, and the ones that are making things happen versus the ones that are sitting in the same circle, you know, 5 years from now, still talking about the same problem, kicking rocks and not doing anything. You have to be with the people that are doing, that are the changers, and I sit in those rooms. I have to sit in those rooms. You know, our problems are big, and we need to solve them. We need to have solutions. So I know that there's people out there and that want to do it.
Absolutely. And thank you. We are all doing this together today. So it took all of us to come. I might have put the post up to get it started, but it's everyone's collaboration and everyone's volunteer hours out of their own lives to come here. And I couldn't be more honored and grateful to have you guys here. Seriously. What about you, Paul? What are your hopes for the future?
I agree with everything that was said. Events like this, people in general, the desire to help and support families, I think, is stronger than it's ever been. I feel like I see more awareness and just compassion and people that are willing to learn and want to understand more. Like I said earlier, like I still feel like I have to sometimes over-explain myself, but I do feel like people are leaning in and really trying to understand more and more the perspective of a parent who may be raising a child on the spectrum.
Yeah. We all just hope that we can bring all of this with as much passion and verve and all of the things that we have and show up and say, we need you to listen. Like, we are getting louder and louder and stop until you hear us. That's for sure. Carol, what about you? What are some
all of you for being so brave and speaking out and doing. I think, you know, when there's certain times in your life where you're just so busy, you just want to get like your kid through the day, and you just don't have any more bandwidth to reach to do anything else and to help these families. But also now I do have a little bit more, you know, time to, and this is where I want to focus, but also that I'm educating those who don't have neurodivergent family members, are learning what it's like. And I spoke at a panel recently, like a San Diego Junior League panel. I'm supposed to speak at a Democratic club, and that, you know, I didn't do that years ago. So I think expanding, you know, even outside the community as well, so they get a better perspective and know.
Yeah. Oh, that's the truth. We really need everyone to come together, which means all different types of parents, providers, schools, medical, government. If we could just all see that we're all pushing for the same agenda, for the same continuity of care and commitment to a community who is by far providing so many incredible innovations, revelations, all sorts of things throughout our entire history of time. How can we better serve, you know, this community? So thank you all so much for being here. This is exactly how you show up. I'm so just proud and honored to have everyone here. And for 1 second, Monica showed up. She just was logged in just a second ago. So and you know, it really sucks. Time zones have been the bane of my existence in all of these summits. It's just so very hard to be like plan everything on my time zone and then have everybody, you know, kind of in. Monica, I'm bringing you up, Monica. We're just finishing up, darling, but
oh no!
I was just telling telling them it must have been because time zones are just the bane of existence, and sometimes we miss things here and there. But let's stay in touch because there's still more opportunities like in days ahead that we can get you somewhere. But Monica, we're so happy to have you. Paul, Jillian, Shalise, Carol, this is Monica. Oh gosh, how are you today?
I'm good, thank you.
Good, good. Well, we will stay on so we can chat for a second. We're gonna go on to our lunch break for the next 30 minutes, and then at 12:30 Mountain Time, we will be bringing on our next panel, and it is the AI and innovation panel. So hopefully you guys will go out and log back in to listen to that and really hear some amazing things. Excellent. I was just seeing if there's any more comments. Oh yes, wonderful. Marie said, it sure does take a village. I'm enjoying meeting parents, caregivers, and teachers online who understand what I deal with. Therapies, appointments, elopement, etc. These folks are now a part of my village. Isn't that the truth? And Christy also says it takes a village. When we're advocating for our own, we're also advocating for everyone else. And, and just as like I am hoping with all of the website and everything I've built, I hope that everyone is able to access it with no problems, because I just want to bring my vision of access to everyone. And I hope that this is a step forward in doing that. So bravo and brilliant panel. Thank you all so much. You're just such beautiful friends and supporters and advocates. And I'm just honored to have you all here with me.
Thanks so much for having us.
Thank you.
Thank you guys. Oh goodness, what an incredible day. I can't believe it. So we're going to be going into our lunch hour. Monica, you stay right there. And sorry, I'll fix this of course behind me. But please enjoy a moment to watch the videos I've prepared for our sponsors who are just amazing at bringing together this community in such a meaningful way. I'm going to play a video for our sponsors while we're out for lunch, and then we'll be back in 30 minutes.
I'm Dr. Kari-Hayne Whitmer, Professor of Neurobiology, CEO, founder of AMA AI, and I'm one of the 1 in 31 people diagnosed with autism. But while there are millions of us in our country today, in the rooms where solutions for autistic people are imagined, we might as well be 1 in a million. Since my own son was diagnosed in 2017, I devoted my life's work to developing assistive technologies. Autistic people are increasingly invited to provide feedback on the technologies and services made for us, but our involvement cannot begin after the most important decisions have already been made. Autistic people deserve the opportunity to identify the problems, imagine the solutions, build the technologies, lead the companies behind them, and determine what success looks like for us. At AMA, we believe every child can achieve alongside their peers with the right support. This starts by data gathering from a child's care team. Parents, therapists, and teachers are invited to contribute information to the system. Creating a lesson takes less than a minute. AMA is then available to the child whenever and wherever they need support the most. Each AMA is differentiated by a child's level, ability, learning preferences, and interests. My own son had very limited functional communication until he was 8. Through therapy and conversations with Amma, his standardized reading fluency skills went from the bottom of his class to the top in less than 2 years. Amma applies the right disability accommodations to any content to help kids learn their best.
It's great to see you. How are you doing today?
I'm asking you, what are bacteria?
That's a curious question, Ethan. I love your interest in science.
Amma quickly creates interactive, personalized social stories and helps kids practice emotional regulation.
Jordan is playing a basketball game in the gym when another student accidentally knocks the ball out of bounds, and the
Okay.
game has to stop.
Oh, seems like he's angry. Because the game has to stop.
Jordan feels a wave of frustration rise up inside him. His fists tighten and his breathing gets faster.
Oh, it's okay to get frustrated. Thanks for watching, and remember, we have made Amma just for you. Bye-bye.
We built Amma to change the world for us and the millions of other families like ours. We invite you to join us in making it happen.
No one tells you how much you have to hold when you're supporting a neurodivergent child. The appointments, the strategies, the reports, what worked, what didn't. I was trying to keep it all in my head. Understanding Zoe is an app that brings everything together in one place and gives you personalized support you can actually use in the moment. At the center of it is Pip. Pip is like a second brain, an AI coach that understands your child and everything you've shared. I can just tell Pip what's going on, like this morning was really hard getting out of the door, and Pip doesn't just reply, it takes action. It can turn that into an observation, suggest support strategies, set reminders, log appointments, even read reports and pull out important dates so that I don't have to scroll through PDFs or repeat the same story. It takes what is in my head and it actually does something with it. Everything about my child is in one place now. Their strengths, additional support needs, medications, goals, appointments, no more digging through emails or documents, and no more repeating myself. It's just all there when I need it. And this is where it really helps, because when you are in it every day, it is hard to see patterns. But Pip looks across everything and shows me exactly what is helping, and it tells me where we might need more support. Turns everyday moments into understanding. And I'm not the only one holding on to it anymore. I can share the right information with our teachers, therapists, families, but I do it on my terms and I choose what they see. And the best part about it is Understanding Zoe isn't just for children. As a neurodivergent adult myself, I started using Understanding Zoe, and you can use it too, to track what helps, what feels hard, and what you need more of. I still have hard days, but I'm not trying to hold everything in my head anymore. And to be honest, I don't feel alone in it. According to Understanding Zoe's research, 93% of parents of neurodivergent children feel misunderstood and invisible, and 63% of those parents are neurodivergent themselves. That is Understanding Zoe. Real support starts with real understanding.
Welcome to the SG Child Show. I'm your host, Sarah Bradford, also known as SG Childs. The SG Child Show is a top 10% globally ranked podcast, amplifying community-based neurodiversity education. Here, we center real conversations, lived experience, and meaningful access, because inclusion starts with understanding. Powered by our nonprofit, the SJ Childs Global Network, at sjchilds.org, we create global summits, educational resources, and connections that drive real change. This is the SJ Child Show, where we'd love for you to join us and listen, learn, lead with kindness, love, and most of all, access for all.
Communication access in one tap or scan. Access ID helps first responders, healthcare providers, educators, and community members support any individuals during moments that matter most.
I'm Dr. Kari-Hayne Whitmer, Professor of Neurobiology, CEO founder of AI, and I'm one of the 1 in 31 people diagnosed with autism. But while there are millions of us in our country today, in the rooms where solutions for autistic people are imagined, we might as well be 1 in a million. Since my own son was diagnosed in 2017, I devoted my life's work to developing assistive technologies. Autistic people are increasingly invited to provide feedback on the technologies and services made for us, but our involvement cannot begin after the most important decisions have already been made. Autistic people deserve the opportunity to identify the problems, imagine the solutions, build the technologies, lead the companies behind them, and determine what success looks like for us. At AMA, we believe every child can achieve alongside their peers with the right support. This starts by data gathering from a child's care team. Parents, therapists, and teachers are invited to contribute information to the system. Creating a lesson takes less than a minute. AMA is then available to the child whenever and wherever they need support the most. Each AMA is differentiated by a child's level, ability, learning preferences, and interests. My own son had very limited functional communication until he was 8. Through therapy and conversations with AMA, his standardized reading fluency skills went from the bottom of his class to the top in less than 2 years. AMA applies the right disability accommodations to any content to help kids learn their best.
It's great to see you. How are you doing today?
I'm asking you, what are bacteria?
That's a curious question, Ethan. I love your interest in science.
Alma quickly creates interactive, personalized social stories and helps kids practice emotional regulation.
Jordan is playing a basketball game in the gym when another student accidentally knocks the ball out of bounds, and the
Okay.
game has to stop.
Oh, seems like he's angry. Because the game has to stop.
Jordan feels a wave of frustration rise up inside him. His fists tighten, and his breathing gets faster.
Oh, it's okay to get frustrated. Thanks for watching, and remember, we have made Alma just for you. Bye-bye.
We built Alma to change the world for us and the millions of other families like ours. We invite you to join us in making it happen.
No one tells you how much you have to hold when you're supporting a neurodivergent child. The appointments, the strategies, the reports, what worked, what didn't. I was trying to keep it all in my head. Understanding Zoe is an app that brings everything together in one place and gives you personalized support you can actually use in the moment. At the center of it is Pip. Pip is like a second brain, an AI coach that understands your child and everything you've shared. I can just tell Pip what's going on, like this morning was really hard getting out of the door, and Pip doesn't just reply, it takes action. It can turn that into an observation, suggest support strategies, set reminders, log appointments, even read reports and pull out important dates so that I don't have to scroll through PDFs or repeat the same story. It takes what is in my head and it actually does something with it. Everything about my child is in one place now. Their strengths, additional support needs, medications, goals, appointments, no more digging through emails or documents, and no more repeating myself. It's just all there when I need it. And this is where it really helps, because when you are in it every day, it is hard to see patterns. But Pip looks across everything and shows me exactly what is helping, and it tells me where we might need more support. Turns everyday moments into understanding. And I'm not the only one holding on to it anymore. I can share the right information with our teachers, therapists, families, but I do it on my terms and I choose what they see. And the best part about it is Understanding Zoe isn't just for children. As a neurodivergent adult myself, I started using Understanding Zoe, and you can use it too, to track what helps, what feels hard, and what you need more of. I still have hard days, but I'm not trying to hold everything in my head anymore. And to be honest, I don't feel alone in it. According to Understanding Zoe's research, 93% of parents of neurodivergent children feel misunderstood and invisible, and 63% of those parents are neurodivergent themselves. That is Understanding Zoe. Real support starts with real understanding.
Welcome to the SG Child Show. I'm your host, Sarah Bradford, also known as SG Childs. The SG Child Show is a top 10% globally ranked podcast, amplifying community-based neurodiversity education. Here, we center real conversations, lived experience, and meaningful access, because inclusion starts with understanding. Powered by our nonprofit, the SJ Childs Global Network, at sjchilds.org, we create global summits, educational resources, and connections that drive real change. This is the SJ Child Show, where we'd love for you to join us and listen, learn, lead with kindness, love, and most of all, access for all.
Communication access in one tap or scan. Access ID helps first responders, healthcare providers, educators, and community members support any individuals during moments that matter most.
I'm Dr. Kari-Hayne Whitmer, Professor of Neurobiology, CEO founder of AI, and I'm one of the 1 in 31 people diagnosed with autism. But while there are millions of us in our country today, in the rooms where solutions for autistic people are imagined, we might as well be 1 in a million. Since my own son was diagnosed in 2017, I devoted my life's work to developing assistive technologies. Autistic people are increasingly invited to provide feedback on the technologies and services made for us, but our involvement cannot begin after the most important decisions have already been made. Autistic people deserve the opportunity to identify the problems, imagine the solutions, build the technologies, lead the companies behind them, and determine what success looks like for us. At AMA, we believe every child can achieve alongside their peers with the right support. This starts by data gathering from a child's care team. Parents, therapists, and teachers are invited to contribute information to the system. Creating a lesson takes less than a minute. AMA is then available to the child whenever and wherever they need support the most. Each AMA is differentiated by a child's level, ability, learning preferences, and interests. My own son had very limited functional communication until he was 8. Through therapy and conversations with AMA, his standardized reading fluency skills went from the bottom of his class to the top in less than 2 years. AMA applies the right disability accommodations to any content to help kids learn their best.
It's great to see you. How are you doing today?
I'm asking you, what are bacteria?
That's a curious question, Ethan. I love your interest in science.
AMA quickly creates interactive, personalized social stories and helps kids practice emotional regulation.
Jordan is playing a basketball game in the gym when another student accidentally knocks the ball out of bounds, and the
Okay.
game has to stop.
Oh, seems like he's angry. Because the game has to stop.
Jordan feels a wave of frustration rise up inside him. His fists tighten and his breathing gets faster.
Oh, it's okay to get frustrated. Thanks for watching, and remember, we have made AMA just for you. Bye-bye.
We built AMA to change the world for us and the millions of other families like ours. We invite you to join us in making it happen.
No one tells you how much you have to hold when you're supporting a neurodivergent child. The appointments, the strategies, the reports, what worked, what didn't. I was trying to keep it all in my head. Understanding Zoe is an app that brings everything together in one place and gives you personalized support you can actually use in the moment. At the center of it is Pip. Pip is like a second brain, an AI coach that understands your child and everything you've shared. I can just tell Pip what's going on, like this morning was really hard getting out of the door. And Pip doesn't just reply, it takes action. It can turn that into an observation, suggest support strategies, set reminders, log appointments, even read reports and pull out important dates so that I don't have to scroll through PDFs or repeat the same story. It takes what is in my head and it actually does something with it. Everything about my child is in one place now. Their strengths, additional support needs, medications, goals, appointments, no more digging through emails or documents, and no more repeating myself. It's just all there when I need it. And this is where it really helps, because when you are in it every day, it is hard to see patterns. But Pip looks across everything and shows me exactly what is helping, and it tells me where we might need more support. Turns everyday moments into understanding. And I'm not the only one holding on to it anymore. I can share the right information with our teachers, therapists, families, but I do it on my terms and I choose what they see. And the best part about it is Understanding Zoe isn't just for children. As a neurodivergent adult myself, I started using Understanding Zoe, and you can use it too, to track what helps, what feels hard, and what you need more of. I still have hard days, but I'm not trying to hold everything in my head anymore. And to be honest, I don't feel alone in it. According to Understanding Zoe's research, 93% of parents of neurodivergent children feel misunderstood and invisible, and 63% of those parents are neurodivergent themselves. That is Understanding Zoe. Real support starts with real understanding.
Welcome to the SG Child Show. I'm your host, Sarah Bradford, also known as SG Childs. The SG Child Show is a top 10% globally ranked podcast, amplifying community-based neurodiversity education. Here, we center real conversations, lived experience, and meaningful access, because inclusion starts with understanding. Powered by our nonprofit, the SJ Childs Global Network, at sjchilds.org, we create global summits, educational resources, and connections that drive real change. This is the SJ Child Show, where we'd love for you to join us and listen, learn, lead with kindness, love, and most of all, access for all.
Communication access in one tap or scan. Access ID helps first responders, healthcare providers, educators, and community members support any individuals during moments that matter most.
Hello. Oh, how about my microphone? Hello. We are back from our lunch break. Thank you guys all so much for letting us take a little break and refresh our cups and use the restroom, all of the good things. So hopefully viewers are still tuned in and will be able to catch up on our next panel. It's going to be so phenomenal. I promise you that. I'm so excited to bring you some friends of mine from around the country And we have two people joining us today on this panel, one from Australia, one from the United Kingdom, and then our great friend in Colorado. I think that's where you're at, Liam. I hope I said that right. But my neighbor, my stately neighbor. So it is 12:30, excuse me. And I'm going to bring up our panelists that have made it to the backstage if they are ready. Hi, Liam. It's so great to see you. Oh, I can't hear you, though. So good thing you're on here so that we can troubleshoot that. Isn't that how it goes, Angela?
Always.
Always. You just jump in and we'll tell you when we can hear you. Darn it.
Hear me now.
I hear you now. Wonderful.
Excellent.
Oh,
Victory.
That's how it goes. We get it. We get it. It's so great to have you both here. Liam, Angela, Liam.
I know. I'm so excited to meet Liam. Nice to connect.
It's nice to meet you, Angela.
Yay. Well, we're all doing such amazing things, just moving the needle forward, which is what it's all about. And especially with today's summit, the major theme, the 1 in 31 connection, making connections that really help bring resources, skills, all of the things to the people that we love. So great to have you both here. Hopefully we'll have our other two let me get back on here and look who is coming. Yeah. One panelist, and we have another co-host that's going to be joining us. So hopefully they find their way here shortly. But to preface, one of them is from out of the country, so I'll give him a little slack. There he is. No more slack to be given. Just kidding.
Hey, hey guys.
Hi. So
hey, yeah.
To have you here.
Well, thank you so much for having me. Yeah, so just it's a little bit early over here, so I just was grabbing the coffee and then watching the hamster wheel go as I'm logging onto it. It's a bit of nerves.
Yes, definitely. What time is it there for you?
Nice chilly 4:30 a.m.
Oh, ouch.
4:30 a.m. What an honor. Wow. We're just thank you.
Thank you so much. This is amazing to be a part of.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. And even just with the check-in, just the other day, it was so nice. Everybody, made their own little special connections within that. So it's just, I couldn't be more proud. Plus, let's talk about that original email thread. Wow. Like I said, hey, let's start making connections. And somebody was just like on it. And then, all of a sudden there was just like this major introduction session going on and this networking in this original email thread. I couldn't be more proud of you all. So proud. Thank you.
I have to say, I think I ended up with 10 or 15 connection calls, and they're still happening where I'm doing one-on-ones. And hopefully Seamus and Liam, by the end of this, you'll also want to have a one-on-one.
Oh, 100%. No, 100%. And I think it just shows like the strength of the community and the strength of technology. I'm even thinking 10 years ago, like these sorts of things were very rare. And it's now like, oh my God, like I'm talking with people all over the world with the same sort of interest. It's like, it's crazy and so good at the same time.
In real time.
Need. At the end of the day, we're all helping meet the same need. So that's the most important to us.
Love it. Oh my gosh. Well, let's just start by giving amazing introductions. Liam, please introduce yourself. Let us know, talk to us about TACT and tell everyone who doesn't know the amazing things you're doing.
Well, I'm very lucky to be able to speak about TACT. And TACT is an acronym, Teaching the Autistic Community Trades. We're the only autistic trade schools that teach trades for autistic kids. And last year we had over 2,200 kids come through our school. And our job placement is incredible. Our company relationship, we're up to 86 companies just in Colorado. And we turned 10 years old this year.
So congratulations.
It's huge. So yeah. How more in depth do you want me to go? Do you want me to?
Whatever you want. Okay. However you want to say.
Okay. Just
I want to know what trades
how
Okay.
old are your clients?
Mm.
What are they?
Yeah.
Students?
No,
Yeah.
I'll give you everything. We focus on 17 to 40 years old, but that's our career tracks, and we're a specialized day school as well now. So we can get some of those kids that are in public schools that have IEPs, and they can be paid for to do their general electives in the morning, but then come to TACT and learn a trade.
Wow.
So we also focus on 6 to 14-year-olds, and we do workshops for neurodiverse and autistic kids, 90 minutes for $40. It's cheaper than a babysitter. So we love it. They get to come in, create, build, and take. It's really important because I'm not even going to say just our community. I think all kids need trades in their life.
Yeah.
And yes, I know AI is everywhere, but it's not going to change your oil on your car. It's not going to mend your fence or put shutters on your house. And our kids can do that.
Yeah.
So
we'll see. Maybe we'll have some robots putting shutters on one of these days, but
I hope
maybe
not.
not in our lifetime.
Yeah,
No,
maybe
no,
not.
no.
Yeah, that is great. Oh man. Oh, I
So-
just love TACT. I love what you guys do. Love the, that we've made. Please continue. I didn't mean to cut you
Yeah,
off.
no. I want this to be organic because I
Oh,
can talk about it. I want people to know what they want to know, or I want people to ask me questions because it all started with a question just 10 years ago. What are autistic students going to be when they grow up? What's their career path? What's their objective? And most of our kids for 18 years have been told no. And we don't say no. We say try, empower, build, create. And it's one of the most important things because we identify what they want. And getting to your question, Angela, is the 6 platforms we teach right now are automotive, welding, carpentry, electrical, cybersecurity, tech for trades, and we just opened up culinary.
Wow.
So, and it's been a year, Sarah, and we opened up a small office in the mountains of Colorado by Aspen called Carbondale. So we opened up an office there, and then we just opened a camp of culinary in New York City.
Wow.
Whoa.
I love that.
So yeah,
Oh my
so
gosh. Amazing.
we're very fortunate to get the press from Mike Rowe on People You Should Know. He did a whole segment on us, the 2nd episode, and I think it's the #1 viewed show that he has on YouTube. I think we broke 600,000 people.
That's
Wow.
That is
When you said
amazing.
the phone was ringing all the time for you, Angela, I'm like, I don't need the phone to ring anymore because I answered.
Well, I love this. Billy S says, "Yay, thanks for sharing about TACT. Love watching them on Mike Rowe. Here's the link if people haven't watched it. Link in the comments." Wow, that was really great timing, Billy. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you, Billy, because without him, without the staff, without Becky, our boss, without Danny, the founder, we wouldn't be here 10 years from today. And it's not about being 10 years today. It's about the next 10 years of what we're going to do.
Yeah,
So we're really, really fortunate. And Angela, and Seamus, our job placement this year was 83.4%. The United States is 9%. Colorado is 12%. So we're exceeding incredible objectives here. And a couple other things that we talked about is, as you know, when you educate and certify an autistic kid in a job, their retention rate with the company over 10 years is 95%. Their proficiency rate of that job that we acquire for them is 91.3%. So they don't make mistakes and they don't leave. And that's one of the most important things in this day and age: retention. And it's not out there. And I just need more companies to stop looking through their rose-colored glasses and Photoshop catalogs and shake our kids' hands and give them a chance. And once we place them, Amos, we do job coaching. So we have a person from TACT to go on site with these kiddos. I call them kiddos, they're young adults. I apologize. To give them the empowerment and the instruction. But the irony is we're not job coaching our kids. We're job coaching the company on how to work with our kids because they see so much better. And what I mean by that is the percentage when we job coach, we increase the company's manager that we're job coaching 13% of all his employees, of how he's working with a neurodiverse workforce student or client from TACT. He's working better with all his clients and staff. So the productivity and the ROI is increased over time when you hire a student from TACT. And that's what we want in all workforce. You know, we want that platform of saying, I have a question. Will you help me answer it? Instead of you should know this or just, push off. So we need more acceptance and more empowerment in the workforce development. And since we last talked, Sarah, we had some big clients come on board, Milwaukee Tools and
Oh, wow.
Train HVAC. Train HVAC is a huge company, and this is a positive for both you guys. I was on a call 6 months ago with HR neurodiverse of Train HVAC. Train HVAC has a neurodiverse HR department. We need more companies that have that because that's a huge stepping stone in tomorrow's workforce. Because as you know, it's really hard to change people's views of neurodiversity and autistic kids of saying, you're going to give them a power tool and you're going to let them do what? Do I have to change my insurance policy? So that's the greatest thing. And we're just hoping more companies will take that step like Train to have more neurodiverse HRs. And it really helps. And I guess she was a BCPA before she was the HR director at Train in Minnesota. Pretty cool.
That's amazing. And it just goes to show that when we build things for everyone to begin with, everyone has access and no one is left out to begin with. So boy, we need to this is great. Billy says, how do you quantify that? I'd love to learn your metrics. So yes, send him your research, could you? Let him know how you're doing it.
Sarah, I'll send it to you.
Yeah.
And you know what I mean?
Sure.
So, yeah, I have all the metrics that everyone needs because I only get a 2-minute in front of a CEO and I need to give those analytics and metrics to them for the belief in what we do. And the most important thing is for them to see our facility. We have a 20,000 square foot facility here in Denver, Colorado. It's called Englewood. It's right outside of, and we have a welding department. We have an automotive department. It's just incredible. The facility that we have is incredible. And there's a couple of videos on it and our website really shows it as well.
Oh, that's amazing. Thank you so much, Liam. I am so glad you're here. Angela, it's your turn. I'm putting you on the spot, ready to let us know more about you.
Yeah, I'm excited to be here too. It is actually almost 8 p.m. where I am, which even though I don't sound English, I am in England. I live here and I run the Autistic Culture Podcast Network. We are a network of creators. Right now there are 33. I think we'll have about 50 podcasts by the end of the year, all by and for autistic people. But the thing I want to say about our network is there's lots of podcasts out there by autistic people and about autistic people, but they're almost always about our challenges. And I think that's like great and valid and we need that. That's not what we do. I just signed a bunch of new shows this week and we have one on wrestling. We have a show on a mother and daughter, a 10-year-old girl and her mom reviewing roller coasters around the world. So I'm excited about that show. We have a book called Reading the Neurodivergent Gaze, which is autistic book reviews. We have a show on video games and so many. We have an episode or a new show coming up on bird watching. And they really highlight the values of autistic people, our culture. Whoa, sorry, background noise. Somebody's sliding their microphone around or something.
Oh, very sorry.
Is that you, Seamus? Yeah, mute yourself, my guy. Sorry. Audio sensitivities. There was a little autistic culture right there. Sorry about that. But yeah, so our goal is to not just talk about our challenges, but who we are culturally and what we have brought to business, to science, to entertainment, and for sure to the trades. I would love a cooking show or a welding show. So I'm definitely going to be reaching out, Liam, to find somebody there. So that's
There's
what we
a
do.
company in Australia that does Love on the Spectrum.
Yeah, so I would say that is it's very different from what we do in that, like, Love on the Spectrum is created largely by not autistic people, which is fine. I'm not against that. But what we do is by autistic people for autistic people. So if you think in the US about BET, Black Entertainment and Television, like anybody could watch it. I have a couple shows I watch on BET, but it is made from that perspective. So nothing about us without us. And so we're talking about all those things. We would do a dating show, but it would be by autistic people for autistic people.
Yeah.
And Angela, I would love to collaborate with you because you remember This Old House on PBS a long, long time ago.
Yes,
I want to do a DIY autistic one for TACT. Each week they would be working on a car or carpentry or welding.
Amazing. It's a yes.
Sorry,
that would be amazing.
Presentation, but I brainstorm a lot. So I
love it. Love it.
Continue on, Angela. I apologize.
No, Angela, you had me at wrestling. I'm a huge wrestling fan. It's funny. I saw The Rock a few weeks ago. My partner and I went to the Moana
the live action.
There was a big one in Sydney, and it's like, I was in my element. It's like, oh my God, The Rock, and everyone's like, oh, it's Dwayne. But no, it's amazing because I think you've just hit on one of the greatest points, is that there's this idea that with autistic people, we have a very narrow profile of what our interests are. And it just, like, I love the podcast. It shows it's more than just what people think it is, like this very narrow brand. It's like, oh, we're into wrestling, which I think is a great introduction to people who are trying to get some of the autistic traits.
Yeah,
because when you think about it,
it's very,
when you think about it, sorry.
Yeah, wrestling is very autistic, and the history of wrestling just embodies a lot of our culture, many autistic people, and also the fandom. Like, one of my autistic special interests is an arguably an Antipodean, arguably Australian band, but Crowded House, who you probably know.
Yes,
New Zealand,
no, very, very well.
We can
we
argue.
claim them.
Yes, exactly. Well, they are a Melbourne band, just to be clear. But some people get mad at me when I say that. This is very autistic right here. Anyway, they are not. Crowded House is not autistic. There are many bands that are. My Chemical Romance would be a great example of that. They are not. However, the Crowded House fandom is. And so this is the kind of thing we explore on the show, is like, what are the autistic traits? But then also, like, with something like bird watching or even wrestling, or we have a fashion show that is by an autistic fashion designer, we're going to talk about the accommodations that we make in our special interests. We're going to talk about our sensory sensitivities and how they play out. So you are learning about autism because we're talking about it in a very, like, direct and straightforward manner from us to us. We're not hiding anything, but it's not just a show about, like, how do we need accommodations in entertainment? We're going to talk about it in context. So yeah, you learn about the traits, and then you also learn about some of our special needs and some of the ways we've learned to accommodate ourselves and advocate for ourselves and advocate for the people we love that maybe are less capable of doing that.
Oh, absolutely. Wonderful. I love that. And I'm sure that, like you said already, Angela, there's going to be so many connections come out of this and collaboration. So, Seamus, give us a little introduction. Tell us more about yourself, and excited to start this.
Oh, lucky last. So to give you a bit of context, so I've worked in technology for about 25 years. So I've worked across like you name it, everything from reinsurance to weather graphics. So I did a lot of international broadcast weather graphics for a very long time. So that was a lot of fun. Yeah, it's kind of gave me a bit of an introduction to neurodiversity in terms of workplace, because there's very specialized minds in STEM field, and all I can say is that most of them are.
We are trying so
Definitely.
hard to get a weather podcast.
Yeah.
So
Oh, I know some. Yeah, I know some good people. So I designed, I think about 40 to 50 different weather broadcast systems over the years. It was crazy. And it was also one of those things, because I'm not really a maths person. I'm more of a design sort of a person. So I've worked in a variety of different places, and I ended up having to get, so I'm late in life diagnosed. So I was originally diagnosed with Asperger's in 2007. And it was like, on all late in life people, it's like, here's your certificate, go on your merry way. So it took me good 10 years to kind of get the support that I needed, which kind of led me down a really interesting sort of a trail. So at the time I was having a few challenges at work, ended up realizing that there's a lot of people out there who don't really understand what autism is. So I ended up getting a re-diagnosis with autism spectrum disorder level 1, because at the time, one of the misconceptions is that I had Asperger's, and under DSM-5 it's not there, so I have a non-existent condition, which led me down to actually studying and doing a psychology degree. And then I did this crazy thing where I've got to pick a couple of electives. I know what I'll do. I'll do philosophy. That's really easy. I can just write a stack of essays, whatever I want. Really, really easy. No, really, really hard. Yeah, that's just the autistic mind. It's like, oh yeah, that's pretty cool. I'll do that. So I've studied probably on and off the last 8 years. So just about done with my psychology degree. I've recently completed a Bachelor of Arts Philosophy and Applied Ethics with a stack of other degrees. I'm also moved on to some postgrad work, so I'm halfway through a Masters of Autism Studies at Griffith University. Amazing piece of work. It's just, there's so many awesome people that I've worked with there who just think of it like this. Many neurodivergent people studying about neurodivergent causes and getting qualified in the area, which has led me. I'm nearly finished a book, and I've just been kind of sharing the wisdom with a lot of the businesses that I've worked with. So a lot of the problems that I've seen, and it is exactly what Liam and Angela both said, is it's not so much companies are not willing to accommodate or do the things to get the right people involved. It's actually a little bit of a flip side of it, is that a lot of them don't have the information. Common one I've found is open planned offices. Someone thought that was a great idea. It's like, what's the best way to accommodate? Noise cancelling headphones. And it's amazing that it benefits everyone in the team. Like, I've worked at places where we've offered those out, and it's like, bang, crazy how many people actually ask for it, neurodivergent and non-neurodivergent. But no, it's amazing to talk about everything tech, considering I've worked in it for such a long time, and also from the autistic spectrum side as well. So thank you for having me on.
Oh, it's such a pleasure to have you all on. It's such diverse backgrounds and experiences, but all for the same moving cause, and I love that the most. Well, let's start our questions. We got some 35 minutes to move through this. I know we don't have to get to this isn't no scripted things or anything, but let's just see what we think is like kind of most important here. Well, what we'll start with you, Liam. What excites you the most about AI innovation, but for accessibility? What do you see being the best things we can work on?
As much as I've been trying to do a deep dive on AI, we've been talking, I've been talking to people, and I am not a tech guy at all, but those Google glasses for workforce development for our students, when they get stuck on a job site or they're doing wiring in a hotel, they could click on some AI glasses to help them. It would be a neurodiverse workforce platform for our electrical team. So I would love to see a company or companies come together to collaborate, not just from Google, but a neurodiverse AI glasses for workforce development, neurodiverse kids in the trades. I think that would be kind of cool, and it would go back to Seamus's idea of how to study it and what questions trigger them, and it would just, the information that we could get could roll out to something even better, Sorry, that's what I would love to see with the AI platform. And if someone knows about it, let me know.
There's actually a lot out there. Look at some of the university circuits that there's so much testing within that space. And also I think from the perspective that you're talking about, I think safety culture. So it's a start off from the company Atlassian. So they've done a lot in augmented reality, AI, VR in those space. I don't know how commercially ready they are, but there is a lot in that space. I'll have to connect you up.
Yeah, I would love that, Seamus. I would. And it sounds like the university you're at, it sounds like you have a lot of accessibility and very smart people there. They're probably working on something back there too.
Exactly, yeah, and a lot way smarter than me. I feel like the odd one out a lot of the time.
They're the odd ones out. You're the one with the superpower.
Yeah. Angela, what do you think? What excites you most about innovation for accessibility and AI? Oh, you're muted.
Sorry about that.
No, okay.
For me, there's a couple things. So one is how fast we are moving with personalization. And so I'm interested particularly in entertainment and content. But even if you just think about a newspaper or an article or a video, we can now already with agents customize those. One of the things we look at is, do you prefer to learn from bottom up processing or top down processing? Are you a Gestalt language processor? We could take the same content as creators, and just like we could translate that to multiple languages, which by the way, we can do faster with AI, which I think is an ethical and exciting use of AI is translation. But we can also translate for neurotype, for learning style. And as education, which I think it is moving towards more one-on-one, for everyone, again, like if we're helping autistic learners, we're helping all learners, is being able to identify early in your education journey and then verifying that throughout your life as it changes and evolves with different stressors and medical conditions. How can I get the information, how I can best learn it? And so that seeing how I'm just personally using Claude Code to customize each of our podcasts are all human made. but I have agents working to do a 5-minute version of every podcast so that people who want to consume it on, let's say, TikTok or YouTube Shorts can still get access to the most relevant information. We put out 15 shows a week right now, and our goal is to get that to 50 by the end of next year. There's no way I could edit 50 shows into 5-minute shorts. So human content, but AI acceleration with language, personalization, editing. That one clip that I'm editing now to 5 minutes could be edited 5 different ways for different learning styles, or an infinite number of ways on the fly.
Yeah.
So that to me is really, really exciting how fast that's happening.
Love that. What about you, Seamus? What are your thoughts?
There's so many good thoughts on this, like from very different ways. So I'm probably going to approach it very differently. So I think AI can sometimes provide the clarity and structure that organizations can't. So it fills in a lot of those gaps. And what I mean by that is, so if you look at some of the tools, they can actually remove a lot of the ambiguity and the communication barriers that we see. So a really, really good example of it is many people write in passive voice, which is really difficult for someone who is neurodivergent to often interpret it because it's very open. Great example of that, whack it through ChatGPT, Claude, Gemini. You can turn that passive voice into active voice. And it's something that I've used a lot in insurance products where we're doing commercial sites or product sites. So it actually benefits everyone. So it makes it a lot more understandable. The other one as well, it can also factor in some of the sensory demands, and specifically for people with ADHD around the executive functioning demands, like breaking tasks down. So it fills that those gaps between the inconsistent expectations, what are the in-between steps. So this is probably as well as a UX designer. My job is to break down the steps from a service design and kind of how those processes work. When I talk with a lot of clients or a lot of businesses that I worked with, they leave out a lot of the steps. Great example of this is if you ever get someone to ask, write down how you make a cup of tea or a cup of coffee. I can guarantee there's a lot of implied steps in there. What AI can do with people is actually break down those even further and add the steps in between. One of the best tools I think you can get onto if you're neurodivergent, actually, even if you're not, it's amazing. Thing called Goblin Tools. So it's this.
Say it again.
Really,
say it Goblin?
slower. Goblin tools, as in the little green goblins.
Like a little goblin?
Hey.
Okay.
Yeah, like a little goblin. And what it actually does is it breaks down very complex steps into step by step. So it means that if you've got a manager who's in a bit of a rush and go, I need this done. If I'm stuck, I often break it down. So and I'm using this even though I'm a professional of 20 plus years. I use this a lot. I put my instructions into it. It breaks down the process to what I need, and I can identify the steps and those horizontal and vertical transitions. And that's something that I struggle with terribly in businesses. And this basically accommodates it. And it's just a very, very simple tool. Mind you, AI does it extremely well. Like it's something that I rely on massively, especially Gemini on my phone. Tell me how to do this and set reminders like it. That's how I actually got here today. It's like, yeah, Gemini, create me the reminder and do the time conversion for me so I get up at the right time. So even to get on tonight, I was using the Gemini for it. It's like, so thank you, Google, for that.
No, and I, even making this summit happen, I'm literally, how else in the past managing 86 speakers, time zones, panel, outlines the the interest of what people wanted to be on. I remember one year I had so many pieces of paper. I had them taped onto all over the wall in front of me so that I could try to stay on top of any of it. And so this year has been incredible in the sense that I have had so much help. Even though I was using AI and Chat GPT to help with posting and organization, there was never a part that was me not putting my heart and what I wanted into it and making it, as personal as I could. But at the same time, it was also, I remember one lady emailed back and said, is this AI? Is this just, are you spamming me with AI? Like, is this even a real person? And I called her immediately and I was like, oh my gosh, thank you so much for like saying that I'm like AI. That's amazing. I'm just going to give her this tease. But the fact that we can take advantage of these tools, not take them for granted, which I think are two very different things we have to look at there, but really using as access for everyone and building the website, being able to stream it to my own website, just all of these incredible kind of moving the needle forward for myself in my own goals and my own values and what I want out of these summits for everyone, for the education to be for everyone to come and get it. So, and isn't it the truth that it's the people that don't know they need you, that you don't know, that are the hardest people to find. It's the hardest kind of audience to gather. And so hopefully everyone is sharing, all of this summit information with everyone who thinks that could have some value in it. So, yeah. I love this one. What risks should we be thoughtful about? Very interesting.
Sarah, can I jump in here? Because I feel like anyone who came to this session is probably on the slightly pro side of AI, but just in case, this is related to the risks, but I am really aware there are serious environmental concerns with AI. I'm very aware that there are serious intellectual problems, like artists, writers have been stolen from. It was not all built correctly. Data centers, there are communities that are having legitimate issues. I know I moved from the Chesapeake Bay, and we know, because we're still in all those Facebook groups and still have neighbors there, their water bills have gone up, their electricity bills have gone up. We have actually a nuclear power plant there that they have used. One of the AI companies bought, and they're used. So like, there are legitimate problems, and I feel like your first question was so positive, and we were all like Polly Sunshine about it, which I am very positive about AI, but I am also cognizant that it's not perfect. Yeah. My not just philosophy, but like my decision, my thoughtful and considered decision on this is I'm not going to change it. The genie is out of the bottle. I will not be the one in charge of putting the toothpaste back in the tube. And so I value and respect people who are trying to sit out AI. Obviously, people tried to sit out the Industrial Revolution. There were good reasons to do that if you understand the plight of the weavers in the north of England. And like, there are good reasons to opt out. It might be affecting your community or your family, or maybe your special interest is global warming. Certainly this summer, with half of Europe on fire, we all understand that. Arizona's running out of water, and we're using it to search, do cats really have 9 lives? And can you make me a graphic about it, right? I don't know how to fix that problem. And my personal mission is to make the world better and safer for autistic people. And I see ways AI can help. Yeah. And I don't think I'm going to change technology for moving forward. But that doesn't mean I don't understand and see some of the legitimate problems. Like, we have people who boycott our podcast network and send me meaner messages than that one you got. for how we're ruining the environment. All our podcasts are 100% human made. But we use Riverside, and Riverside uses AI. We use editing tools that have AI in them. We write our show descriptions with AI. And if we had to handwrite 15 show descriptions, we couldn't get that many shows out. So I don't have the answer, and it's like way above my pay grade. And I think Elon Musk would beat me anyway. So I'm just trying to do what I
emailed
can.
him, but he has
You
never
did?
answered back. I asked him
Maybe
to have a talk about autism.
Yeah, why not? He's
I
one
know.
of us. So
maybe throw a tweet.
Yeah, that's why, because I'm not on X.
Yeah.
That's exactly.
Yeah, no, I haven't been on there for a very long time as well.
I love that. Well, Liam, what do you think about that? What do you think are some risks? And you have a
Well,
whole community of individuals to think about that for.
Yeah, because we always think about the safety of data, the HIPAA
Yeah.
violations and so forth. And in our landscape, we have different genders that we represent, support, encourage, empower. And we open our doors to all people, and I don't want anyone to be labeled, and a label of our neurodiverse community is detrimental when you don't know or have never met these phenomenal students, clients, employers, employees. So yeah, that's the scariest thing about this, a data breach,
Oh,
and
100%.
and a data breach into, HIPAA's library, that would be scary, So, and as you guys know, we take our information on all our students every day. We write about it because, we use Medicaid, DVR, and a lot of this is government funding. So we're very cautious about that. And we just don't want our kids, which, hypothetically, they've already been labeled. We don't want to label them again, or they're being sold. So that's the scariest thing about our landscape right now and the technology. And I'm going to go back to Angela on how fast things are moving in IT and AI. So it's, just last week, an AI agent from ChatGPT broke into another AI company. That was like, when I heard that,
I saw that.
Yeah.
So,
It's really crazy. Really crazy.
it's
And
moving very, very
and the chat friends and some of the AI psychosis, especially if you have monotropic focus and you are
Yep.
in, an AI friend or an AI buddy. We don't see you. Get out.
Life happens. It's okay. We welcome everyone, Liam.
Oh, if it makes you feel better, I've got a cat at the door. Like
Yeah,
meow. He's like he's like, you're up at 4 a.m. party time.
Yeah.
I've got a
Feed
friend.
me.
But
Yeah.
yeah, I do think we should be lobbying for safeguards around AI psychosis. Like, there's an interesting story of a guy who thought, I don't think he knows he's autistic, but I do. But he thought he invented a new type of math.
Yeah.
And so he had spent days and days and days without sleeping. He quit his job and went into a very now common AI psychosis, which people who have deep special interests and passions and can spend, which I've done it, spent 24 to 48 hours without food or sleep on a project I'm super interested in. That is where there are some vulnerabilities that we really need to focus on safeguards in those areas.
Seamus.
Ooh.
Give us your
Okay. And this is funny. Like I've recently finished a degree in philosophy and applied ethics, and it's one of those things where the lecturer at the time goes, when AI really blows up, we are going to need ethicists and we are going to need philosophers, which I thought was a funny statement. But what you're talking about, the core of it, of hacks and psychosis, the underlying framework of it is what sort of ethical framework AI does well. Now that's the thing that most people don't talk about in the process. And what I'm talking about here is utilitarian ethics. So AI does that very, very well. So outcome-based ethics. So the psychosis, the hacking, all you're doing is saying, here's my problem, go solve it. And all it's doing is its metric is what the outcome is. There's some great military reports about it, how they've tried it with drones, automated drones. How can that possibly go wrong? Everyone's watched Terminator 2. We know where it's all going. And what they've found with a lot of the simulations is that the AI has realized the barrier within them getting the outcome is the person controlling the governance of the drone. So it will actually attack it and finish its mission. There's quite a few different articles. I think it was up on Forbes about this. But the underlying problem from an ethical point of view is also to do with human bias. So one thing that I've noticed in the corporate world, when they put in AI, they go, oh, this is great. We can do all these really cool things really fast and really cheaply. You can. But the problem with AI, it makes the great things amazing and it makes the terrible things absolutely horrifying. There's no in between. I've worked at a few AI startups, and the bias thresholds and the error thresholds are the biggest challenge. So you need that human in there looking at it from a utilitarian point of view and a Kantian point of view. And the easiest way to think about that is look at the trolley problem. 5 people or one person, which one are you picking? That AI does not do that very well, despite what a lot of the studies say. And it's why I think one of the problem itself isn't AI, it's how rushed and lack of thought a lot of humans are actually implementing it. So if you think about it from a responsible point of view, it's like, Angela, you're 100% right with how you're doing it. If you want you've got a very tight governance around what sort of outcomes you're trying to do and what sort of the human interactions there are. There are a lot of companies not doing that. It's more the flip side of it's like, oh, we're going to do this. Let's do it fast. We'll put in AI. And there's a stack of problems. Even in Australia, there's a ton of different stories coming up with poorly implemented AI. And I assume it's probably similar in the States.
Not to
We're
mention
replacing
the
it.
companies like really behind it, like OpenAI,
Yeah.
and like they have taken the guardrails off, and there's no government organizations that are pushing that. I will say, being in Europe, I do feel a little safer. There are more guardrails here than in the US. But yeah, I don't know who's gonna care. So we have to care, especially for our community.
Yeah, isn't that the truth? No, absolutely. And I was looking over the questions. We have about 12 minutes left. And I think that we kind of covered it a little bit in the ethical and things like that. One kind of interesting question that is I'm looking at is, where is AI already helping families, educators, or advocates? Really interested to know you guys' thoughts on that. Liam, let's get back to you.
I think it's helping some of our students for information of transportation, how to get around, getting information a little quicker. As Seamus says, he talks to the phone and with the app on the phone. A lot of our kids speak to their phone and say, hey, when is the next train? Because we teach public transportation because we want to correlate that with workforce development. So we really want them to have that accessibility. I think that's the major thing that we see is accessibility to information faster, but sometimes that's a double-edged sword that Seamus was talking about. The ethical thing is we don't need so much information because it takes away from conversation and social emotional development. Do you guys remember when you were younger and who is the greatest soccer player in the world? We could talk about it, about our memories and youth and growing up. But now they just go, who was the greatest soccer player?
Yeah.
They have all these statistics. So So it's taking away the common conversation of just providing the information.
So true, right?
Thanks.
I remember once I was in a bar in my 20s,
Okay.
and my friends and I were trying to remember who were the characters in the TV show The Facts of Life. And we're
Perfect.
like, there's
Oh,
Joe,
yeah.
there's
And
Joe,
Tootie.
there's Blair. We're
Yeah.
like, who are they? And we must have met every single person in the bar because none of us had a phone. So we
See?
couldn't look it up. So we just asked her, we're like, okay, so there's Joe, there's Blair. Who are the other people? And then everyone talked about their favorite Facts of Life. And I know you're out there shouting the names of the other, but like that was so magical. And you couldn't even recreate that now if you tried, because
No.
somebody's going to have a phone and they'll look it up. And that's the end of that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So that's the double-edged sword of AI. Accessibility, but taking away conversation and creativity with a small group. Because as you know, our students are very, how would I say, they're very controlling of their projects. They don't like to share, you know,
Yep.
and they're like, this is mine. But we're trying to develop team orientation. So the cybersecurity guys, the tech guys are bringing images down to the welding guys, and they're using the plasma cutter to cut it out. So we're trying to create a team environment of what's done on the trades. So, you know, but you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't.
The case. Billy had a comment. So the algorithm that the AI uses a lot of the time is based on the common response. Do you all think that it could, I'm not sure what he means, neurodivergent thought that tends to think outside the box? Let's see, what did he mean? That it could
I think in penned.
possibly, yeah. What do you think about that?
Whew. I think we should get Billy on the next show.
Billy, we will.
Yeah.
You're gonna reach out to me.
AI, when we are talking about large language models, LLMs, because there is more, and I think Liam's been great for this conversation for thinking about outside of ChatGPT or Claude or Gemini, right? With LLMs, they are always going to give you the average. The average right now is, I'll call it neuromajority, neuronormative. Like the average is not neurodivergent. So we are a minority. We are a neurominority. And so the average isn't going to be us. So there's a huge amount of data that these systems suck in. And then all they're doing, they're prediction engines, and they're saying, what's the most likely next word, next sentence? And the most likely thing is probably not going to be the autistic answer, like just by definition. And I think that, you know, really goes back to why we have to make sure we keep building human thought as a skill. We don't want to lose critical thinking. We don't want to lose our artistic, our kids' autistic perspective on things. That's what makes us human. Using AI to do tasks. That's why I like a task like translating. Like I just wouldn't translate my podcast, and now I could. I can make a voice sample of my voice or any of my creators' voices, and we could get the podcast in 30 languages almost for free, you know, very compared to what it would have been, right?
Yeah.
That's amazing for accessibility. And there's another way, just answering your question about how do families or educators use AI right now. I see a lot of people going to AI for like medical advice. Like they will put in their blood tests and say, what does this mean? And I mean, we used to do this with, what was it called? WebMD. That Google,
yes.
Dr. Google. And
Dr. Google.
It can be scary. It can be wrong. But it can feel really good, especially if you're dealing with anxiety, which is major for autistic people and parents of autistic kids who are like, watch. So we want to have answers faster. And so again, how can we do these things with safeguards? They could be put into place. One of the fun things I've seen is neurodivergent people creating apps. We've had 3 or 4 listeners create AAC device apps for their family, like with their families, like home words and inside jokes and the way they want it set up. So being able to customize something for your family. So I think there's a mixed bag of uses. I will say there's captioning so many more places now. And as somebody with an auditory processing disorder, I use captioning more. That's almost always, it's not perfect, but that's almost always AI. And I'm really grateful for that. So I think it's how do we find those good, sometimes I will have AI check my email to see if it's going to make anybody mad. So if I'm emailing a teacher about my kid's
same
IEP,
here.
yeah. So, but do people have education on what's a safe use of AI, what's not, what's too long to be there, what information should you be putting in, what information should you not? I used to be pretty good at reading maps, and I'm pretty terrible now, and I know that's GPS or sat nav atrophy. Because I stopped using that brain. I used to pull over and get the, ABC guide out of the back seat and read the atlas. I don't have an atlas in my car anymore. I'm okay with that, but are we okay with losing our creativity or some of our thinking skills?
Absolutely. Oh, I love that. Okay, Seamus, I'm going to give you the last bit on this. So what is one future possibility you hope will become real in the next few years? And you guys have 4 minutes to complete this answer, all of you.
Okay. I'll go really quick. I've got my timer on. So I think one of the I think the future is not necessarily tech. It's understanding the underlying principles for it. So understanding the difference in ethical models. So like Kantian versus utilitarian. I think there's the other aspect is understanding how AI gets to its decision. So for someone who has worked in that space, like the big one that people are talking about, generalized models. Well, what sort of AI are we talking about? Is it generalist? Is it narrow? Is it machine learning? Is it cognitive computing? All very, very different things, but it's all under the same banner. We need to start educating people on that. And then there's the flip side, which comes back to when I did a lot of weather stuff, the difference between deterministic and probabilistic. Huge difference, especially when you're talking about outcomes and the types of data. The other thing I think people need to talk about as well is with AI, we need to teach people garbage in, garbage out. All AI does is magnify. So from the type of use Liam and Angela were talking about, quality guardrails, awesome governance, really good quality information going in. So what's coming out is an amazing outcome for you. There's a lot of people who don't do that. They just
and we have to be the philosophers for
Exactly.
our family and community. We have to do that. No one's coming to save us. No one's coming from the companies or from the governments. So in our communities, in our families, build in those safeguards.
Like that, 100%. Well, this I have to bring on our co-host who missed our panel. Dang it! But that's because time zones, right?
No, he wasn't using AI.
Yeah, I was thinking about.
No, I just met you. I apologize. Sorry.
No, and he's amazing. Jan, give us a quick introduction of who you are and what you do. Tell them really quickly.
Oh wow, this is so. Oh man, I thought
Jan, I've been following you. You have some good stuff on LinkedIn right now.
Yeah,
same. Yeah.
I know. Thank you. Yeah. Oh man, I'm just feeling stupid right now because I thought I'm on point as a German, but I'm on point 2 hours too late, or I don't know, 1 hour late.
That's
really
okay.
bad. Okay, just a quick introduction. So my name is Jan Schlüter. I have 2 roles. One role, entrepreneur in residence for the Frisch Center for Autism and Innovation, and I'm also CEO of Neurodiversity Technologies, which is part of the ecosystem that I'm creating right now around the Frisch Center, which is a conference called Neurotech Frontiers, which is an incubation platform for startups and entrepreneurs and we are just now creating a network across the US, but we have the first international request. It's called Ascend, which is a network of organizations who want to test and try out the early tech and innovation from our incubation platform. And mic drop. That's it. That's all.
Love it. Oh my gosh. And we'll get in touch after this because a couple of changes happened for next weekend. So maybe we can have you join back up for that. This has been such an incredible conversation, and you can just go back and watch it on my YouTube, Jan. It's okay. No, but
You'll love it.
Yes, I promise. It was incredible. Liam, Angela, Seamus, thank you so much. I absolutely honor your time and being here. You volunteer your words and your values and just come and share with us. It means so much to me. So thank you so much.
Thanks for all you're doing with this summit, Sarah. It's been great to watch.
And let's just keep in mind, let's not overlook the brilliance of our neurodiverse kids because they have superpowers beyond what we have. Let's encourage it and empower it. Thank you so much.
Loved having you guys here. Billy said, thank you for a great panel. Appreciate you, Liam, Angela, and Seamus. And Lucas says, learned a lot. Appreciate you all. So just to let you guys know, we're making, I can't even talk now. We're making progress because people are listening and they're interacting and engaging. And that's exactly what we want. So thank you all so much. I hope you'll jump back on and enjoy the rest of. There's one more panel today, and then tomorrow we'll be back for another day of panels, and then next weekend we'll have our 2 days of panels. Then, so when I got 100 speaker sign ups. Oh my goodness, I couldn't turn anyone away, and that's why I've made it such an long weekend of speakers, because everyone's voice has something so valuable that somebody else in the world will gain something from it. So we're all doing a service. So thank you all so much.
Thank you, Sarah.
We're going to stay in touch
and
we'll bring you on next weekend. Maybe we'll just have you a panelist on our AI technology panel next weekend.
That'd be awesome.
Love that.
And keep the articles coming on LinkedIn.
Okay.
Will do. Thank you, Liam. Bye.
You're welcome.
Oh my goodness, such amazing, incredible speakers. Like, I feel so lucky to have all of these friends join me in this incredible way. Theo, I'm trying to bring you up. There you are. Maybe you coming up. Thank you guys so much for being patient and waiting while we get started. I know we're just a couple of minutes late, but not too bad. So much to say, about in that realm of all of those things. And I'm not sure why your camera just off, Theo, or I don't know because I see you in there, but I don't see you on your camera on the screen. So that's really strange. Let me know if you need anything. I'm going to go check the private chat. But let me start by saying thank you to Chris, Martin, and there you are, Theo. Great to see you, my adventurer. I'm really looking forward to this conversation and to kind of celebrating and introducing all three of you to this summit and such a meaningful way. I'm going to, don't mind me as I get into my notes, in and out of my notes here, but let's just start off with some introductions. Chris, you're on the top of the screen, so let's start with you. We'll go down in order. Chris, please introduce yourself. Let us know a little bit about you.
Okay, my name is Chris Weekly. I was late diagnosed at age 32, so roughly 2 decades ago. I spent the bulk of my time in IT in places where I could just find myself tucked away. And then about 1.5 years after people came out from COVID, I thought, why don't I try engaging in the world for a change? Went to entrepreneurial startup week, decided I would try my hand there. So I founded Logical A, and my elevator pitch for Logical A is I teach companies how to better integrate and understand what I call the Mac of autism into their Windows world.
I love that. I love that. If anyone knows the difference between a Mac and a window, it couldn't be more frustrating. But not in this case. That is great. That's really cute. I love that. Good. We have some hellos. Oh, that's you, Martin. Lucas said, not a fan of the superhero narrative. And that's okay. You know, everybody has kind of their own view of what each person can bring to the table. So let's go. Serena says, let's go. Let's bring it. It's your turn anyways. Well, Martin, hello.
Hi there.
Introduce yourself.
So,
Let us know.
all right. So my name is Martin. For those who don't know me, I am a public speaker, book author, Special Olympics athlete, business owner, and award-winning disability advocate. And for those who have heard me speak in the past, it's always been such a magical time for sure.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. You inspire a lot of people. And, Martin's done a lot of work in his community. He has had several, I don't even, what do they call them? Inductions with the mayor and things where you've like created autism days and, what else? Tell us about some of those things.
Oh yeah. I just this April, I designed the city of San Jose's first ever Autism Awareness Month flag and got to have it raised. And then a few weeks later, received a commendation from the mayor for all the work that I've done. And the unique part about that was they said to me, had you not reached out to us 3 years ago to create the proclamation, a day like this would have never happened.
Isn't that the truth? Because it takes us to stand up and want our voices to be louder and to be heard. And we can all attest to that. Theo, it's so nice to have you here.
Absolutely.
Tell us a little bit about yourself and where are you?
I just want to make sure you can hear me all right.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, good. But yeah, I am a Salt Lake City-based landscape photographer. I am currently out in the mountains right now.
I knew it.
Yes, you called it. But yeah, landscape photography. I also do blog writing and public speaking, trying to raise more awareness around autism and mental health. I was diagnosed with autism, which was classified as high-functioning autism or Asperger's in the mid-90s. And I denied my diagnosis up until my 30s, so about 10 years ago. I got a job as a registered behavioral therapist in Minneapolis for a little bit. And after I left that position, I haven't felt, I guess, a fulfilling position beyond that. So I kind of tried to figure out a way that I could inspire people and bring more awareness around autism. And I started my business. It's called Unicorn Adventure, which gives a platform for other people who might be struggling with autism, mental health, anything, just trying to rid the stigma around it and using my photography as inspiration to get people to live their best possible life. Because I have struggled with substance abuse. And if I can claw myself back from pretty much certain death to literally climbing mountains, I want to be that inspiration in someone else's life to see my story and be able to relate and thrive in this world that is not fit for us. So that's my little elevator pitch.
I love that. Theo. I knew you were in the mountains back there.
Well, that's why the service was a little bit weird. But yeah, I figured it out. I can be a little savvy here and there.
I love that. Well, it's so amazing. Thank you all for volunteering your time and being here to honor this community and one another. And Serena said she's so inspired by you all. And we haven't even started, Serena. It's so exciting. Can't wait. So let's kind of go over what we had in our outline, and then we can kind of move through those. What does advocacy mean to you personally in your journey?
Chris, what do you say? How are you using advocacy for yourself right now?
Advocacy for myself is pretty new. If I'm honest, I spent the bulk of my life trying to move invisibly through the world, just not to be seen. Had a lot to do with my upbringing, and so I'm roughly 5 years kind of making my way a little bit further each day into the world. But the reason I chose employment was, based on my own lived experience, and being able to get companies to better understand everything from what it means to write a job post that makes sense. For me, I read them and I go, yeah, you want 4 people. You don't want 1. What are you talking about here? Why are you using keywords you don't understand? It can be painful in interviews when I do research and I go, well, did you know that you guys are doing this? No. How do you not? You work here every day. And, interviews. I had a recent interview and I was only told one person was going to be there. And, I walk in, it's already a strange building and there's 2 other people there. And I'm like, who do I focus on? Who's the decision maker here? Everything is, kind of, what am I, what are the rules, of engagement and that kind of thing. And then also, settings. What does a setting look like? Getting companies to understand all of that. Autism has been in the news for years now, but the needle really hasn't moved for under and unemployment numbers. And it's great that some companies do have a neurodiverse person on hand to try to kind of help people move their way through. But if it only stops at the hiring process and it doesn't move through the rest of the company, well, you're a stranger in a strange world when you get put into that department because no one knows. Yeah. And so changing those things, and then shifting to changing travel too. Travel is still a big thing. We're such an underserved market as neurodivergents. Very underserved. There's a lot that gets left on the table, and it's all about lack of education in too many places and the inability to help us keep our dignity when we do travel.
Isn't that the truth? And hopefully, some of the work you're doing and some of the people listening, might be working on those types of things. I know that there are some amazing travel advocates that are just autism focused and everything. And those are the people we need helping families and reaching out to them.
And if I can just say quickly on that, my travel agent, I haven't had her but a few years, but she's great. And she told me about a Navigate program she wanted to launch where she could take families with special needs and other disabilities on basically a tour through the airport. And I jumped on it. I'm like, yeah, let's figure out how to do this. And there's been some times where we've been able to, where they've left aircraft available for the families to actually go in, sit in. And what I love about this is now everyone who doubted that they could fly as a family, now they're in a setting of flying technically. And it's in the environment. I think it's better to be able to make a decision when you're in it and as opposed to not.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, absolutely. That's amazing. I love those types of opportunities that are happening and we need to see them all over the place. That's for sure. What do you think about that, Martin? How does advocacy, what does that mean to you personally?
For me, it means being able to step out of my comfort zone to help others feel seen, heard, and understood. I remember the first 15 years after being diagnosed with autism, I did not want to be seen as somebody different compared to my peers. And so I was really negative about that. And I started this advocacy journey after releasing my book, Chatterbox. And when people told me, because of you, I haven't given up, and other parents saying, because of you, I know that my child will be okay with the future. That's what advocacy means to me. Stepping out of my comfort zone, being there for others so they are not afraid to share their story.
I love that. Thank you so much for your work in the advocacy field too. How about you, Theo?
Absolutely. So Martin, I just want to say, like, what you said about stepping out of your comfort zone, I am all for that, like controlled chaos. And what I like to say is I talk about a lot of vulnerable stuff in my speeches. And one thing that I do say is if it takes me feeling vulnerable, stepping out of my comfort zone, to a group of strangers and just pouring my heart out, like I'm all for that to rid the stigma. So I appreciate you saying that. But like I said, I was diagnosed with autism in the mid-90s, where there were virtually no resources. I had friends who called me weird. Teachers didn't know what to do with me. During this time, obviously, I was a rebel against my parents. But now in adulthood, I look back and I was like, my parents were the only people who went to bat for me, with my sister as well. Like they battled teachers, principals, because of how I was treated in school. And that is the perfect example of advocacy, is going to bat for other people who might not have the voice or the ability to express themselves efficiently. And also being an inspiration to someone. If someone's newly diagnosed at the age of 10 and they see an individual a little bit older, just completely thriving, knowing that this isn't the end and there is hope. It might suck, not gonna lie, but there is definitely hope to completely annihilate the struggles and be the best human being that you can be. And something that you said, Chris, I want to kind of emphasize again with the unemployment thing, because I've struggled to find jobs left and right. My entire adulthood has been difficult. And now that I've, I guess, accepted my diagnosis, I'm better at, I guess, stepping up for myself and saying, like, I need accommodations for this. But when it comes to employment, there needs to be procedures already set in place. It shouldn't just be like, let's say Tiffany and John are applying for a position. John needs accommodations, so therefore the company would look at Tiffany and hire her. Like that has got to end. And procedures for accommodation, whether it's light sensitivity, fluorescent lights, noises, anything should already be in place, and not having a company cater to this person coming in. Everything should be there right off the bat. And those are, I guess, my 3 things about advocacy.
When we build for all to begin with, we don't have to do any cleanup. And when will they understand that? It's the simplest thing ever I've ever said. Literally, when we start from the beginning with all of the right things in place, there's no catch up, messes to clean up, fires to put out. So please, world, please get it together. How do you think your advocacy has changed over time? I think that's kind of an interesting question. Chris, what do you think about that?
Over time, it went from, I had to treat it like a dare. Like I had to dare myself to talk and even disclose to people. It was really hard. It's still difficult. My journey is probably much shorter than Theo's and Martin's so far. I have, when going back to even diagnosis, I spent 3.5 years just trying to understand that I was still okay as a person after, the diagnosis for me was everyone was right. There was something wrong with me and I was weird and strange and I didn't do things the way people did. And it felt like a big fault. It felt like I was like this living failure. And so, how it's changed is for me, the community that I have started to build, finding other autistics, other neurodivergent people that where there's overlap. And a lot of people still don't understand overlap. I have ADHD overlap. I have OCD overlap. And trying to get people to understand that there are overlaps and there are other comorbidities that we have no control over, that can also impact life. Finding out these things and being able to do what I did a couple of years ago and write a manual that's very agnostic. I can introduce this manual with information on autism, the comorbidities, where things can overlap, and then deliver it with lived experience that gives the tangibility that often just my personal opinion, miss it. It's a miss with the clinical talk, the lived experience. And for me, as we begin to start to take the leadership of this and introduce the world to the lived experience, the daily impact, all of the things where if you go out of your house, even for 10 minutes, sometimes that's your biggest win. And that you have to be okay with that. And you have to start to try to lower the noise that comes back at you for that.
Oh, I love that you said that. That's so true. And oh my goodness, I'm so sorry that you had those challenges. I just want to reach over and hug you. Like, you know, like you have us now, and we have you, and like now hopefully you see like this like intrinsic value that you are because you are. And that's it. You too, Theo. You too, Martin. Everyone. And the fact that like now we're having this panel, which this is the reason I do these summits. These are the voices. You three are the voices. We are all the 1 in 31. Every single one of us on this screen. We are the reason this is so impactful and so meaningful and so important for everyone to hear. So I honor every bit of your time and all of the things. Don't get me started on this here. Thanks. Martin, what do you think has changed in your advocacy over time?
Oh boy, a lot of things. From starting off trying to knock or having to have others go with me to these speaking engagements locally to all this fast forward to today. I started doing traveling on my own now. I spoke in Dubai, Portland, Seattle, like New Jersey. And advocacy has taught me that I could do things independently. I mean, I now have sports teams reaching out to me saying that they want to promote autism acceptance, and some of them are even having me design their flags for the games, which has been amazing. And you know, being able to do things independently has shown that I can do anything that I can dream of. And I mean, just like with this message, I mean, this message that I have for you all, it's helped me realize that even if you're doing advocacy on your own, people are going to be by your side, supporting you and rooting for you, and like you're not alone. And you know, and with that, the connection means no one is left behind because they're all there together, rooting for each other.
Absolutely. Theo, what do you think about that? How has your advocacy changed over time?
I would definitely echo the whole disclosing the diagnosis, because I'm very low support. And I've noticed like people are like, you don't act autistic. You can't be autistic. I'm like, well, I got a couple of MDs and PhDs to say otherwise. But just reiterating that, and a lot of it has been, I've been really in tune with how I feel. Now that I have accepted it, I know when I'm suppressing stims or when I am overstimulated. And that has honestly led me to a lot of solo traveling. And just doing whatever I want to do. If that means sitting at a field, just crying, or stimming and just having that ultimate release, that's advocacy for myself. And just knowing that my mind isn't off or there's nothing wrong with me. And I think with me doing public speaking and panels like this, it's helping me share my story. And it's in essence my own therapy, like going through this whole process. And I've just come to terms, like, I am weird, and if people don't like that, I'm sorry. Like, get over it, because I am
They're
not going to change. I am embracing my uniqueness, and I'll try to keep, like, the language, like, calm, but I am a badass unicorn. That's what I keep saying. It's like, I don't need to change for anyone. If they have an issue with it, uses.
I love that reel that you did the other day where it's like, don't you get bored when you're on your own traveling?
No,
I
absolutely
watched it
not.
like 5 times. I loved that reel. That was so funny. Everybody go follow Unicorn Adventures on Instagram and everything, and be able to see his cool adventures and stuff. I just loved that reel. I just thought it was so, you were just so raw. Like, you were just yourself in it. There was no question that it was like, yeah, this is how I'm keeping myself busy. Look how much fun I'm having. And it was just
Exactly. And that's just a fraction.
Yes.
Just a fraction of what I do. It's like rocking out to music and just acting weird, if you will.
Goofy, and yeah.
That's just what brings me so much joy. And people are like, oh, why do you just solo travel? Isn't it boring? I'm like, no, there's enough going on in my head, so I'm not bored, like, ever.
No, I love that. And we did have some comments. I love Karen. She said, I love that, Martin. You can do anything you dream of. There are no limits. And Karen is just so dear to my heart. Valentine says, this is awesome. Thank you so much for being here. We love and appreciate all of your support and audience members engaging, and just really helps you guys to understand how valuable and important this session and they all are. What barriers do advocates still face? Chris, what do you think about that?
Probably for me, the biggest barrier that still exists is something that is just part of being human. When people hear the word syndrome or disorder or disability, it's human to see if you can spot it. And if you can't spot it, doubt sets in. And that doubt creates a hurdle that we didn't put up, that we have to struggle to get over.
I love the way you said that. I mean, that was just like perfect. What do you think, Martin?
Two things that even still to this day I struggle with: self-acceptance and self-doubt. Because there's days where, advocacy can take a toll on us because we're doing so much, getting out there, traveling and everything. And then sometimes the self-doubt creeps in. It's like, I don't know if I could do this, or I don't know if I have what it takes. But that's just the mind that's trying to, what's the word I'm looking for? It would be
deviate from your real.
Yes, like from your authentic self, and do I still struggle with that? Absolutely. But I do know that I'm able to fight this, I mean, yes, I'm Christian. I'm like, God, thank you so much for this opportunity. And by doing something like that and doing the stuff that we love, it helps calm the noise down a lot.
Yeah. Karen says, people saying you don't seem autistic is so ableist. Great that you don't listen to those people. And, sometimes those exact sentences come from family members. That hurts. But
yeah,
all we can do is remember that we have this incredible community, especially as we're seeing with this summit. I mean, I said it in other panels and I'll say it again. That original email thread where everyone started introducing themselves to one another, and it was like the connections were already beginning in just that first email. I just couldn't believe it. I felt so proud of everyone, so honored that they would feel like that space was okay for them to continue that collaboration. And now we have 80 people that are talking to one another that weren't last week or whatever it was, but still the meaningfulness and the intentfulness of us all. And we're really pushing our advocacy for ourselves, for those who we love, for those who deserve it, coming forward that don't even know what kind of struggle they're going to be getting into yet. So, Theo, what barriers do you face in your advocacy still?
I would still say the stigma surrounding neurodivergency, autism, mental health struggles. And one thing that I absolutely hate hearing is men don't cry. Because a lot of men are scared to admit they're struggling, specifically in mental health. And that needs to change, and more in the African American community, because I've worked with people in Minneapolis who were personally affected by George Floyd, Amir Locke, and they're like, "Oh no, it's fine, it's fine, it's just another day." I'm like, dude, no, it's not okay. So ridding the stigma surrounding struggles, and another massive thing that needs more attention is the struggles and the exhaustion that come from masking.
Yeah.
And being in a world that is just absolutely exhausting. What could seem like small talk or just a simple conversation to you is like a 5K marathon for me. Trying to keep up with watching body language, interpreting said body language, regurgitating, and having a dialogue with someone else. It is so difficult. And this is why I do like staycations, like in hotels, and go to the mountains randomly by myself, is because there's no expectations of needing to put on a certain performance to meet societal norms or whatever. I can do whatever I need to do to survive. And just the weight that is lifted off my shoulders, and I can just, when I sit down in a camping chair, it's just, everything just melts away. So it's next to a survival technique that I use for solo travel, staycations, and just going places that there are zero expectations of me whatsoever.
Yeah, I love that. I love that. And thank you. Thank you for taking care of yourself. It's what you should be doing.
Absolutely.
It's an example for everyone. You know, take care of yourself. That's for sure. We have about, we can probably go a little bit over since we're the last panel of the day. But how can organizations avoid tokenizing autistic voices? Wow, that's kind of a big question. What do you think about that, Chris?
I think the biggest thing is looking at us first as a fellow human being and approaching us with curiosity. It seems like, from my own perspective, it seems like the more technology has been introduced, the more assumptive people are. To me, I read anymore in this world, when people look at each other, they look at them with through the lens of data points. What are they wearing? How are they wearing their hair? What type of accessories, and are those accessories trending? Are they popular? All of these things, missing the human being completely.
Mm-hmm.
And so when I talk to people, I always say, see me as a human being. And if you notice something, be curious. Don't be assumptive. Ask, because asking is just part of the learning process. And if you won't ask, how am I supposed to help you understand me better?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think when we welcome people to ask more, you know, that opens up, that bridges that gap of what maybe curiosity they may have had, and maybe they felt fearful and weren't able to approach with their own questions. But I always like that, you know, there's no wrong questions, there's no dumb questions, like all questions are valid. Even the dumb one. No, just joking. All questions are valid. And it really just comes down to how you make space for people as well. So that is so true. What do you think about that, Martin?
I'm going to be honest. That's one of those questions that I do struggle to answer. I know my answer probably won't make sense, but I think one way would be, because most of us in the workforce mask a lot. You know, we mask every day. Like, all day and we're always exhausted. Our social battery gets drained. And I think one way that businesses can really make it more accommodating for us is not only giving us or allowing us to have a break when we're able to, but have our own sensory room. Because there's been times where I would work, I get so overwhelmed and exhausted, I'm not able to do my work correctly. And another thing would be that if they just reach out and ask, hey, is everything all right? I've noticed you're looking a little worn out. That can really, really make it easier for us because, we're just normal human beings like you. And we just want to be accepted. Like, yeah, we would need more breaks, but it helps us not only restart, but it'll help us get the job done.
Productivity. Isn't that the truth? And why wouldn't they want more productivity? Like, it doesn't make any sense to me why you wouldn't want to do that. I love this comment by Winston. My son was diagnosed with autism, which caused me to study this different ability. Thanks to everyone on your panel, Martin also inspired us a lot in San Jose. People compensate so well, it's hard to tell if they were diagnosed. What a blessing to have you all on this platform. Thank you so much. And it's, also people like you, Winston, who are joining us because it takes all of us joining together. We could be speaking to no one. We would be having a great time doing it, but still, we are speaking to the public, to listeners, to audience members who are really getting value from what we're saying, us four people. And it's so beautiful and exciting to think that and hear that. And Karen said, and she spells your name, she says, I love that, Chris, encouraging curiosity and not assuming you know it. And I think that is just so true. Theo, what do you think about that? If you want me to re-ask the question, no, they've got a little far into it. How can organizations avoid tokenizing autistic voices?
That is a difficult question to answer. I'm not gonna lie. But just kind of thinking about it, I would just assume like we are extraordinarily intelligent people. And sometimes it's difficult, me specifically, to take direction. When a supervisor or whatever comes up to me and is like, hey, you got to do this, 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 this. I'm like, what? Like, I'm not following. And when I ask questions, like to get that concrete answer about how something should be done, don't just jump at me just like, oh, you're stupid. Like, why do you need to be shown a second time? Because this has happened multiple times with multiple different companies. And the funny thing, now that I look back on it, if you show me the end result that you want, I will get there. I don't need to follow step 1, 2, 3. Show me the end result and I will do the job. I will probably do it more efficiently and quickly than your SOPs or whatever. And something that you said, Martin, is taking breaks. Because I've been in positions like customer service positions where it's a lot of peopling. And you have to be on your game when it comes to masking. But one job in particular, it was doing AAA roadside service. I excelled in that position, but I would people right away and maybe for like a half an hour. Then I would drive to the next call so I could chill out. And I think small breaks like that are critical because if it's go, 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 go for 2-3 hours, you're not going to get 8 hours of work out of me. Like, I'm sorry, it's just not going to happen. That 15-minute break is not going to do anything. So having the ability, it might not be a full break. Just step outside, catch your breath. All right, we can do this now. Walk back in and perfectly fine. I think that's one of the biggest things looking back at my professional career. It's that taking the breaks when I need them, and instead of forcing me to be that person that I can't be naturally. And that is extraordinarily exhausting, and productivity just falls off a cliff. when it like reaches like 3-4 hours, no, Theo's cashing out. Like, wave the white flag. I'm done for the day.
And I really I want to kind of emphasis that oftentimes when you're asking clarifying questions, people are assuming you are arguing or you are talking back, and you can see that from childhood to adulthood. Clarifying questions are so like it's like my imminent desire. Like I have to have a clarifying question. If I don't understand, I can't move on. I can't move forward. I can't help you with the task. I can't, complete the conversation. I need the clarifying information. I'm not arguing. I'm not trying to put my opinion in it. Please explain like the details of what you're saying to me. Chris, you're nodding your head like, yes,
Yeah.
go get that.
For me, I do my best work when I reach a threshold of detail on the expectation of what the goal is.
Yeah.
And if I can't meet that, it creates start and stops, and I can only handle so many start and stops, and then I just don't start again the rest of the day.
Yeah.
The other thing I want to quickly point out is our level of honesty. For me, when I work in a company or I work with people, they become this big priority. They become ingrained into, I set them as a whole routine. And when I'm there, my priority is to make sure that I'm able to perform the way I need to, but also I become very protective of the environment and that it needs to be there, because the last thing I want to do is for a business to fail and then I have to start over with the whole employment process. And it's awful, because then it's a new environment I have to get acclimated to, people I don't know, and now I have to talk to them, where I have become over time adjusted. And I want to say one other thing that I've discovered, and that is people work and they look automatic. They go in, they do the daily thing, and there's not a lot of a thought behind it. It's just, I know my job, I'm doing this and doing that. And I had a conversation with the CEO of a startup trying to get me to step into a role where it was more about helping them create habits. And I said, well, I can do my best, but I will tell you that I don't do habits. I work in routines. And so I took him through the difference between my brain and his brain, and that he has a lot of automating that become habits in his brain. I said, yours is like an automatic car. Mine is manual transmission. Every day I get up, I shift through the gears. You are on drive.
Yeah. Isn't that truth? I want to just bring up these comments. Critical to recognize sensory overload when breaks to recoup are necessary without passing judgment. And that is the truth. Clarification rather than assuming one is being argumentative. So completely agree with that. Whoops. Click. Go ahead, Theo.
Chris, I wanted to say kudos on that automatic and manual transmission metaphor. That was on point and absolutely brilliant.
Thank you so much.
Well, and I think that, these types of conversations are, I can imagine that there's so many listening that are completely nodding their heads as well. Because the thing about being in this community, you find so much resonance. You find that there's so much relatability. There's so much, even with the gentleman that said, looking for information for his son. Now he can go with such a more vast perspective to take, that here's someone who was diagnosed as a child to someone who's diagnosed as an adult, and really see that the fact of the matter is, although we weren't ever seen, we still struggled. We just had to learn how to work those struggles out with ourselves. Our parents helped us, whatever it was. And I look at my own children and think, are
are they lacking because they don't go through the struggle? Because I went through it and I'm like, no, they're not going to do it. Are they going to not have the resiliency? I don't know. I don't know all the answers to that. We just kind of decide that we are like the bow and they are the arrow, and we could be the most crafted, beautiful bow in the whole entire world that's, have all this artistry. But once we place our arrow into the string and we release it, anything can change the trajectory of the arrow. And it's not the bow's fault. The bow has not made like errors, in doing that. So just a little soapbox that I went on there. Sorry about that. But I think that, advocacy comes in so many forms when you're a parent, when you're a self-advocate, when you're a wife of someone who's autistic too. Like, I'm seeing it from all of these different lenses all the time. Oh boy, what advice would you give someone just beginning to be an advocate and advocating for themselves?
Oh gosh. That was a hard lesson for me. It was really hard. I would say the biggest thing for someone newly diagnosed is that things are going to be different. You're going to discover things about yourself. You're going to become more aware of those things. So it's very important to give yourself the amount of grace that you would give someone else.
Yeah.
It's probably the biggest thing that I did that helped me through really starting to be okay with who I was and am as a person.
Absolutely. What about you, Martin?
Some pointers I would give out is it may be difficult at first because you don't know how people will react, and taking that first step is scary. I mean, like, it took me a while before I took my first step, but I know once you get that Beeman-esque leap of faith, then you start going more and more and more. And you'll start not only being a wonderful advocate, you're going to be changing a lot of people's lives as well. And it's really wonderful, honestly.
Yeah. And that you get so much feedback and everything. I want to bring up Kaylee's comment really quick. She said, I enjoyed this panel. Since I'm also autistic, a lot of what you said resonated with me and it was very informative. And it's to echo my words, right? Exactly. Valentine said, I'm a special needs teacher, and what we usually do is to simplify either instructions, tasks, and also giving breaks as much as possible, because the brain functions are not the same. And yeah, that is so true. And thank you, Valentine, for working on in that part of that is so necessary as a teacher. So we appreciate that you're coming to get more information, learning, and also sharing with us and sharing the things that work for you as well. So absolutely love that. Theo, what advice are you going to give to someone that's just beginning their advocacy journey?
I will say the cliche thing, be yourself. But ultimately find your routine. That will come with time. It took me 20 years to find a solid routine that works for me. And what stems work for you? It could be something as simple as chewing gum or a fidget or staycations or whatever. Just take the time to figure out what feels best for you to regulate your mind, and know that this community is growing every single minute and that you're not alone. Like this panel would not have existed 10 years ago. And the growth that has come within this community is astonishing. So just reassure that this community is growing. You're not alone. Like I said before, there's going to be rough times, not going to lie. But ultimately, it sounds a little cliche, but a superpower. The autistic mind is such a valuable, creative, brilliant mind that it needs to be honored and shared with the entire world.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you for sharing that. And I hope that others out there listening, if you are starting your advocacy journey, you can reach out to any of us. Reach out to Unicorn Adventures, Logical A. Martin Slingstad does amazing work. Chris, where are you at in the world? I can't remember.
I am in Andover, Kansas.
Kansas. I knew I was going to say Ohio. Kansas. We have California. We have Utah. Like, we're literally making up the United States. We had other people today from the UK, from Australia. Some of our self advocates in the Spotlight series. We have Indonesia, Australia, UK, and Pakistan. I mean, these voices are so important right now for the world to be able to, to hear and to learn from. One more comment here. This is helpful to me as a mom of a nonverbal teen. I feel that he feels all your feelings and just can't express it. It helps me give him more understanding and patience and not push him too much with demands. Thank you, Serena. Thank you so much. And this is exactly the reason why we're here. This is what we want. We want people learning how they can better, help their own lives, help their loved ones' lives, and just really thrive in everything in this community. Before we close the doors for the day, what change do you most want to see in the autism community? Theo, let's start with you.
I would probably say the number one thing would be advocacy. People doing this kind of thing, sharing their story, being vulnerable, doing the damn thing. And that brings people together. And kind of to reiterate, like saying that you're not alone. That's the biggest thing, is growing this community every single day. And the more people feel vulnerable, Martin, do the uncomfortable things, the bigger and more powerful we can be, and the more change that we can make within this world. Workplace, schools, daycare, every single employer or company, we could make some real changes and some real waves doing what we're doing exactly right now.
Yeah. And I hope the people listening are in those positions, that they can go to their employers, family members, government officials and say, hey, I learned this today from these amazing people on these panels. I think we need to change these things about our office. I think we need to change these things in our home to make more accessibility. I think we need to change things in our friend group so that we send a message to this one friend, maybe a little bit more frequently, because they might need a pick-me-up. Why not? Why can't we just go throughout the world? We all want to belong, but how often are we reaching out to welcome someone else to belong with us?
Exactly.
And I think that's where it starts.
Yeah.
What do you think about that, Chris? What change do you most want to see in the autism community?
For me, it has everything to do with the analogy in my elevator pitch. For a long time, Mac and Windows couldn't talk to each other. And it took some very dedicated people who were interested and really wanted this to happen. And, we have translation that happens for different languages. We have sign language. We have all of these things. But when it comes to autistic minds, we think different. Our response will be different. The way we think, people say we think way outside of the box. We've never been in the box. We don't fit the box ever, ever, ever. And building a more comprehensive and well understood bridge of communication between the neurotypical world and our world would be a great help. But we need, we can only build half the bridge. We need the world to help us build the rest of the bridge and go the rest of the way. And bridges are good because you build it once, you do a little maintenance on it, but it services so much just building it. And communication is the key. I mean, it took us from fields and forests to what we have now. And communication, I think for me personally, is just the biggest missing factor.
Yeah, absolutely. And really opening up that space for the communication to be implied and be acted on, be accepted for what it is. I couldn't agree with you more. Christy said, thank you. It's so wonderful to just have our community, you know, joining with us and everything. Gosh, I can't believe that day one is already coming to a close. And I just want to thank our panelists so much for bringing your unique perspectives and all of your heart and vulnerability, and letting us know like how we can better show up and support other autistics in the community. Theo, Chris, it's been just so wonderful to have you here today. Martin, you're staying around, so that's why I'm not talking to you yet.
Yeah, no worries, you're good.
But it's been so great. You know, I've been so lucky that earlier I was talking about these autism provider meetups that I've been holding and putting together some local group meetups here in Utah, and it's so much fun and it's so incredible. And I've got to meet Theo in person. We've got to meet a couple times now because of that. And so keep up all of our good work and you know, all of the good initiatives that we're doing. Thank you guys so much for your time. Keep advocating. Keep knowing that you are just stellar, valuable humans, because you are.
Can I just quickly say, Martin, Theo, Sarah, thank you. This was big for me. Theo, Martin, I'm still really new at getting myself out there. It was super scary step. I've had,
You're like an expert.
I have, and so my journey is still pretty new. So to be able to sit on a panel with you too, and you, Sarah, has been really big for me. It's been beneficial. It's been extremely helpful. It's just been a really big honor for me. So thank you.
You. It's my honor as well, and I agree. Thank you, everybody, putting their links and everything in the comments. Please do so. People who want to go follow Martin on Martin's Autism Life on Instagram. Serena says, "Thank you, Sarah, for hosting the summit, and to all panelists. This has been amazing. I feel so proud of you all. I feel so proud of you all too, and I'm proud of you for supporting us, Serena. Thank you so much, and joining in the comments to let us know. That's important too." Unicorn Adventures on Instagram. Unicorn, what is that thing called again? Underscore adventure. I don't know why I have this blink. Or Unicorn Adventures blog. And Valentine said, thank you for this session. It was so informative. Thank you, Chris, for putting yours on logical-a.com. Perfect. This has just been such an incredible panel. Lynn, awesome as a mom, who I love Lynn and Peyton so much. I've gotten to know them in the last little while. Chris is beyond amazing, she says. So, Chris, you could take that with you today.
Oh, jeez.
Yes, right. We're filling up our cups here. And I told everybody, when you leave, you will feel buzzed. You will feel filled up. It's wonderful. So, I'm so glad and honored and thankful for your time, for sharing us your stories and everything. So we have an amazing, closeout speech that we're going to hear from Martin. So Chris and Theo, I'm going to head you off to the backstage. You're welcome to stay. You're welcome to join in and listen on the other end. So thank you guys so much for being here. Thank you. Oh,
Wow.
Goodness.
That was awesome.
Martin. I can't believe it. And, Martin, you've been on this journey with me for so long. I think
4 years now.
In all of the events, we stay in touch all of the time. I absolutely love you as a friend, as an advocate. I know that you put so much. I wanted to give Martin this space to kind of be our closing remarks for today for two reasons. He is our 1 in 31 Connection Autism Summit ambassador, and he helped bring in so many registrants, sponsors that came in for him. And I just wanted to really take the time to honor all of the support
that you've given me.
Thank
Martin,
you.
I love you so much. So I'm actually
appreciate
going to
it.
step off the stage. If that's okay with you.
Yeah,
And
but
I'm gonna
yeah.
let you do this, okay? You
All
got
right.
this.
Yes.
Just wave at me if you want me to come back up.
No worries.
And says, "You got this, Martin. We're all
Thank
here
you.
rooting for you."
Thank
Thanks.
you.
Thanks, my friend.
Wow. Thank you all so much for being here. This message that I have for you all today, I want to be honest, it took a lot out of me to write this because hearing about the word connection, I just really felt in my heart to write this. So that for those who don't or who haven't seen me speak, I'm going to be looking off camera a lot to really help me get my points across. You might get emotional. That's happened a lot in my speeches, but the title of my message for you all today is Connection Means No One is Left Behind. When most people hear the words 1 in 31, they think of a statistic, but I think of people. I think of the little boy who says his first words through a communication device, the teenager trying to figure out where they belong, the autistic adult who has spent years masking just to feel accepted, the parent who would move heaven and earth for their child, the caregiver who quietly gives everything they have, and the individual with profound autism whose life has immeasurable value, even if they communicate in ways the world doesn't always understand. 1 in 31 is more than a number. It represents millions of lives, millions of stories, and millions of journeys that deserve to be seen, heard, and valued. No two autistic people are the same. Some of us live independently while others need lifelong support. Some communicate with words while others communicate in different ways. Some face invisible challenges while others face challenges that everyone around them can see. Our experiences may be different, but our worth has never and should never be different. This is why I believe the most important word in the title of this summit isn't 1 and it isn't 31. It's connection. Because connection isn't created when everyone has the same story. Connection happens when we choose to value stories that are different from our own. And if we're honest with ourselves, that's something our community is still learning. Somewhere along the way, we forgot that autism has never been one story. We began drawing lines between autistic adults and parents, between those with lower support needs and those with profound autism, and between self-advocates and caregivers. Instead of building bridges, we have started building barriers, and those barriers have created hurt on every side. I've seen autistic adults feel unheard. I've seen parents become afraid to tell their truth about raising a child with profound autism because they're worried they'll be criticized. I've seen families questioned simply for sharing their reality, and I've watched people with profound autism become almost invisible in conversations that were meant to include them. When the people with the greatest support needs disappear from our conversations, we've lost sight of why we're here. That isn't connection. If we're going to move forward, we have to stop treating one another like opponents. Parents are not the enemy. Autistic adults are not the enemy. Caregivers are not the enemy. People with profound autism are never the problem. Misunderstanding is the enemy. Division is the enemy. And isolation. The moment we begin believing that one person's story matters more than another is the moment we stop being a community. Supporting autistic adults doesn't take anything away from parents. Supporting parents doesn't silence autistic voices. Advocating for people with profound autism doesn't diminish those with lower support needs. Compassion has never been a limited resource. The more we give, the stronger our community becomes. As an autistic adult, I believe autistic voices deserve to be heard, and I also believe we have a responsibility to make sure those who cannot always speak for themselves are never forgotten. Advocacy was never meant to be selective. It was always meant to be compassionate. Every time we dismiss a parent's experience, we widen the gap. Every time we overlook someone with profound autism, we widen that gap. I've spoken with parents of children and teens with profound autism who have shown me conversations that have left them feeling attacked, dismissed, or afraid to speak honestly about their experiences. I've also met other autistics who have felt dismissed and ignored. Neither experience should happen, because that isn't connection. That's tearing apart the very bridge we're supposed to be building together. Everyone deserves to be supported, not left behind. We have to do better because families living with profound autism should never feel like they have to fight two battles. One against the daily challenges they already face, and another for acceptance within our own community. If we truly want to move from awareness to acceptance, then profound autism must be part of that acceptance too. Every time others tell another autistic person or parent or their child that they're not autistic enough or too autistic, we widen the gap. But every act of empathy builds a bridge. Every respectful conversation builds a bridge. And every moment we choose compassion over criticism, those bridges are what bring people together. We also need to do better for autistic women, because many of whom spend years seeking an accurate diagnosis. They deserve to be listened to, believed, and given the opportunity to receive the right support. Just imagine if every autistic person knew they belonged, every parent felt supported instead of judged, every caregiver felt seen, and every individual with profound autism, regardless of how they communicate or how much support they need, knew without question that this community would never forget them. This is the future worth building. As I end this message today, my hope is that we don't simply remember the conversations we had. I hope we remember the responsibility we've been given to listen before we judge, to understand before we criticize, to build bridges instead of barriers, and to make sure no one ever feels invisible simply because their journey is different from our own. Because if even one person is left behind, our connection remains incomplete. I will leave you with this as I come to a close. A bridge is strongest because every piece holds the other together. Our autism community is no different. When we stop tearing each other apart and start carrying each other forward, connection becomes more than our theme. It's our legacy. And when no one is left behind, we all move forward together, completing that bridge of acceptance, connection, and community. Because if we keep on denying the parents who support their child and get mad at others, we are destroying that bridge that connects us. I'm going to be very vulnerable here. I am standing at that bridge on the edge, wondering if there's still room for me. I am building this bridge for others with absolute conviction that you all and the autism parents deserve. And that's connection and support. And as I turn around on that bridge, I wonder why no one builds back towards me, watching the bridge I have been building fall apart and break. I put myself before others in hopes everyone treats others with respect. Parents deserve support. Those with profound autism deserve support, and you deserve support. Help me build that bridge so that not only are we there for each other no matter what, but to also make that bridge indestructible for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Martin.
Yay.
We even have DJ who came to join us.
What's up, DJ?
Thank you so much. DJ. Martin said, "What's up?" Oh, he's tired. It's been a good day, huh?
Very good
day.
Very good day. Did you have fun listening to all the panelists?
Yeah.
I don't think you did, but that's okay. I love it. Oh, you're a character. What's your favorite part of today?
Everything.
Oh, I love
Awesome.
that. DJ loves everything. He's a good sport. Do you want to help us say goodbye to everyone?
Yeah.
Okay, let's do. First, we want to tell Martin that was absolutely beautiful, and we're so thankful. I'll finish that.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm so thankful.
And so thankful, huh?
Thank you,
and
bud.
we had some comments come in. Want to read the comments for us? We're right here.
Great topic, Martin.
Thank you.
Oh, what's this say?
Four things of the heart and then unicorn emojis.
Heart and unicorn emojis. I love it. How about this?
Beautiful.
Beautiful. It was beautiful. And Martin. Here we go.
Martin, thank you. It's so much of what I'm afraid to say.
And that is the beautiful part about our friend Martin, is that he oftentimes all the time is bringing it. He's bringing it. He brought it. And just like Theo said, he did the dang thing. So we're so proud of you, and we love having you as our friend and our part of our community. Bravo to you all. Bravo to all the panelists, all of the sponsors, our community partners, and our panels that are still up and coming. We have panels tomorrow, August 7th and August 8th. So I hope that you'll all join us back here again. Go check out the website streamable.live. I've been building my heart out, making this website accessible and creating just a beautiful space for us all together. So thank you so much. That was amazing. Touched my heart connections. I love that.
Yeah.
And what's this one say?
Yay. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone. We love it. Oh, Martin, thank you so much. I'm so proud of you. And
Thank you.
All my love and light to you every day.
I really appreciate it. And I really thank you for giving me the opportunity to share that, because from what the profound autistic families have said, I was like, yeah, there's a lot of autistics, but I'm just trying to build that bridge, because everybody deserves to be seen and heard. I mean, you can tell I'm like shaking, because that was
powerful.
That took a lot out of me to write. I mean, couple times I was up for over 40 straight hours, because it's like,
Goodness.
I don't want to mess up, so it's like,
You couldn't.
yeah.
Great job. Tell him, great job, Martin.
Great job, Martin.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, well, this has been such an incredible journey, and such a beautiful first day of our summit. And while we close, I just want to thank you all so very much. Give my heartfelt gratitude and appreciation for everyone. Martin, I'm going to close you off back to the backstage for 1 second here while we say goodbye. DJ, thank you for helping me start and finish today's summit. Hey, there's your little friend, isn't it? Who's this? Who's your little friend?
Is that Millie?
There's Millie. She loves you. Everybody have a wonderful afternoon. We'll see you back here in the morning at 9 a.m. Mountain Time to finish to start day 2 of our panels and this wonderful 1 in 31 Connection Autism Summit 2026.
Yeah.
Bye.
Bye.